Order, order. I wish to make a short statement about working safely on the Parliamentary estate and wearing of face coverings. With the increase in infection levels in the community and people having to isolate, I strongly advise that everyone on the estate should wear face coverings when moving around, assessing catering venues and in the areas they consider crowded, including the chamber. We have 4 sitting days before the House rises. I really want us to behave safely, responsibly during these few days. None of us wants to risk taking COVID back to our families, staff or constituents, and I'm sure we will want everyone working on the estate to feel safe and secure and to ensure the business of this House continues. I've got to say, we've certainly got a large number of people that have been contacted, so I'm very worrying about the outcome. 4 days to go, I want us all to have a good break and enjoy our holidays, so hopefully we will take it seriously and not push the limits for the sake of it. I have to notify the House, in accordance with the Royal Assent Act 1967, that Her Majesty has signified her Royal Assent to the following Act: Supply and Appropriation Main Estimates Act 2021. Right, let's see what we can get. Question to the Secretary of State for Housing, Communities and Local Government. I call Eddie Hughes to answer the substantive question number 1 from Leila Moran.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, our focus in the last year has rightly been on managing the response to the pandemic and supporting tens of thousands of the most vulnerable people across our society. During the pandemic, we took unprecedented action to protect people sleeping rough or at risk of doing so. This saved lives and achieved huge reductions in the number of people sleeping rough, a 37% decrease in the latest statistics. And our ambition to end rough sleeping within this Parliament still stands. We're taking into account the lessons learned from our ongoing pandemic response, including Everyone In and the Protect programme, to inform our long-term plans.
Let's go to Leila Moran. Leila.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Everyone In scheme has undoubtedly been a success and has led to incredible stories of lives being turned around in a housing-first approach that I know has support from all sides of the House. However, several councils have reported that government has instructed them, through the terms of the Rough Sleeping Initiative funding allocations, to end the use of emergency accommodation for those sleeping rough, so signalling the end of the Everyone In scheme. To make matters worse, the rough sleeping strategy is still in need of updating following the pandemic. So can the Minister confirm, were local authorities instructed to end Everyone In? If so, have the charitable and third sector groups been made aware so that they can fill in the gaps? And can he also tell us when we can expect to see the updated rough sleeping strategy and indeed the promised review of the Vagrancy Act?
Minister.
Mr. Speaker, as is so often the case, the Lib Dems are more focused on 2 things, either making plans rather than taking action, and also on scaremongering. It is categorically not the case that either charities or local councils have been instructed, as she suggested, and indeed the funding through the Rough Sleeping Initiative is continuing to fund people who are in emergency accommodation. But what we should note more importantly is that that is a temporary form of accommodation. It's incredibly important we get people moved on to more permanent forms of accommodation, and that should be the objective of all of us.
We have a substantive question to Minister Hall. Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Secretary of State expects to announce his decisions on the unitary proposals before summer recess. Alongside these decisions, he will also publish a summary of the consultation responses. I can assure my honourable friend this will include all of the detail that he seeks and much more alongside it.
Right, let's go to the one and only Ian Littlegranger. Ian.
Mr. Speaker, that is the most pathetic answer I think I've heard in 20 years. This consultation that the government did for the unitary was finished months ago. I have asked parliamentary questions, I've written to the Minister, I have tried everything. If the returning officer in Thornbury and Yate had stood up on the 13th of December 19 and announced the total of 52,000 votes were cast, but he refused to declare the winner, there would be an outrage. Why will the government not come clean over this? Why are they holding this back, and why on earth has this become an issue? Let's just hear who won the government's consultation. Please tell us now, and tell the House.
Remind the member that I wasn't responsible for the answer, and I'm certainly not taking the blame for Bridgewater and Somerset. Minister, please pick that one up.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and can I thank my honourable friend for his question. There is no broken commitment here. We always said we would publish the outcome before the summer recess. We are absolutely on track to do that. We received over 5,500 responses from the consultation on local government reorganisation in Somerset. When we do publish the information, which will be on schedule as promised, we will show the proportion of respondents who supported the different proposals, together with a summary of the views that they have expressed. So I can assure my honourable friend we are on track to publish before summer recess.
We have a substantive question to Minister Hughes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm proud that my department is leading a cross-government drive to eliminate rough sleeping by the end of this Parliament. We're spending £750 million over the next year to tackle homelessness and rough sleeping. This includes the largest ever investment in long-term move-on accommodation, with 6,000 homes pledged in this Parliament. Our efforts are paying off. Recent data shows that rough sleeping has fallen 43% under this administration, with a 37% fall in the last year alone.
Let's go to Sir David Amos. Sir David.
And now for something completely different, Southend. Will my honourable friend join me in congratulating Southend for reducing the level of rough sleeping by nearly 90% since November 2017, which is well above the national average? Local organisations such as HARP and Off the Streets have done a magnificent job under really difficult circumstances. So I do urge my honourable friend and his department to continue to support local charities with its important and valuable work.
Mr. Speaker, I would be delighted to commend my honourable friend and the local teams and providers who have worked incredibly hard in Southend to achieve the figures he described. They've worked tirelessly to achieve such a brilliant result, and indeed continue working towards seeing an end to rough sleeping in his area. And Mr. Speaker, it's particularly heartening to hear my honourable friend championing the cause of organisations such as HARP and Off the Streets, who have redoubled their efforts to support local people, vulnerable people, during the pandemic.
Number 4, Mr. Speaker.
We now go to Minister. Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We are working across government and with the waste sector to better understand the issues facing waste collection vehicle staffing levels. We're working with the industry, and we've already taken action on HGV driver shortages, including by ramping up vocational test capacity and funding apprenticeships.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. The Minister was good enough to meet with me to discuss the poor performance of Abasa, the company that has the contract for waste with Tunbridge Wells and Tunbridge and Morling. Will he update my constituents on what action he's taken since our meeting, so that we can see a rapid improvement to their service?
Let's go to Minister. Minister.
Well, can I thank my right honourable friend for raising his concerns again about the performance of Abasa and taking the time to meet with me to explain in detail some of the concerning situation that he has described that his constituents are facing. It's something we take extremely seriously, and following our meeting, I've written to Abasa asking how they intend to address the concerns that he has relayed. I would certainly urge them to use every tool at their disposal to meet their contractual commitments. I look forward to working with my right honourable friend to continue to monitor this important situation.
Question number 5, Mr. Speaker. With your permission, Mr. Speaker, I'll answer this question together with questions 6, 7 and 8. We will modernise the planning system, ensuring a simpler and faster and more predictable system that delivers more homes, more infrastructure like schools and hospitals, and honours our commitment to net zero and the environment. Our reforms will also make the planning system more accessible through digital plan making, ensuring more local people, more than the 1% who currently engage with the planning system, can get involved. We're taking power out of the hands of the big developers and giving it back to local communities and to small builders, so that together we can build back better.
Ian Russell.
Mr. Speaker,
May I thank my right honourable friend and ministers for their engagement and correspondence over the last year. As he will know, I have asked what mechanisms exist to challenge the housing targets for my constituency. As such, could my right honourable friend confirm my new understanding that the local authority housing needs target is not set in stone and it's a starting point for negotiation, and that it is the local authority's responsibility to challenge the housing target as part of their local plan?
Well, my honourable friend and I have spoken about this on a number of occasions, as have I with you, Mr. Speaker. My honourable friend will appreciate that I'm unable to comment on the specific local plans because of my quasi-judicial role. However, he is right to say that housing targets are only a starting point. All local plans are subject to an independent examination, and following consultation with the local community, anyone who wants to make representations to change a plan must be heard by the inspector. That process will take into account the local land constraints such as the Greenbelt, SSI, national parks and so on, in coming to a sensible and credible way forwards.
Speaker, my right honourable friend is of course right that planning reform is overdue, but in Buckinghamshire there are serious concerns that the voices of local people won't be heard. For example, in Aylesbury, we know that many thousands more houses will be built in the coming years, but the town is already merging into nearby villages and infrastructure is at breaking point. So what reassurance can my right honourable friend provide that when residents raise legitimate concerns, they will be listened to?
Well, my honourable friend makes an important point, and he's right to say that there is significant housing delivery occurring at the moment in Aylesbury. There are two things, principally, that this government is seeking to do to support his constituents. Firstly, to ensure that more infrastructure accompanies that housing. And we're going to be doing that principally through our infrastructure levy, which will capture more of the land value uplift and put more money at the service of his excellent local council in Buckinghamshire. And secondly, we're going to ensure that more local people can be involved in the planning system by digitising it, so at the touch of a smartphone you can access a plan, understand it and comment or even object to a planning application. And by doing that, we expect we can boost the number of people who engage in our system and drive a truly localist approach.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. There's a great deal of concern in my Hayward and Middleton constituency, and in fact across Greater Manchester, about the amount of greenbelt approved for release by the Greater Manchester Mayor Andy Burnham as part of his Greater Manchester Spatial Framework. So can I ask my right honourable friend what assurances he can give me around the protection of the greenbelt as part of his department's new planning reforms?
Well, this government made a manifesto commitment not just to protect but indeed to enhance the greenbelt. At the moment, planning policy is clear. Building on the greenbelt should only be contemplated in the most exceptional circumstances, and we intend to continue that through our modernised planning system. I appreciate the pressure that he is under and his constituents as a result of the proposed Greater Manchester Spatial Framework. That does not seem to be according with the wishes of local residents, and I would hope that as we come out of the pandemic, Manchester City Council and others who have a good record of house building and regeneration will find opportunities for imaginative building on brownfield sites and around the city centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I've listened carefully to my right honourable friend's earlier answer. But does he agree that in any future planning reforms, we must increase protection for our green belt? In Sevenoaks and Swanley, we're 93% green belt, yet we're constantly inundated by speculative planning applications, such as that of Broke Hill, which worry the local community. The message should be clear. If it's greenbelt, it's protected. And if you put in a planning application for the greenbelt, the answer will be no.
Well, I think the point that the Honourable Lady touches upon is that the current planning system is not well regarded and is not producing the kinds of outcomes that we want to see. That's precisely why we want to reform and to modernise it. We want to ensure that protections such as the greenbelt have the weight that they deserve in the planning system, and that we can cut out speculative development unless it is approved by democratically elected local councillors at their sole discretion. The system that we're bringing forward is exactly that. Local authorities will need to have a plan. If they have a plan that has allocated land, then there'll be no need for issues like speculative development and the 5-year land supply.
Secretary Steve Reid.
Mr. Speaker, the anti-corruption campaign Transparency International say the Conservative Party has become overly dependent on donations from developers. They are particularly concerned that ministers failed to report the details of what they talk to developers about in over 300 meetings where they simply disclose generalisations like housing or planning, and they fear this could amount to what they call aggregate corruption. Will he now publish the full minutes of all these meetings so the public can see exactly what ministers agreed to do for their developer paymasters?
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. As the honourable gentleman knows, all meetings that ministers has are correctly identified on the register of interests. But I have to say that the honourable gentleman has been on quite a journey. One adviser who worked with him as leader of Lambeth Council has been left bemused. Is this the same Champagne Steve who he remembers meeting with developers? And it's not just him who has been inviting charges of shameless hypocrisy. The leader of the opposition has received thousands of pounds of donations from developers. And the deputy leader of the Labour Party caused a splash in the papers the other day for accepting £10,000 from developers for her leadership campaign.
Can I just say, could we withdraw the word hypocrisy? Honourable members will never be hypocrites.
I will certainly withdraw that at your request, Mr. Speaker. But I think we can only imagine how much the deputy leader of the Labour Party will be asking for when it comes to her impending leadership campaign.
Steve Reid, sir.
Well, it's not surprising he's refusing to be transparent because we all know who benefits the most from their developer's charter. Just weeks ago, this House passed Labour's motion to guarantee residents' right to a say over local planning applications in their own neighbourhoods. This week, councillors of all parties, including his, in Medway and Richmond, passed similar motions. How many more councils will need to do the same before he ditches the developer's charter and his plan to pay back developers by selling out communities?
Well, I'm sure that Conservative councillors, the length and breadth of the country, were over the moon to receive his letter. And I can see the scene now over the summer recess when the gate rattles or there's a knock at the door and he rushes to check what the post has brought in. But like a jilted lover or a pen pal who assumes his letter's got lost in the mail, there's nothing there. It's just another letter from Croydon Council telling him that the bills are going up as a result of the terrible mistakes and mismanagement that his friends and cronies are making over at Croydon. He has taken an avowedly anti-house building approach. This is a far cry from the Labour Party of Attlee and Bevan, who said that this was a social service and a moral mission. This government is going to keep on building houses, but we will build them sensitively, we'll build beautiful homes, we will protect the environment, and we will help young people and those on lower incomes to enjoy all the security and prosperity that comes with owning a home of their own.
Let's go to the Chair of the Select Committee, Clive Betts, who's audio only. Clive.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Secretary of State, I hope, has seen the Select Committee's report into the planning reforms, and we were supportive of a number of aspects, including the need to strengthen local plans and how they are drawn up. Could I ask the Secretary of State just two things, if he's having a look at our recommendations? One is to recognise the serious change of moving to a zonal system and the importance of getting the details right. And I wonder if he might consider our recommendation at the next stage to move to a draft bill so we can give it serious pre-lit scrutiny as to what it actually means in practice. And secondly, would he have another look again at the distribution of housing under his latest proposals? Because under them, large areas of the north outside the major cities will see their housing numbers fall, which seems in contradiction to the government's levelling up agenda.
Well, I'm grateful to the honourable gentleman and the members of the Select Committee for a very interesting report which we've considered carefully as part of the broader work that we've done to listen to the views of colleagues here in Parliament on both sides of the House and in the country before we prepare our response to the White Paper in the autumn. I'll, of course, bear in mind his suggestion about doing pre-legislative scrutiny, which may be a good way forward. On his second point, I have to respectfully disagree, because I think levelling up does involve ensuring that our big cities of the Midlands and the North build more homes. That's the way we ensure a brownfield-first approach. That's the way we ensure inspired regeneration, we get aspirational middle-class families back into some of those great cities, and we ensure that the councils have the revenues that they need to invest and to prosper. And of course, it's the way that we protect the countryside from unnecessary development.
We have a substantive question to Minister Hughes.
With your permission, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to answer this with question number 12. We listened to thousands of residents in 2018 and acted decisively, publishing the Social Housing White Paper last November. We've strengthened the Housing Ombudsman Service, run a complaints awareness campaign and taken important steps to improve safety and decency, launching the review of the Decent Home Standard, reviewing electrical safety and consulting on smoke alarms and carbon monoxide measures. We're putting residents first, ensuring they live in safe and decent homes and are treated with respect and courtesy.
Let's go to Mick Whitley. Mick.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Every day, millions of people across the country grapple with the realities of the housing crisis, from overcrowded and unsanitary housing to rip-off rents and negligent landlords. Our country is calling out for a new generation of high-quality, sustainable social housing. But the much-delayed Social Housing White Paper has failed to deliver on promises made by the then Housing Secretary in 2017. While the government planning reforms could remove the main remaining route to social house building by abolishing Section 106. So can the Minister tell the House what steps the government is taking to build the social housing that people up and down the country so desperately need?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think first and perhaps most importantly, it might be helpful if Labour-run councils like Croydon were providing high-quality social housing. I think that would be incredibly helpful. And we don't need government legislation for them to be able to do that. In fact, we don't need to wait for government legislation. I've already convened a meeting of a Social Housing White Paper challenge panel with representatives from across the sector and also, more importantly, Mr. Speaker, with representatives from tenants to hear what it is that they need. Now, this government, as we've heard earlier, is also investing £11.5 billion in building new affordable homes. So we're increasing the number of properties that are available, and we're also working with the sector to ensure the housing we've got at the moment is all of an acceptable standard.
Liz Twist.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Too many families spent lockdown in overcrowded homes. Housing and health go hand in hand. As we know, overcrowding increases the risk of catching COVID-19, but also puts a strain on mental health. Building back better must mean building good quality, affordable housing. So what plans does the Minister have to reverse the trend where we're losing more social homes than we're building?
Mr. Speaker, I think the simple answer to that is since 2010 we've delivered 365,800 affordable homes for rent, of which 148,000 of those homes are for social rent.
Christian Matheson.
13, sir.
Minister Hall.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The local government finance settlement this year was another excellent outcome for councils. We made available an increase in core spending power from £49 billion last year to £51.3 billion this year, an increase in cash terms of 4.6%. There are no plans to review this positive outcome for councils, which was unopposed by this House.
Christian Matheson.
Speaker, the prevailing problem for local councils, of course, is the massive cuts from central government funding. But can I ask the Minister to reflect on another issue, which is the patchwork of funding and the short-term basis of that funding? Would it be possible to have a settlement of perhaps 3 years that gave councils more time to plan with the less money that they actually have?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, I firstly would not accept the fact that there are cuts from local government spending in the finance settlement, a huge increase this year. If he felt there was an unacceptable settlement, he had the chance to oppose it. His own council saw a 4.1% increase in funding this year. They have £150 million sat in reserve. So I don't accept that argument. at all. In relation to biddable pots of funding, this is exactly why we have provided capacity funding to councils who are in the top priority status for Levelling Up Fund and Community Renewal Fund to help them with that work, to build good business cases and bids, submit them to central government, and of course to build strong relationships with us as well. So I don't accept his overall point about funding, but we are absolutely supporting councils with the capacity funding they need and helping them to build that through the support we provide through the Local Government Association as well.
Right, we have a substantive question to Minister Hall. Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The £4.8 billion Levelling Up Fund will invest in infrastructure that improves everyday life in our country. It's a core part of our Levelling Up agenda, and I regularly speak to my ministerial colleagues about the fund. These discussions will inform our Levelling Up white paper, which we intend to publish later this year.
Catherine McKinnell. Catherine.
Thank you. Health inequalities are a clear and persistent indicator of the growing gap between and within regions. Sweden, England forecasts that due to the impact of the pandemic, by 2026, just 35% of children in the most deprived areas will meet the required national standing on swimming when they leave primary school, compared to 77% in the most affluent areas. Over 400 leisure centres have already closed, including West Detton Swimming Pool in my constituency, and many more are under threat. So can the Minister give assurances that he and the Chancellor will use the Levelling Up Fund to address these glaring inequalities? And they could make a great start by backing Newcastle's Levelling Up Fund bid to develop a new swimming and leisure development in the outer west of Newcastle.
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and can I thank the Honourable Lady for her question. I know she's hugely passionate about this project in her constituency, and she's raised it with the Prime Minister directly. We certainly welcome her enthusiasm for the fund and the bid, and this is exactly why we're providing councils like the Honourable Lady that capacity funding that I mentioned, £125,000. I'm sure she'll appreciate I can't comment on the specific nature of the bid, but we are supporting projects around the country through mechanisms like the Towns Fund that support positive health and wellbeing implications as well. So I'll keep her updated as we move through the process, but we will expect to announce the outcome of the competition in autumn of this year.
Question to Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Unfair practices have no place in our housing market, and this government is committed to ending them. In January, we announced a package of reforms which will result in substantial savings to leaseholders, and we are currently legislating to restrict ground rents to zero for future leases. This legislation is with their lordships at the moment and will be coming to this House in the autumn. We've also asked the Competition and Markets Authority to investigate potential mis-selling in the leaseholder sector. In September last year, they began enforcement action against a number of developers and investors. I was particularly pleased to hear that both Persimmon and Aviva have already agreed to amend their practices as a result.
Let's wander up to Mark Logan. Mark.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. And it's my first time to shoot the breeze with the Minister in his new role, and a big congratulations. And could he clarify if the Building Safety Bill will protect leaseholders in cases where the property developer has failed to complete their work diligently, even if the company in question becomes insolvent due to their own malpractice?
Pleasure to shoot the breeze, Mr. Speaker, with my honourable friend. It is fundamental that industry contributes for compromising public safety, which is why the Building Safety Bill introduces a new levy on high-rise residential buildings. Clause 124 of the bill also provides legal requirements for building owners to explore alternative ways to meet remediation costs and provide evidence. If this does not happen, leaseholders will be able to challenge costs in court. In addition to this, we've also announced over £5 billion towards remediation on buildings of 18 metres and above, and generous finance scheme for remediation on buildings 11 to 18 metres.
We now have Shadow Minister Mike Amesbury.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. While there's much to finally welcome in the Leasehold Ground Rent Reform Bill going forward for many people, people like Tracy in my constituency and many millions of existing leaseholders remain trapped with unjust and feudal charges. Will the Minister commit to supporting Labour's amendment in the other place tomorrow to extend the ban to the many leaseholders and not just the new?
Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I think it's important that we take the opportunity to be proportionate about the situation that we're in. And obviously, 96% of high-rise buildings with unsafe ACM cladding identified at the start of last year are now remediated or with work underway. So this government is already taking action in order to help people who are in a difficult position. And the new Building Safety Bill, as I said, will provide legal requirements for building owners to explore alternative ways to meet remediation costs in the future.
We now have a substantive question to Minister Pincher.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We are transforming the planning system, both through recently announced changes and our proposals for ambitious long-term reforms. The planning bill, announced in the gracious speech, will modernise our planning system with simpler processes and a digital transformation. We've also published changes to calculating local housing need to enable more homes to come forward in our largest cities where we need them most, and a national model design code which will drive up the quality of new development.
Let's go to Rachel Hopkins. Rachel.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just heard the Secretary of State talk of building beautiful homes. However, the government's new permitted development rights will see more commercial buildings converted into small, cramped flats in inappropriate locations, such as Unity House in Luton South, which, although sited on a 4-lane ring road, bypassed important air quality regulations as it was converted under PDR. The government must wake up to the reality it is creating the slums of the future. So will the Minister adopt measures set out in my 10-minute rule bill last week that would allow local planning authorities to impose design standards on PDR applications to protect communities' health and well-being?
Well, Mr. Speaker, I'm obliged to the Honourable Lady, but design codes will apply, including to PDRs. She might note that 72,000 additional homes have been created in the last several years thanks to PDR. That's about double the number of homes that the Mayor of London has managed to build in an equivalent time, Mr. Speaker. And those homes we have stipulated going forward must be to a good design quality. They must be to a reasonable space standard. They must have light in all habitable rooms. We're building homes for people that need them on the brownfield sites where they need to be built. And I think the Right Honourable Lady ought to support our reforms, not oppose them.
Right, we now come to Shadow Minister Ruth Cadbury, 19's being withdrawn.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Councillor Martin Tett, the Conservative leader of Buckinghamshire County Council, said that planned changes to permitted development will create, I quote, open season for developers to break up the high street, unquote. He has said that Article 4 directions are vital in enabling local planning authorities to be able to protect town centres, such as the medieval streets of High Wycombe, and that councils need time to implement Article 4 directions to protect their high streets. Therefore, will the Minister agree to Councillor Tett's request to pause these changes? And what does he have to say to Councillor Tett and any other council leaders of all parties who oppose these highly unpopular planning reforms?
Minister.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I'm afraid that the Honourable Lady is a little behind the times because we've already announced our proposals for Article 4 directions. We are keeping Article 4s as a tool in the armoury of local authorities should they wish to use them. We've also made very clear with permitted development rights that there must be prior approvals in place which local authorities can use to determine whether a planning application should go forward using a PDR. The height of a building, the aspect of it, whether there is an aerodrome within 2 kilometres of a taller rise building. So we've made appropriate changes to ensure that we can build brownfield development where it needs to be developed in order to bring forward the homes of the future that people need.
For 21, please, Mr. Speaker.
With your permission, Mr. Speaker, I'll answer this question together with questions 22, 23 and 24. As we build back better from the pandemic, we're transforming our high streets. into the kind of places people want to call home for generations to come. Last week, the Prime Minister announced the last 15 of our 101 town deals worth £2.4 billion, alongside launching our £150 million community ownership fund and our high streets strategy. That sets out a vision for cleaner and more vibrant high streets where entrepreneurs can thrive, local businesses are supported with permanent al fresco dining, and derelict eyesores are transformed into quality homes.
Anderson.
Mr. Speaker, now then, Ashfield has benefited from over £70 million from the Towns Fund and the Future High Streets Fund, which is welcome news to our struggling high streets. But the independent traders in Kirkby and Ashfield are up in arms at Ashfield District Council's decision to double car parking charges on a 4-hour stay. This is after they have increased their own allowances by £55,000 a year. Could my right honourable friend please remind the politicians at Ashfield District Council that whilst they are taking government cash to help regenerate our high streets, that they too could help by not doubling car parking charges, which hurts our shoppers, our shop workers and our high streets?
Well, of course, I'm delighted that my honourable friend's constituency has received that £70 million to deliver exciting regeneration projects across his local area. And he's right to say that it would be perverse if government is doing so much with his help to support the people of Ashfield for his council not to play their part as well. We want high streets to be as accessible as possible, whether that's by car or walking or cycling, and as attractive places for local people to visit, to live in and to shop.
Secretary of State for coming to visit me in Newcastle-under-Lyme earlier this month. Newcastle-under-Lyme is benefiting from over £34 million of investment through the town deal and the Future High Streets Fund. The Secretary of State knows the town very well and will know the Rycroft site in particular has been an eyesore for a long time, with a derelict former Sainsbury's site and the former civic offices. So would he welcome, as I do, the fact that we now have a Conservative council under the leadership of Simon Tagg that has a proposal for the site, the demolition of the old offices, and with our Future High Streets funding we will see that developed in the next couple of years?
Well, it was a pleasure to visit Newcastle-under-Lyme once again with my honourable friend, a town I've known for over a decade, and it was heartening to see that a good Conservative council, as he says, led very ably by Simon Tagg, had a real 10 or 20-year plan for that town centre, backed by tens of millions of pounds of government investment. That's exactly what we want to see replicated on high streets across the country.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm backing an exciting multi-million-pound bid put forward by Devon County Council and East Devon District Council to help regenerate East Devon's largest town, Exmouth. If the bid is successful, the planned Dinenway extension will improve journeys into Exmouth and cut congestion, and will also see the town centre spruced up around the train station. What steps will my right honourable friend take to make sure that every corner of the country, including the South West, sees the full benefits of levelling up?
Well, we have already committed over £430 million of investment in the South West alone through the Get Building Fund, the Future High Streets Fund and the Towns Fund. But he and I have spoken many times about Exmouth, and I visited the town with him a year or so ago, and it is exactly the kind of place that these funds were designed to support. So I very much look forward to reviewing the advice from my officials with respect to the bid for the Levelling Up Fund, and if it is a successful bid, to seeing positive change for his constituents in the months and years ahead.
Let's go to Alexander Stafford. Alexander.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It is great to be able to announce that after a long campaign, including my parliamentary petition and the German debate in this House, that a bid for the Levelling Up Fund has been submitted by Rotherham Council to improve Dinnington High Street. However, I am greatly disappointed that Rotherham Council has not submitted a bid for the other high streets across Rother Valley, such as Maltby, Thurcliffe and Swallownest. What can this government do to ensure that the Rotherham Council has plans for and improves all our high streets across Rother Valley?
Well, can I wish my honourable friend a happy birthday and say that I am also delighted that the council put in a bid for Dinnington. He and I met on the High Street for the first time in 2019, and he raised the very important question about what is this government going to do for smaller towns across the country, particularly those in ex-mining and ex-steel communities, places that I know well in North Nottinghamshire and South Yorkshire. And that is one of the reasons we brought forward the Levelling Up Fund, which I hope his constituency will benefit from. It does require councils like Rotherham to step up, develop with their local Member of Parliament high-quality bids, and I hope they'll do so in the years ahead for the other towns in his constituency.
To go to Minister Hall with a substantive question. Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. With your permission, I'll answer questions 25 and 26 together. Levelling up all areas of the country remains at the centre of our agenda, empowering our regions by devolving money, resources and control away from Westminster. In March, the Secretary of State and I met with ministers from each of the devolved administrations to discuss UK-wide funding programmes, and my officials will continue to hold discussions with their counterparts in the devolved administrations as we continue to develop this important investment.
Kirsten Oswald. Kirsten.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Prime Minister has previously said that £1 spent in Croydon is of much more value than £1 spent in Strathclyde. How can anyone in Scotland, or even anyone outside London, really trust the Prime Minister on his levelling up agenda, which his own MPs seem somewhat uncertain of the meaning of, given his clear record of supporting investment in London ahead of investment in the rest of the UK?
Mayor of London.
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm afraid the Honourable Lady's question just overlooks the facts. We're actually prioritising funding in the devolved administrations by delivering £125,000 capacity funding for every single council in Scotland to help them work up strong bids to the Levelling Up funding, the UK Community Renewal Fund, and build a strong, lasting relationship with central government so we can make sure that we bind our precious union together and help deliver the kind of infrastructure in Scotland that people want to see in everyday life. We're putting our money where our mouth is and putting that investment straight into Scottish councils.
Let's go to Joanna Cherry. Joanna.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Communities like Wester Hales in my constituency are best placed to identify their priorities for improving their quality of life, and they've been doing that through a number of grassroots projects. So can the Minister tell me why UK government ministers with no remit for devolved matters like housing, communities and local governments should get to dictate the support my constituents should receive? Why don't they leave it to the Scottish Parliament and the City of Edinburgh Council, who were elected to do so in terms of the devolved settlement? If there's extra funding to be allocated, why not do so through the proper channels?
Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I would say to the Honourable Lady, the point of delivering the funding in the way we are is because it is localism in its truest form. We're asking local areas to come up with solutions to the problems that they are telling us they're facing. We certainly don't believe the Scottish Government has a monopoly on good ideas for improving Scottish communities. That's why we've asked them to come forward with us. And of course, we want to work closer with communities in Scotland, build that long-lasting, strong relationship so we can bind together our precious union for many, many years to come.
Shadow Minister Jeff Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In his speech last week on Levelling Up, the Prime Minister made a plea to the public to email him with ideas for how to flesh out his so far very vague concept of levelling up. Can the Minister tell us how many emails the Prime Minister has received so far, and whether any of them contained a plan with any more substance than the government's?
Minister.
Considering the lack of ideas from the Labour Party and the opposition, I'm loath to suggest that question was ultimately quite predictable. If you look at the work we're already doing on levelling up, you'll see the £4.8 billion levelling up fund that's for regenerating town centres, high streets, upgrading local transport networks. You'll see the UK Shared Prosperity Fund, which will start from next year. You'll see the £220 million worth of new investment through the UK Community Renewal Fund. You'll see the 101 town deals that the Prime Minister announced last week. You'll see us progressing towards delivering 300,000 new homes a year by the middle of the decade. You'll see the £3 billion investing in city and growth deals, the Devolution programme, the free ports we're delivering. And in contrast, you see a Labour Party with no ideas for levelling up anywhere in the country. All they have is a struggle to reconcile themselves to the fact that it's this Conservative government that's spending money supporting communities that they neglected for so many years.
MP spokesperson Patricia Gibson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If each local authority in the UK submits only one bid for the maximum £20 million of levelling up funding, this will amount to £7.4 billion, far exceeding the current fund. Given that already 300 applications have been received in the first round, how does the UK Government ensure sufficient funding is available for later rounds?
First of all, is that you have to look at the volume of funds that we're delivering over the course of the Parliament that are designed to address different challenges that communities are facing. We will also make sure that we've attached priority rankings to councils who need that extra support to invest in their communities, whether that's to regenerate high streets or town centres, to upgrade their transport infrastructure, to support cultural and heritage assets. And of course, Scotland has a disproportionately high number of those communities, so she should be welcoming the fact that we're making sure this funding is going to be targeted at the communities who need it the most. And again, I point to the fact we're providing every local authority in Scotland with the capacity funding to make sure they're getting in the strong bids to make sure they can level up and build these new relationships with central government.
We now come to substantive question, the Secretary of State. Topical, sorry. Yeah, substantive.
Mr. Speaker, as the Prime Minister said in his Levelling Up speech last Thursday, the government's vital mission is about raising living standards, spreading opportunity, improving our public services and restoring people's sense of pride in their community. That's why I was delighted to launch last week the government's new High Street strategy. It's why I was pleased to launch our £150 million Community Ownership Fund and the final details of our multi-billion-pound Towns Fund. And, Mr. Speaker, last year my department introduced changes to make it quicker, easier and cheaper for restaurants, pubs and cafes to set up outdoor seating and street stalls to serve food and drink, sparking for the first time in my lifetime a real pavement cafe culture. And I'm delighted that the government has announced that we will be making these changes permanent, something I think we can all drink to as we enjoy a truly great British summer.
To Chris Loader. Chris, audio only.
Good afternoon from West Dorset, Mr. Speaker. Dorset Council has done a huge amount of effective work to protect vulnerable people by tackling domestic violence, and there is no doubt in my mind that the extra funding given by my Right Honourable Friend's department will substantially help. However, this funding is ring-fenced for reactive responses to domestic violence, so can I ask my Right Honourable Friend to look to provide non-ring-fenced funding for new burdens under the Domestic Abuse Act so that Dorset Council can continue their vital work in preventing domestic abuse, not just reacting to it when it's happened?
I thank my honourable friend for that question. Domestic abuse is a terrible crime, and I was, like members on both sides of the House, pleased that we passed the landmark Domestic Abuse Act earlier in the year, and pleased also that the government is fully funding the duties upon local authorities with £125 million. I've written to all local authorities in England asking them to use that money for its intended purpose, also to ensure that money goes to refuges, which are not the only thing we should be supporting, but are a very important part of the answer in protecting victims of domestic abuse. I'll take his comments with respect to Dorset Council seriously. I have heard that they are doing a number of important steps, including, for example, spending £650,000 to tackle this issue.
Spokesperson Patricia Gibson.
Mr. Speaker, will the Secretary of State for Communities lobby the Chancellor to ensure that any legislation introduced after the current consultation on access to cash will include a statutory obligation on banks to provide adequate access to cash withdrawals free at the point of use and which meet the needs of our high streets and our communities?
Right, the Honourable Lady raises an important point, particularly for rural communities and those which are harder to serve. The pandemic has had a profound impact on access to cash, with many, perhaps the vast majority of stores moving to a cashless society. But we mustn't forget those people who are left behind by that. So I will take her comments back to my right honourable friend, the Chancellor, as he prepares to respond.
Let's go to Gordon Henderson. Gordon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My constituency has seen massive housing development over the past couple of decades. That growth has put enormous pressure on our local infrastructure and resulted in a shortage of school places, increased traffic congestion, and one of the highest patient-to-doctor ratios in the country. So what steps is my right honourable friend taking to ensure the necessary infrastructure is put in place to solve those problems? And what will he do to ensure no further housing developments take place in my constituency unless and until the correct infrastructure is put in place first?
Well, I completely agree with my honourable friend that it's vitally important that new housing development is supported by commensurate infrastructure, both physical and social infrastructure, and affordable housing. Of course, it is also true that the majority of that infrastructure today is funded by developer contributions from new housing. What we need to ensure is that developers are paying their fair share. That is the idea behind the infrastructure levy, whereby local areas can themselves set the rate of taxation which they require to capture more land value to put at the service of local communities. And I think if we can secure that passage, and I hope we'll get cross-party support for that, it will make a big difference, particularly in those parts of the country where planning is particularly challenging at the moment.
Minister Lucy Powell.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker. And it's good to see the Secretary of State here, having survived yet another thankless broadcast stint on behalf of Number 10, sending out defending the indefensible, only for them to U-turn as soon as he finished on air. The big issue warned this week: more people are at risk of homelessness than at any time in living memory. So can the Secretary of State tell us what assessment he has made of the number of evictions that will happen as a result of COVID, and how much will the resultant homelessness cost local councils in temporary accommodation? In March 2020, the Housing Secretary said that nobody should lose their home as a result of the pandemic. Can the Secretary of State confirm this promise has now been abandoned, and if not, how is he fulfilling it?
Well, this government took exceptional steps early in the pandemic with cross-party support, and they were the right things to do. We legislated and we increased, for example, the notice periods for people with tenancies under Section 21. That protected many thousands of people in a very difficult period for this country. They were also a product of a time when the housing market was closed as a matter of law and it was impossible to move house. The position today is different. People are able to move house and the housing market is very open and active. But we still want to protect the most vulnerable people in society. We're doing that with longer notice periods. We're doing that with further support through the benefit system and local housing need. And of course, we'll keep this under review. But I would pay tribute to councils across the country for the phenomenal achievement of our Everyone In programme that has seen rates of people sleeping rough on our streets reduced by almost 40%. We must keep that going.
Let's go to Jane Stevenson. Jane.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In Wolverhampton, green space in my constituency has been put forward for housing development by the City Council. I'm sure the City Council would welcome reassurance from the Minister that there can be discussions with MHCLG about the accuracy and reasonableness of these numbers going forward. But does the Minister agree with me that city centre living is absolutely key and councils must be imaginative, incorporating housing into retail and leisure developments? I'm thinking specifically of the West Side development in Wolverhampton that could be reviewed. This is key to supporting a city centre economy and for protecting green spaces.
Well, as a son of Wolverhampton, I know the city well and I wish it well. He's absolutely right that we need to build more homes in our town and city centres. That is what this government is doing. That's why we've brought forward the changes to permitted development. That's why we created the right to demolish and rebuild a building. That's why we're bringing forward our reforms to modernise the planning system. That is the way that we protect the green belt for future generations. And I know in Wolverhampton and the Black Country that you only have to drive a few miles into the most beautiful countryside of Shropshire and South Staffordshire, and I want to preserve that, and that's exactly what our planning reforms will do.
Roberts.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I was enthused to hear recently that there's a positive discussion ongoing with Welsh Government regarding a free port in Wales. Would the Secretary of State agree with me that a free port would be massively beneficial, particularly if it spreads the entire length of North Wales, to take into account its borders at the port of Holyhead, as well as the manufacturing centres in Wrexham, Deeside and Delyn, to drive the economic benefits forward for our entire region?
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yes, we want to establish at least one free port in Scotland, Wales and Northern Ireland as soon as possible, and negotiations with the devolved administrations are still ongoing. But free ports will benefit and regenerate communities across the country. They'll act as national hubs for international trade, innovation and commerce. They'll bring together ports, local authorities, businesses, stakeholders, the community to boost prosperity and opportunity for the regions. We want to see progress here. It's in the interests of Welsh businesses and communities. They can benefit from this policy as quickly as possible.
Let's go to Robbie Moore. Robbie.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Local post offices play a vital part in keeping our high streets vibrant and our communities thriving, which is why I am deeply disappointed that the post office have served notice on Mr. Ahmed, who runs the Haworth post office in my constituency, without even undertaking any prior consultation. will my right honourable friend, as Community Secretary, meet with me alongside ministerial colleagues in the Business Department so that we can urgently review the Post Office's intention and aim to save our Haworth Post Office?
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And can I thank my honourable friend for that question? I completely agree with him about the role that post offices play across our country. They have a vital role in supporting high streets, keeping them a social and vibrant place to live and shop and work. I thank my honourable friend for bringing this case to my attention. Of course, the management of the Post Office is responsibility of Post Office Limited. I'm happy to meet with him and colleagues from Bays, raise the issue with the Post Office directly and discuss it with them in more detail.
Let's go to Vicky Foxcroft. Vicky.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And many of the buildings in my constituency, which have been found to have cladding defects, including Norfolk House, St Peter's Garden and Leawood Court, are under 18 metres and therefore ineligible for the Building Safety Fund. The only offer that has been made to impacted leaseholders is a loan scheme, with no clarity on how this will work and when it will be made available. When will his department finally step up and extend funding to those blocks under 18 metres in need of remediation?
South State.
Well, in terms of buildings with the most dangerous form of cladding in her constituency or in Lewisham, there are 5 which I'm aware of. 1 has completed work and is awaiting building control sign-off. 3 have had their unsafe ACM cladding removed altogether, and the other one has works underway. So we're making good progress there as elsewhere in the country. With respect to buildings below 18 metres, we do need to take a more proportionate approach. There are leaseholders being asked to pay bills for those buildings which are unconscionable and likely to be unnecessary. I'm working intensively with lenders, insurers and with building safety experts to change that, because we have to adopt a more proportionate and sensible regime than the one we're experiencing right now.
Let's go to Peter Gibson. Peter.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Darlington Borough Council have provided 169 authorised pitches for members of the Gypsy Romany traveller community, with planning for a further 25 currently being assessed. This is a leading example of how local authorities should be providing for their Gypsy Romany traveller communities. Can my right honourable friend outline what steps his department is taking to encourage other local authorities to provide sufficient and adequate legal sites?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to praise Darlington for its work to support the Gypsy and Romany traveller community. The government considers that local councils are best placed to make decisions about the number and location of sites locally, as they know their local area best. We encourage local authorities with social housing providers to bid for funding through the £11.5 billion Affordable Homes programme, which includes funding for permanent traveller and transit sites. However, I appreciate the present system isn't working as well as it should be. Often we see corrosive cases of retrospective planning permission. My department is actively considering options to increase local council enforcement powers through the planning bill, and we will announce steps in due course.
Let's go to Yvonne Favarga. Yvonne.
The last year saw a record rise in council tax arrears of £1.5 billion as families struggled under the weight of the pandemic, with tens of thousands more people likely to receive a call or a knock on the door from a bailiff in the months and years ahead. Will the Secretary of State look at proposals from the Centre for Social Justice for an enforcement conduct authority developed through a historic coming together of the bailiffs and the debt advice sector?
Yes, I'd be happy to look at those proposals. I've already seen them, but perhaps the Honourable Lady and I could meet to discuss them in further detail.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As my right honourable friend will know, there are building safety issues other than cladding, including missing fire breaks. Can my right honourable friend therefore tell me what advice I can give to my constituents who are currently unable to sell or let properties that they bought in good faith only a matter of a few years ago?
Well, shoddy workmanship of that kind is disgraceful, and developers should step up and pay for any works that are required. We're changing the law through the Building Safety Bill to give any homeowner a longer period of redress to take action against developers and builders who build poorly. And it's also important, as I said in answer to an earlier question, that we do instil that proportionate response, because some of the works, not all, but some of the works that leaseholders are being asked to pay for that kind of non-cladding issue are unnecessary, and we'll be saying more about this soon.
Kim Ledbetter.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. During the recent by-election campaign in my home constituency of Batley and Spen, fellow residents raised with me their concerns regarding proposals to build a large Amazon warehouse in Scholes. The government is proposing to shift power away from residents and towards developers. So can the Minister assure me that the rights of local people to be fully informed and to have their objections taken seriously will always be respected?
Well, can I welcome the Honourable Lady to her place in this House? As a former by-election Member of Parliament myself, I know what it's like to enter as in a class of one. I'm sure she will thrive, as others have, including a number of the members of the front bench opposite. Well, thank you very much indeed for that question. We are seeing an increase in the number of applications across the country for logistics sites, born out of the pandemic experience of increased online shopping. It is an issue being experienced by other local authorities, and one that we're alive to. Of course, any reforms we make to the planning system will continue to have her constituents at their heart. They will continue to be able to allocate sites in the plan-making process, including for commercial sites, and to object to planning applications if they wish to do so.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Whilst I would have loved Hybern and Haslingden to be a beneficiary of the Towns deal, my understanding that these decisions were made in October 2019 prior to me being elected, and I do wish that more was done by those in charge in Hybern and Haslingden to secure one. But we are now, however, in a position to bid for the Levelling Up Fund. So can my right honourable friend confirm that an announcement will be made soon on the second round so that we can put forward our case for the well-deserved investment?
Well, I'm grateful for the Honourable Lady. It's disappointing that proposals haven't been brought forward so far, but we do want to work with her and her local council, because I saw from Accrington when she and I visited just how much potential it has, actually. It's a very beautiful town centre, but in need of investment. So we will be bringing forward proposals shortly for the second round, and either myself or my right honourable friend, the Chancellor, will be setting that out later in the year.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Rather than create a developer's opportunity to create slum living accommodation through his relaxing of permitted development rights, why isn't he forcing developers who have planning permission for 1.1 million homes, according to the Local Government Association, to bring forward those plans for development, and also to bring forward planning applications for the 1 million homes that can be built on the sites that have been designated for housing?
Well, the good news for the Honourable Gentleman is that's exactly what we are going to do, and so I hope he will be an enthusiastic champion of the planning bill when it reaches this House. He's right to say that there is an issue with developers not building out the homes that they've got permission for. Successive studies have suggested it's overstated, but nonetheless I think it's an important issue whose time has come, and we as a Parliament should tackle it. So the planning bill will include proposals of that kind, and I hope this is something which we can work on a cross-party basis to achieve.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I listened to the Secretary of State's earlier answers. It seems to me that the dream of home ownership is something this party still supports and has always supported, but the fact that young people haven't been able to buy houses at the same rate as in the past is a matter of intergenerational unfairness. So could I welcome the proposals that the government is putting forward, the consultation they'll be doing on them, and could I welcome the fact that we are doing something about it while the opposition don't appear to have any policies of their own on this matter?
Well, Mr. Speaker, the Conservative Party has always been the party of home ownership. It's a fundamental tenet of what we seek to achieve. We want to extend opportunity to all. We are bringing forward the bill in order to help the next generation of young people onto the ladder. And of course, we're also doing brilliant things like First Homes, where we offer discounts up to 30 to 50% to local first-time buyers across the country. And I was pleased to unveil the next site of those near to my honourable friend's constituency in Cannock the other day.
I'm now suspending the House for 3 minutes to enable necessary arrangements to be made for the next business order. Order. I need to advise the House that Dame Rosie Winterton has been contacted by the NHS COVID-19 app and has been advised to isolate. It is therefore necessary to appoint a temporary Deputy Speaker to serve for the remainder of the week. I am very grateful to the Honourable Member for Bradford South for being prepared to take on this role at short notice. I now call the Leader of the House to move the motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I beg to move that Judith Cummins shall act as Deputy Speaker to serve in place of Dame Rosie Winterton until the rise of the House on Thursday, the 22nd of July, and that she shall exercise all the powers vested in the Chairman of Ways and Means as Deputy Speaker.
Question is that Judith Cummins shall act as Deputy Speaker to serve in place of Dame Rosie Winterton until the rise of the House on Thursday, the 22nd of July, and that she'll exercise all powers vested in the Chairman of Ways and Means as Deputy Speaker. As many of that opinion say aye? Aye. The contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Not often we give much to Yorkshire, but no. Sorry, Judith. I now call Jim McMahon to ask his urgent question. Jim McMahon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. To ask the Secretary of State for Transport to make a statement on changes to international travel rules.
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. After a hugely challenging 16 months for the aviation industry, I am delighted that new rules allowing fully vaccinated people to travel to nearly all amber list countries without isolating upon return came into effect this morning, although people will still need to comply with necessary testing requirements. This coincides with a change in our advice, meaning that the do not travel rules for amber countries have now been relaxed. This will be a huge boost to our aviation and travel sectors ahead of the vital summer season. Also from today, children under the age of 18 will not have to self-isolate when returning to England, making family reunions and holidays far more accessible. Children aged 4 and under will continue to be exempt from any travel testing, while children aged 5 to 10 will only need to do a day 2 PCR. 11 to 18-year-olds will need to take both a pre-departure test and a day 2 PCR, as is the case for arrivals from green list countries. I must reiterate that public health remains our priority, and in our measures on international travel, we are safeguarding the gains made by our successful domestic vaccine programme. That's why, on Friday, the government took the decision to exempt France from the new arrangements for fully vaccinated people returning to England. This decision was taken after concerns were raised by the Joint Biosecurity Centre over the persistent presence of cases in France of the Beta variant, which was first identified in South Africa. The Vaccines Minister, I understand, will be able to answer questions on the data and concerns raised by JBC in a statement shortly. I can also confirm to the House that since 4 a.m. this morning there have been changes to the countries in the traffic light system. Bulgaria, Croatia, Hong Kong and Taiwan have been added to the government's green list. Croatia and Taiwan have also been added to the green watch list, signalling to passengers that these countries are potentially at risk of moving from green to amber at short notice should swift action be required in order to protect public health in England. The Balearic Islands and the British Virgin Islands have been added to the amber list, and unfortunately Cuba, Indonesia, Myanmar and Sierra Leone have been added to the red list. Mr. Speaker, we keep all of these measures under constant review to ensure they remain necessary and proportionate. The system we have designed is adaptable to the evolving epidemiological picture, and the UK Government is prepared to take action at any time to protect public health. Thank you.
The Shadow Secretary of State, Jim McMahon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to know whether the Transport Secretary has hope a genuine pilot hasn't been forced to self-isolate today. He should be here. He should have made this statement to the House. Of course, that courtesy wasn't provided. Mr. Speaker, again, the government's travel rules have been thrown into chaos and confusion. The British people, the travel industry and members of this House are running out of patience. The government have been all over the place from the start on this. Let's remember, the UK was one of the last countries in the world to introduce incoming restrictions on passengers. By the time they were introduced, 22 million passengers had arrived into the UK. Then a blunt intervention with a total lockdown, but without the financial support being in there to support aviation. When the traffic light system was introduced, we were promised full publication of the data and the criteria, but that didn't happen. Now, it's little wonder. It's clear as day that the delay in adding India to the red list was all about the Prime Minister's vanity and not about the national interest or public health. And what we see is even more confusion now, with changes being made to travellers coming in from France. Now, we've seen reports that say that the high rates of the Beta variant are not in fact in mainland France, but the Indian Ocean island of Reunion, 6,000 miles away. Can you confirm if this is the case? And why have a traffic light system if there are different rules for countries that happen to be in the same category? The Transport Secretary told this House that a country-by-country assessment was published. Mr Speaker, that wasn't the case. Even the most recent update only has 10 countries listed, and France doesn't even get a mention. So when will he ensure that the full data for every country being assessed is published? And can he comment on reports over the weekend that travellers from Spain and Greece may well be subjected to the same restrictions as travellers from France? It's remarkable that a major airline CEO commented over the weekend that the government, and I quote, is making it up as they go along, causing confusion and uncertainty. The travel industry was promised a rescue deal, but it never arrived. They were promised air corridors and air bridges, and that didn't happen either. It's vital now the government take the action that's needed, get their house in order, and give this important industry the support that it needs.
Minister.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Well, I'll take no lectures from the honourable gentleman opposite on confusion and uncertainty, and the irony of the Labour Party causing our position uncertain and confusing won't, I'm sure, be lost on the House. This is the party which supported hotel quarantine, then said that quarantine should be on a case-by-case basis. It's the party which said nobody should be travelling, but then called for more places to be added to the green list. It's a party which supports using COVID certification, whilst at the same time saying all amber countries should be red and off limits to everybody. If the honourable gentleman wants to talk about confusion, maybe he should, before coming to the House, sit down with the Shadow Home Secretary and decide what his position is first. The party opposite tells us to be cautious, to follow the evidence. That is precisely what we have done with France, and that may explain why the honourable gentleman's Labour colleagues in the Welsh Government have followed our action precisely. Mr Speaker, through our approach, we are helping to get international travel back on its feet. Fully vaccinated people are now able to travel without isolation to the vast majority of countries in the world. But, Mr Speaker, we will never hesitate to take action quickly where it's necessary to protect our vaccine rollout.
Thank you very much indeed, Mr Speaker. And I welcome the fact that it is possible now to travel to amber list countries at last without the need to quarantine. But that's not the case for France. Many travellers, whether for business or for leisure purposes, are going to have their lives disrupted as a result. So will my honourable friend publish the data on which this unexpected decision was made? And since we now know it's possible to change initial decisions, will he commit to review it before waiting 3 weeks to do so? And while he's there, will he just reassure us that there are no further problems for travellers from this country who've been vaccinated with the AZ vaccine produced in India, that they're not being denied entry to any EU country?
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I thank my right honourable friend for his question. And I mean, he's right to draw attention to the disruption that there undoubtedly is for his constituents and for others. And I entirely recognise that. And he's quite right to raise that concern. I know he'll understand, however, that the action we have taken is to protect public health, which of course is the first duty of any government in these circumstances, and is what I think people would expect us to do. All of this policy is kept under constant review in any event. He's aware, of course, that every 3 weeks there is an assessment of the country listing. There is, of course, the policy listing as well, which comes up at the end of this month. And if he's referring to the concern that there was over Malta accepting that AstraZeneca vaccine, my understanding is that that confusion has been resolved.
Let's go to SNP spokesperson Gavin Newlands. Gavin.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker. As it happens, I'm actually joining you from Glasgow Airport, where I've just been updated on latest developments. And I've spoken many times about the impact of the pandemic, with over 3,000 aviation-related jobs in and around the airport having gone already. Despite the UK government's criminal delay over the decision relating to travel from India and the importation of a Delta variant, we do have a full nation's approach to international travel. So can I ask, with regard to the decision on travel from France, did the government give the devolved administrations advance notice of the France decision so they could prepare? And whether it's a decision re France or the fact that due to the Delta variant, international travel is increasingly not in our gift, for example, Bulgaria adding us to their red list just as we put Bulgaria on our green list, surely it must see the need for a specific package of support for the entire sector. The UK government support doesn't even compare well domestically, let alone well with the UK's international aviation competitors. Is the Treasury just not listening, or is the Minister and his colleagues just not shouting loud enough?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The government at all times has an ongoing programme of engagement with all interested parties. That includes in the devolved administrations. And of course, the honourable member will appreciate that the Scottish Government has followed our action in this case. We continue to talk with them, as we do to all our international partners as well, which I think is the second part of his question. And Mr. Speaker, of course, he will be aware that we continue to talk, most importantly, to all parts of the sector to understand how they may best be helped and assisted at this time.
From a rapid rollout of vaccines, there are only three ways to control this. Either lockdown, which is unthinkable, or the rubbish pingdemic test and trace, which we should abolish as soon as possible, or lastly, being tough on foreign travel. Can I urge my honourable friend to be really honest with the British people and say, our advice is going to change constantly, we can't foresee this disease, don't go abroad this summer. If you do go abroad, you go abroad entirely at your own risk.
Well, Mr. Speaker, the approach the government takes is a balanced one. It is important that people are able to travel because it's so important to people who have friends and family abroad who they haven't seen for so long, for people who need to be able to sustain their businesses as well as the businesses within the travel sector itself. But what we are doing is opening international travel in a way that is robust, that is sustainable, and that protects public health. And I think that balance is achievable, and I think it's what we've laid out.
Wendy Chamberlain. Very much, Mr. Speaker. Now, I have a constituent currently in Russia caring for a sick relative. She's unable to get vaccinated where she is, and she will need to return to the UK in order to get a vaccine that's recognised here, which, given the severity of her relative's illness, is very difficult to manage. And this highlights the difficulties of the status of vaccines for those undertaking international travel. And this needs to be managed properly, so can I ask what steps the government is taking towards developing a mutual recognition of vaccines, particularly in light of the need to secure the longer-term future of the inbound tourism industry?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm sorry to hear about the case of the Honourable Lady's constituent, and if there's any assistance that I can offer, I offer my assistance to that. She's quite right, of course, to point to the fact that so many of the solutions here are international. We continue to work with international partners in places like the World Health Organization, bilaterally in ICAO, the International Civil Aviation Organization, as well, to ensure that we have that international solution as soon as we can.
Sarah Brittlett.
Speaker, constituents across Hyndburn and Haslingden have been in touch who have booked holidays and are due to depart soon, but have unfortunately been pinged and forced into isolation due to coming into close contact. Most of these people are double jabbed. Can the Minister confirm that discussions between his department and DHSC are ongoing to resolve this and looking at it prior to August the 16th, as it's causing huge amounts of holiday cancellations and disappointment for lots of families across the country?
My honourable friend is quite right to raise her constituents' concerns. I do accept, of course, that this is a very difficult situation for her constituents and for others all across the country and in all parts of the industry as well. I can confirm that, of course, we continue to discuss across government what the next steps are that we may be able to take, and when we're able to, we'll come back to this House and update people.
Let's go to Charlotte Nettles. Charlotte.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Due to our proximity to both, a large number of my Warrington North constituents work at Manchester or Liverpool John Lennon airports or otherwise rely on them for their livelihoods, including in our local taxi trade. The business rates relief for airports and ground handlers in England was very welcome by the sector and will be a much needed boost for everyone, as was the Chancellor's extension for a further 6 months. These payments, capped at £8 million last year and £4 million this year, barely touch the sides for some airports, yet the Minister repeatedly assures us his government is helping the sector. When will the Minister step up and provide the real assurances that our aviation industry will be given the support that it needs?
The Honourable Lady is quite right to draw the House's attention to the importance of Manchester and Liverpool airports. And I visited Liverpool Airport not that long ago, so I've seen for myself. I understand how important it is for her area. She's also quite right to acknowledge, and I'm grateful to her for acknowledging that it was welcome, that the AGOS scheme is one that has been of assistance with fixed costs, particularly business rates, to airlines, to airports around the country. I think the most important thing that we all should be doing is looking to find a way to enable people to be able to get flying again, because that is the way in which we will be able to best support our airlines and airports, which are so important to all of our constituents for many different ways all across the country.
Mr. Speaker, I think the Minister's as confused as I am by the opposition's position. They spent many weeks criticising a non-existent delay on action with the Indian variant, and now they criticise prompt action on France. It's absolutely right that we make the most of our fantastic vaccine rollout to restore the freedoms we've had to sacrifice. Will you join with me in encouraging everyone who has not yet had the jab to get it, with whether they live in Thornley, Herworth or Newton Aycliffe or anywhere else in the UK, so that airports like Teesside can take off again?
Honourable friends, absolutely right. We do need to enable airports like Teesside to take off again, and what we are seeking to do is to lay in place a system that enables a robust, cautious and sustainable return to international travel in particular. He's, of course, absolutely right that the vaccination programme is a great national triumph, and I would encourage everybody to get their jab when it's open to them to be able to do so, because it will help protect them, their friends, their family, the people they work with, and it will also help, as he quite rightly points out, with travel as well.
Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can I thank the Minister for his answer so far? I know that he wants to help and assist, and I know that's his purpose. I've been contacted by constituents who have loved ones who have died in Poland, having difficulty travelling. Those who want to travel from Morocco to visit elderly dying relatives, again having difficulty to travel. My staff spent 35 minutes on the phone on just one of those issues this morning. I'm not being critical, Minister, but it really is an issue. Also, given the fluidity of travel arrangements where tourists are already on holiday and restrictions change while they are there, will the Minister give allowances to those who were not expecting to quarantine on arrival back in the UK, as there have been reports of lack of medication and basic daily needs? Thank you.
I thank the Honourable Gentleman for his question. He's quite right that the Government does wish to see travel restart, provided it's in a safe and sustainable way, and he draws attention to the reason for it. I mean, often people, it's not just about people going on holidays, important though that very much is because of the jobs that industry sustains, but also because people haven't seen relatives who may be ill, and that's important that we do that in a world that's in a globally connected country. So we will continue to do that in a safe, sustainable way. If there's anything I can do to assist any particular constituents, as he's mentioned, I hope you won't hesitate to contact me, and I'll see if there's anything I can do to assist.
Green. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's unarguable that the effect of imposing quarantine on travellers to France will be significantly to reduce the numbers of those wanting to travel. With this in mind, will my honourable friend agree that the imposition of Operation Brock on the M20 in Kent, which is designed to cope with long queues at Dover or the tunnel, was a trifle premature, and that Operation Brock should therefore be removed as soon as is humanly possible?
I thank my right honourable friend for raising this question. I know it's something that matters a great deal to his constituents, and he's been a real leading voice in campaigning on this, and I recognise the disruption to his constituents. The Kent Resilience Forum have put in place that movable barrier between junctions 8 and 9 of the M20 this weekend. It enables Operation Block to be implemented. This is a precautionary decision by the KRF in advance of the summer holidays. I know that they will keep that decision under review and will deploy Operation Block for as short a period as possible. I entirely recognise the strength of feeling on this matter, Mr. Speaker, and I know that my right honourable friend, the Minister for Kent, will be arranging a meeting between the KRF, my honourable friend, and other interested MPs as soon as possible.
Let's go to Mary Kelly-Foy. Mary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I've had
constituents attempting to return from abroad contact me in desperation because official government advice is to not take a PCR test if they've had COVID-19 within the last 90 days. Yet testing is a requirement both to return to the country and as part of the test and release scheme. Can the Minister offer some much needed clarity for my constituents in Durham and say how testing requirements for people returning to the UK apply to those who recently had a positive PCR test abroad?
The guidance with regards to testing is laid out on the government website, and of course I have to note there has been a change as of today, which is just worth bearing in mind. I'm happy to write to the Honourable Member to give her that precise clarity so that she can pass on that to her constituents and indeed to any others who may need to refer back to it.
John Morrissey.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm looking forward to my holiday in the English countryside this summer, and may I invite my SNP colleagues to join me in enjoying the beautiful English countryside. And for those that would like to journey abroad, will my right honourable friend provide greater clarification as to how his department will be examining the travel corridors and his further commitment to the aviation sector in the months to come?
Well, Mr. Speaker, the aviation sector is of vital importance to honourable members, right honourable members all across the House, for the connectivity it brings, for the employment that it brings, and of course for our place in the world. This government is committed to continuing to review the measures that we have in place and to building a restart of international travel that protects public health and is safe and is robust and is sustainable, but nonetheless does restart international travel. And to that end, not only do we review regularly the country allocation, there are also checkpoints at the end of July and then in October where we review the overall policy, and I of course commit to keeping that under review.
Sarah.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It feels a little like Groundhog Day. I stand before this Minister and ask for sector-specific support for aviation, and he reels off figures which bear no relation to the reality of what aviation workers and the sector actually needs. Compared to other countries, the UK airports have had an absolute pittance from this government. Will there be specific support for aviation to get it through a second summer of reduced travel before it's too late?
I recognise how important this is to the honourable member for her constituency, for her constituents who are employed, and I recognise as well that this is a very difficult time for the sector. We have provided, and she knows, she recognises the fillers, but it's approximately £7 billion worth of support through the cross-economy schemes, as well as in particular the AGOS scheme that I've referred to earlier. We'll keep all of those things under review. What we are really trying to do here is to enable the sector to restart in a safe way, in a sustainable way that protects public health, because it's by doing that that we help Luton Airport and the airlines that operate from there and all her constituents.
Atwood.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Nearly 7 in 10 British adults have now received 2 doses of the vaccine. Does my honourable friend agree that we should use the long-term protections that these vaccines provide to restore some of the freedoms that we've lost over the past year, including being able to travel abroad?
My honourable friend is quite right, Mr. Speaker. The vaccine success has been a major national success story, and we are looking at ways in order to capitalise on that, to restore freedom and to restore the ability to travel. Of course, today's announcement, or rather the measures that come into effect today, are a major part of that. We will continue to examine ways in which we can take the next step, of course.
Dave Dugan.
Mr. Speaker, the Association of Independent Tour Operators say the changes to travel to France has squashed consumer confidence, and the SNP of course uphold the rule that public health must come first, but the continued tumult of international restrictions and rules will deny the travel sector a full recovery anytime soon. Businesses like Travel Your World in Forfar in my Angus constituency desperately need dedicated support. So will the Minister finally accept this and commit to new financial support for the travel sector for as long as this international chaos persists?
I'm grateful to the honourable member for having raised that point, and I recognise, of course, again, that these are challenging times for his constituents who work in the sector, and I'm grateful to him as well for acknowledging the fact that, of course, he supports the principle, the Scottish Government has supported the principle, and, of course, I think people would expect us always to protect public health, and I know he accepts that. As I've said to other honourable and right honourable members, what we are very keen to do is to make sure that we restart international travel in a way that is sustainable, that is robust, and protects public health, because that is the way to assist his constituents in, and indeed all our constituents in the travel sector, wherever we are in the UK.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'm pleased that Teesside holidaymakers choosing to fly to amber list countries can do so from Teesside Airport once again. However, can I ask the Minister to reconsider the position of Dubai on the red list? The UAE have vaccinated around 82% of their population and is home to hundreds of thousands of British expats who just want to come home.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I pay tribute to Teesside Airport for the expansion in services there, which is a very good thing to see, and I hope to see very much more of it in the weeks and months ahead. My honourable friend will be pleased to know that we keep the categorisation of all countries under constant review. We're guided by the data that is provided and the advice that's given by the Joint Biosecurity Centre, which of course comes up for ministers to make the decision. So we will continue to review that at all times.
Let's go to Catherine McKinnell. Catherine.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. July and August are crucial months for airports, but the modest uplift in travel expected this year means that airports like Newcastle International will continue to face an extremely challenging financial outlook for some time. So can the Minister confirm when we will see a more targeted, comprehensive support package for this sector, as well as further help such as the harmonisation of quarantine rules for UK nationals vaccinated abroad and action to bring down the high cost of testing?
Mr. Speaker, the honourable member raises a number of points there. I'll do best to address them all quickly. She's spoken very compellingly in debates that I've been with her about the importance of Newcastle Airport to her constituents and to the jobs that are, of course, provided. With the cost of testing, we are continuing to take steps to see what we can do to reduce the cost of testing. She will have noticed, of course, that the cost of testing has been coming down over the course of recent weeks. And we also will continue to do anything we can to support the sector as we look forward to a successful restart.
Duncan Bedford.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I too woke on Saturday morning to lots of concerned residents who were upset about the change in self-isolation rules coming back from France. Can my right honourable friend reassure me with two particular questions? Why did the government move so quickly to change those rules? I think that message really needs to be key. And secondly, why was France singled out when the beta prevalence is seen in many European countries and it's seen by many to be quite low in France?
Yeah.
My honourable friend will, of course, makes an important point, and I am conscious that the Vaccine Minister is shortly to make a statement, and he may be able to assist further with those specific data points that my honourable friend raises. But he is absolutely right to raise the questions that he has. The reason for speed, as I know he will understand, is that, as we've always said, sometimes we do just have to act quickly in order to protect public health. Unfortunately, one of the things we've always found with this pandemic is that things do move quickly. Sometimes we have to take quick action. We've always said we will, and I think it's right that we do.
Let's go to Sammy Wilson. Sammy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The restrictive list of green countries, the expensive and numerous tests, changeability of rules, severe quarantine arrangements, and refusal to give mutual recognition to vaccine certificates from other countries have discouraged UK citizens from travelling abroad and also stopped much of the inward-bound tourism which generates so much money for our own economy. Will the Minister consider increasing the list of green countries given the vaccination programmes in some of the countries which tourists would go to? And secondly, grant mutual recognition to vaccine certificates issued in other countries so that tourists can come from other countries to here?
Because those are two very important points. I would very much like to see more countries on the green list, but of course we do have to be guided by the advice that is sent by the Joint Biosecurity Centre. There's a number of different factors that are taken into account, which are listed on the website, and vaccination is one of them, prevalence is one of them, presence or otherwise of variants of concern is another. So it has to be data-led, as I know the Honourable Member will understand, but of course we'd like to see more on the green list as soon as that's possible. With regards to the mutual recognition of vaccines offered elsewhere, we've said that this is a phased restart. In allowing those who have been double vaccinated in this country to travel abroad and then to come back without having to self-isolate, that's a step. We're also looking to see what we can do to offer the same recognition to those from abroad. And I can't tell the Honourable Member any more at the moment, but I hope to be able to come back to the House in due course and to do so.
Let's go to Peter Bone.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And on Freedom Day, it is very good news that amber list countries you can now travel to without restriction. If you've double vaccinated, in fact, you can almost be treated as a green country. But you can only travel to these countries if the Foreign Office advice says they're safe to travel to. Could the excellent Minister confirm that the travel advice from the Foreign Office has changed, as well as the advice from the Transport Department?
My honourable friend puts his finger on a very important point, which is right to clarify. The advice that we in the Department for Transport give is around the risk of importing a variant or prevalence of the virus back into this country. The Foreign Office, when they give their travel advice, are dealing with the situation that exists in that other country. There's a number of other factors they have to take into account, such as political stability, for example, the state of a healthcare system in another country. There's a number of factors they have. So essentially they're looking at different things. We're dealing with the risk of incoming. They are dealing with the risk and the advice to be given to British citizens in that other country. And the Foreign Office will always have the ability to do that.
Mr. Speaker, as COVID cases in England go through the roof, 1,200 scientists backed a letter to the Lancet saying it's completely reckless for this government to lift all restrictions today. International experts are saying England, as an international travel hub, is now a risk to the rest of the world. The reality is his traffic light system is going to be meaningless as more countries like Bulgaria put the UK in the red list. So when is he going to when are they going to provide real support for the travel industry rather than continuing to cause chaos and uncertainty?
So, Mr. Speaker, I'm afraid I can't agree with the honourable gentleman. I simply don't agree that this is a system that does lead to uncertainty. It is a robust system. We've explained in detail how it's put together, and it does enable people, the industry and people and our constituents, to have an understanding of the system that exists. We'll obviously keep it under review, but I do think that when he looks at the systems that are in place across the world, our one is actually quite an advanced one.
Alex Shelbrooke. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I listened carefully to my honourable friend, and he's absolutely right to put public health first. But he also has to recognise that public confidence in going abroad is now in a ditch. And the travel agent industry is on its knees now, and it's on its last knees. And so my honourable friend is responsible in a department for setting the amber countries, and he's made the decision on France. Now, if he can't say when that decision will come to an end and this is the country and it's going to stay like that, which I know he can't, could I urge him to follow up? I wrote to the Chancellor and I've written to the Secretary of State for Transport to say the travel agent industry needs, in fact, must have new grants applied to it because it cannot survive, Minister. It cannot survive. And it employs thousands of people. It produces a huge amount of taxation revenue for this country, but it will not survive. It needs that support, Minister.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I'm grateful to my honourable friend for having drawn the House's attention, and we'll all see it in our own constituency, the critical importance the travel agency sector brings, the employment it brings, and the way it opens up the world to all of our constituents. We will, of course, continue to talk to that sector and to all of our colleagues across government in order to understand the way in which that sector may be best supported. But I do emphasise the point that I've made today, that it is by getting people travelling again in a way that commands public confidence, by protecting public health. That's the way in which we really will help all parts of the travel sector.
W. Perkins.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In April, the rate in Britain was very low. The rate in Southern Asia was very high, and yet there were no restrictions on people coming from Southern Asia, leading to the Johnson variant taking hold here. Now the rate in Britain is very high, but we're preventing people from travelling to other countries where the rate is much lower than here. And so there is this chaos and people being uncertain about what's happening. Simultaneously, we read in the Daily Telegraph and the Daily Mail that Conservative MPs are all turning the app off so that they don't get pinged, so they're able to go away on their holidays. Doesn't all of this just add to the sense that we have a government that isn't in control of it and has different rules for the people that they themselves are willing to follow?
No, Mr. Speaker.
Let's go to Andrew Percy. Andrew.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Travellers from the US and Canada, which have lower COVID rates than the UK, can now travel to Europe, but they can't travel to the UK. I've heard what the Minister had to say about recognition of vaccines. Can I urge him to move as quickly as possible on that? And is it not time now to stop talking about green or amber countries and to start talking about green or amber travellers?
My honourable friend puts his finger on a really important point, which is understanding the importance of vaccines and what that can tell us. There's a number of aspects in which the science, we need to fully understand the science, for example, on transmissibility of the vaccine if you're vaccinated, the effect on different variants, for example. We are working at great speed, but doing the work diligently to make sure that we can take full advantage of the success of our vaccine rollout and to protect public health at the same time.
25 withdrawn. We go to Nigel Mills. Nigel.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can I ask the Minister if there's anything the government can do to help families where they have a young adult that's currently 17 but turns 18 during the holiday season because they can't be vaccinated? Even if they can, they can't have both, and yet they can perhaps travel away, but they can't come back if they've turned 18 in the meantime. Is there any way we can relax the rule to perhaps apply it from September so families can have a holiday together?
So the rules as they apply are laid out in detail online, and all families can look at those and understand it. I'm very happy to consider that suggestion and any others that honourable and right honourable members may have in order to refine the system, and I'm grateful to my honourable friend for raising the point.
Patricia Gibson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It is worrying that the Minister fails to even allow for the possibility that it is entirely possible that much of the world may follow Bulgaria and place travel from the UK on a red list. If this were to happen, what comfort can the Minister offer to the UK travel sector? And does he not recognise that now is the time for additional support for this beleaguered sector, as travel disruption looks set to continue for the foreseeable future?
Mr. Speaker, it's difficult for me to comment upon these steps that other countries may have taken or may take in the future, because they all have their own differing systems. What we do is continue to talk to all of our international partners, both in multilateral and in bilateral forums, in order to understand how we best can enable travel between us, for all the reasons that we've discussed in the House today.
Mark Jenkins.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I welcome the work of my honourable friend on the reopening of international travel, while members opposite sought a complete shutdown. This has only been possible thanks to the success of our historic vaccine rollout. But while we see the country opening up further today, travel companies in my constituency of Workington still have some very rough months ahead, even were travel to be unencumbered completely. They found themselves low down the grant priority list after 16 months of only refunding customers. Where the government confiscates, the government must compensate. Will he therefore add his weight to calls to the Chancellor for ongoing sector-specific support?
Well, I'm grateful to my honourable friend for raising that question. Again, he's quite right to draw attention to the travel agencies in his constituency, who are, of course, having a very challenging time. I entirely recognise the difficulties that they have. I will say to my honourable friend, as I've said to other honourable members, the best way we can help all of these sectors is by having the vaccine, rolling out the vaccination programme as we've been doing, and then ensuring that we can restart international travel in a way that protects public health.
Let's go to Rachel Maskell. Rachel.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Travelling through the Channel Tunnel or by air or circulating their respective terminals means that the public are not just in public places but workplaces. In the light of soaring infection rates, will he ensure that all measures under the Health and Safety at Work Act and Employment Rights Act are taken to protect our transport workers, including public health measures like wearing a mask and social distancing to stop the transmission of COVID-19?
There's a number of different points raised in the honourable member's question. As far as the law is concerned, all employers and all workplaces, of course, have to enforce the law as it stands. Parliament has legislated, and that, of course, must be enforced, and there are authorities to do that. With regards to COVID-safe travel, there's a lot of detailed guidance which has been made available, and I would expect everybody to continue to follow that detailed guidance to keep everybody safe, as indeed they very much are doing. Some travel providers may decide to take steps in addition, such as making a mask a condition of carriage or a condition of entry, and I'm confident that those assessments that each travel provider undertakes on their premises or in their transport means will enable everybody to travel and to remain safe whilst they travel.
And Spencer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I very much welcome that fully vaccinated people can now travel to amber countries without having to quarantine on return. But of course, I'm disappointed with the change in situation with France and effectively the creation of a new orange-red category. It's right the government acts quickly, and it would have been a disaster if France had become a red country. But new variants are going to keep on coming, that's inevitable, and what the sector needs and families and travellers need is certainty and predictability. So can my honourable friend assure me that at the next review this would be looked into, particularly around certainty and predictability, and that the traffic light system remains a traffic light-free prong system rather than covering all colours of the rainbow?
Minister.
I'm very keen to reassure my honourable friend, Mr. Speaker, that the system that we have laid out in the Global Travel Task Force report, the red, amber, green system, remains in place. There has been a precautionary measure taken for the reasons explained with regards to France. I do agree with my honourable friend that certainty is what we would like to provide. We aim to do that through the system that we have. One of the difficulties, of course, is that if a situation develops in another country with regards to a variant or increased prevalence, we do have to react to that, and I think it's right that we do. But in answer to his question, will these matters be kept under review as we continue to consider policy? Of course they will.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Infection rates are at the highest we've seen since January. The Secretary of State for Health has said that he expects a spike following the relaxation of regulations today. So how can it be responsible of the government not to require people wearing masks on transport? People spend long periods of time next to one another on planes, on trains, on the underground, on buses. How can it be responsible not to require people to wear masks in those environments?
So there's two parts to answer that question. I think the honourable gentleman is referring to the broad range of transport rather than simply international, maritime or aviation, for example. He refers to domestic as well. In what the government is seeking to do is to ask people to exercise their own judgment and their own responsibility, which is, of course, what a situation we do have to get back to. But in some circumstances, we have made clear that we would expect masks still to be worn, and some travel providers have also made that stipulation. And if that's the case, then it's right and that people follow it. And the reason for that is there are, of course, very different circumstances between, for example, a crowded tube train or a rural train late at night when there's only one person on the train. There are different circumstances. We're seeking to take allowance for those.
Mr. Speaker, I want to touch further on the points raised by my honourable friend for Wellingborough. When I visited Blueberry Travel, which are a travel business based in my constituency in Stoke-on-Trent South recently, they particularly raised the mismatch which is causing issues for some countries between the traffic light advice, which would allow people to come back into the UK, and Foreign Office travel advice, which prevents them from leaving in the first place. So could my honourable friend please look at what more can be done to better join up this advice to make it easier for travel businesses and for those wishing to travel abroad?
I'm very happy to assure my honourable friend that I and DFT more broadly will continue to talk to our colleagues across government to see what more can be done. I do have to point out again, of course, the fact that the two issues are dealing with different aspects, or almost two sides of the same problem. What we are dealing with is the risk of importing the virus or variants of the virus back into this country. What the Foreign Office are seeking to do is to give advice to British citizens when they travel abroad. So whilst we'll obviously continue to talk to each other, they are dealing with fundamentally different things.
Let's go to Dame Diana Johnson. Diana.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. To add to the confusion over international travel announcements in recent days and the increasing rates of COVID, we all know that masks cut the risk of getting COVID and passing it on to others. But leaving face coverings to personal responsibility is just a recipe for confusion, conflict, chaos, and of course more COVID. And it leaves 3.5 million clinically vulnerable people frightened to travel. So shouldn't wearing a mask just be compulsory on all modes of transport?
It's right, Mr. Speaker, that we allow those transport providers to assess the situation on their own mode of transport and to make that a condition of carriage if required. And in other circumstances, I think it's right that we do trust people to take the right decision for themselves and those around them.
We now come to James Sunderland.
Mr. Speaker, it's great that international travel is now happening again, and I'm absolutely clear that we must continue to do all we can for our aviation, travel, leisure, hospitality sectors. Could I please, however, draw the Minister's attention to the high cost of COVID testing? Our families returning from holidays are forking out lots of money for this. So could I please ask him to consider the uniformity of the policy and also get the cost down, please?
Again, my honourable friend raises a critically important point. We are working with industry and across government to see how we can help with the cost of testing, something that the government is aware of. We seek on the website, which shows different providers, to enable the information to be available for consumers. And my honourable friend will, of course, have noticed that the cost of testing has been coming down over the course of the last few weeks and months. And I'm confident that as we see more travel in a safe, sustainable way, that will come down further.
Let's go to Marion Fellows. Marion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Minister didn't answer the question on support for the aviation sector and associated sectors such as the travel industry and hospitality, posed by my friend, the Honourable Member for Paisley and Renfrewshire West. So here we go again. Has his department lobbied the Treasury for additional funds to support jobs in these sectors? And if so, what was their answer?
Of course, Mr. Speaker, the Honourable Lady will be aware that we estimate that the aviation sector itself will have benefited from approximately £7 billion worth of support by September, as well as the other sectors which have benefited from the cross-economy support schemes that the government has put in place. And that the best way that we can assist all of those sectors is that we unwrap international travel as soon as we can, whilst protecting public health, because that's the best way to help them.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Now, almost 70% of Ashfield residents have been double jabbed, and whilst that's giving back our domestic freedoms, does the Minister agree with me that another freedom we need to get back is foreign travel, which will give our aviation industry a much-needed boost?
Mr. Speaker, I am very keen to see foreign travel because of the immense benefits it brings this country in terms of individuals' life experience, in terms of the jobs that it brings in, the money that comes in to the Treasury, the families who need to be connected, the businesses who rely on international travel. I'm very keen to see all of that increase as much as we can. We do have to do so, however, in a way that reassures the public that we are protecting public health.
Let's go to Maria Riedel. Maria.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Minister's regulations require people wanting to travel abroad to have PCR tests. So when will the government publish an up-to-date and accurate list of suitable recommended PCR test providers for travellers? And what will he do to protect travellers from those companies that charge a lot and then don't deliver timely results, thus ruining travel plans for families at the last minute?
The list of providers is a is continually reviewed by the Department of Health and Social Care, and they have a rolling programme, and they do take action if providers are not delivering what they have promised.
Mr. Butler.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Travel to the US is very important for businesses headquartered in my constituency. Several own major US subsidiaries which they cannot adequately oversee. You cannot tour a factory, for instance, by Zoom, and many have major US investors whom they cannot update. Can you assure me that you are doing everything to get a travel corridor in place with the US? I know that we have the task force because it is essential that we can have travel going in that direction.
My honourable friend gives a perfect example of the importance of why it is we do need travel, because there are certain things you can't do over Zoom, and she's quite right to draw attention to that. But transatlantic travel is hugely important to the United States and to the United Kingdom for very many reasons. Obviously, this has been greatly affected by the pandemic, and it's kept families apart and it's made trade difficult, and with our closest ally, we want to restore that as soon as we possibly can. Of course, as you will know, the Prime Minister and President Biden made clear the importance of bringing about the return of safe travel as soon as is possible, and that's why the joint UK-US experts working group that she refers to has been formed, and work is well underway to deliver that goal as soon as possible.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Significant concerns about conditions for people returning to the UK and in the quarantine hotels have been raised by members of this House and also by the Directors of Public Health for the local authorities around Heathrow Airport. One cannot book a flight until the quarantine hotel is booked. My constituent had to wait over a week to receive vital HIV medication while waiting to enter the UK, and then again while in the quarantine hotel. He contacted me and we were fobbed off by being told, quote, the hotels have on-site doctors, when he needed a specialist doctor to prescribe. He had to wait too long to receive his essential medication. This is unacceptable, and I worry how many other people's lives and health are being put at risk due to these delays and poor management of the quarantine hotels and the arrival system. So what steps is the Aviation Minister taking to prevent this happening to others arriving to the UK?
Well, Mr. Speaker, I'm concerned to hear about the case that the honourable member raises, and if she would like to share it with me in writing, I will ensure that that complaint is sent to the right place and that it is addressed. So on that individual case, I'm very happy to take action. More broadly, the government, of course, continues across government to ensure that the policies we have in place are not only accurate and required, but are carried out to the satisfaction of all involved. And this has obviously been a fast-moving circumstance, and we're all committed to make sure that the policy is delivered and that quarantine hotels are managed in appropriate fashion.
Final question, Simon Jupp.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm sorry to say that further restrictions for France stretching both the credibility of the system put in place and the patience of the travel industry. The whole industry, from regional airports, including Exeter, to travel agents in places like Sidmouth, continue to watch as their reserves are dried up, their support is reduced from the government, and their ability to trade is hampered beyond any other industry. Will my right honourable friend look again at bespoke support for the travel and aviation industry to avoid further job losses affecting hundreds of thousands of people?
Mr. Speaker, the travel industry and regional airports, particularly Exeter, have very powerful voices in this place, not least my honourable friend, who is exceptionally eloquent and exceptionally powerful in making their case to me and to others. I commit to remaining in close contact with him and to all in the sector in order to best understand how we may be able to support them. And the best way to do that, as I've said, is to ensure that we are able to travel in a way that protects public health, but nonetheless it enables that travel.
I'm now suspending the House for 2 minutes to enable necessary arrangements to be made for the next business order. Order. I call Minister Nadine Zawe to make a statement. Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. With permission, I'd like to make a statement on the pandemic. Today marks an important milestone, Mr. Speaker, in our fight against this virus, and we take step 4 on our roadmap. It is a long-awaited moment for the businesses who now can open their doors at long last, the happy couples who can have weddings without curbs on numbers, and, of course, the people who can see more of their loved ones in care homes. Although we have made huge advances, Mr. Speaker, in our race between the vaccine and the virus, we are not at the finish line yet. Instead, we are entering what I believe to be the next stage, a stage where we continue with caution while doing what it takes to manage the risk of this virus, which is still with us and still possesses a threat. Cases and hospitalisations have risen over the past week, as we predicted, Mr. Speaker, and we know that these numbers will get worse before they get better. Although there's never a perfect time to take this step, making the move today gives us the best chance of success. We're cautiously easing restrictions when we have the natural fire break of the school holidays and when the warmer weather gives us an advantage. So we will move forward with caution, drawing on the defences we have built as we set out in our 5-point plan 2 weeks ago. One of these 5 defences is the protective wall provided by our vaccination programme, and I would like to start by updating the House on this life-saving work. Our vaccination programme has given us extra legs in our race against this virus. The protection it has built up in people across the United Kingdom means the ratio between cases and hospitalisation is the lowest it has been during this pandemic. This reinforces the need to protect as many people as we can, as quickly as we can, and we made a 4-week delay to step 4 so we could do exactly that, 8 million more vaccinations in that period. We set the target of giving second doses to 2/3 of the United Kingdom adults by today, and we hit that target last week with 5 days to spare. We also pledged to offer a first dose of a vaccine to all adults, and we've met this target too. And now almost 88% of adults have taken up this offer, and although uptake amongst 18 to 30-year-olds is much lower and needs to increase, but we are in a good place. So, Mr. Speaker, our work is not over yet. Just as we strive to reach the remaining adults who have not yet had first or second doses, we are already making our plans for the next stage, because we do not know how long immunity lasts. And because coronavirus mutates, just like flu, we must stay one step ahead of the virus. So we are drawing up plans for a potential booster programme, subject to advice, the final advice from the JCVI, so we can protect the most vulnerable ahead of winter. And we're also looking at extending our vaccination programme so we can protect even more people. We asked the JCVI to consider whether children and young adults should be given the offer of a vaccine, and this advice has been published today. Mr. Speaker, before I continue, allow me to apologise to you for mistakenly referencing this on air this morning before setting out the details in full before the House. The JCVI considered not just the health impacts, but also the non-health impacts, as we asked them to do so, like how education is disrupted by outbreaks in schools. I should reassure the House that the number of children and young people who have had severe outcomes from COVID is extremely low, with a hospitalisation rate during the second wave of between 100 and 400 for every million. And when we look at the small numbers that were hospitalised, most of them had severe underlying health conditions. Today's advice recommends that we continue to vaccinate 16, 17-year-olds who are in an at-risk group, as we do now. But it also recommends expanding the offer of the vaccine to some younger children with underlying health conditions that put them at greater risk of COVID-19. This includes children aged 12 to 15 with severe neurodisabilities, Down syndrome, immunosuppression and profound or multiple learning disabilities. Mr. Speaker, the JCVI advice also recommends offering a vaccine to children and young people aged 12 to 17 who live with someone who is immunosuppressed. This means we can indirectly protect the immunosuppressed who are at higher risk of serious disease from COVID-19 and may not generate a full immune response to vaccination. Finally, the JCVI advises that we should offer the vaccine to all 17-year-olds who are within 3 months of their 18th birthday, so we can make sure they are protected as soon as they turn 18. Together with health ministers in all parts of the United Kingdom, the Secretary of State has accepted this advice and has asked the NHS to put into action as soon as possible. As we do this, we will be using the Pfizer-BioNTech vaccine, which is the only vaccine in the UK that's been clinically authorised for people between the ages of 12 and 17. I know that people will have questions about what it means for them and their children, but I can assure them, Mr. Speaker, that nobody needs to come forward at this stage. The NHS will get in touch with them at the right time, and they will make sure that the jabs are delivered in a setting that meets their complex needs. We also ask the JCVI to consider rolling out vaccines to all children and young people over the age of 12. And although we are not taking this step today, the JCVI is keeping this matter under review, and they will be looking at more data as it becomes available, especially on children with a second dose of the Pfizer-BioNTech vaccine. The steps we are taking today mean we will be offering even more vulnerable people the protection that a vaccine brings, and we will all be safer as a result. Mr. Speaker, we know that vaccines are our most important defence against this virus. This is especially the case in adult social care settings that are home to some of the most vulnerable people in our communities, who are vulnerable to a devastating impact from COVID-19. So last week, this House passed regulation to make vaccination a condition of deployment in care homes, and the Lords will consider those regulations tomorrow. These regulations are designed to help maximise vaccine uptake and protect some of our most vulnerable citizens. Yet, I recognise the need for more detail on the government's analysis of the expected impact of these regulations. So today, we have published an impact statement, and we will be publishing a full impact assessment as soon as possible. Mr. Speaker, as we learn to live with COVID, we must be pragmatic about how we manage the risks we face. Self-isolation of positive cases and their close contacts remains one of the most effective tools we have for reducing transmission. However, we recognise there are some very specific circumstances where there would be a serious risk of harm to public welfare if people in critical roles are unable to go to their workplace, like air traffic controllers or train signallers. So people in those kinds of roles who have received 2 vaccinations plus 2 weeks beyond the second vaccine will not need to self-isolate to perform those critical tasks. They will, however, have to continue to self-isolate at all other times. The people eligible for this will receive personalised letters setting out the steps they must follow. Mr. Speaker, this is a sensible and pragmatic step, and one that will be used sparingly and responsibly. Mr. Speaker, we are being similarly pragmatic at our borders. As my right honourable friend, the Transport Secretary, has confirmed, UK residents arriving from amber countries who have been fully vaccinated will no longer have to quarantine, although they will still need to comply with necessary testing requirements. This will not apply to France due to the persistent presence of cases of the Beta variant, which was first identified in South Africa. We are doing everything in our power to restore international travel and restore it safely. But new variants pose the greatest threat to our path out of this pandemic, and we will not hesitate to act in a similar way with any other country. We will continue to keep a close eye on the data and be firm and decisive in how we protect the process we have made and the progress we have made. But the enduring message is this, Mr. Speaker. Getting vaccinated is the best way to ensure you can travel as freely as possible. Vaccination also holds the key for doing the things we love here at home, Mr. Speaker. We are supporting the safe reopening of large, crowded settings such as nightclubs, as we saw last night, and music venues, with the use of the NHS COVID pass as a condition of entry to reduce the risks of transmission. I encourage businesses to draw on this support and use the NHS COVID pass in the weeks ahead. We will be keeping a close watch on how it is used by venues, and we reserve the right, Mr. Speaker, to mandate if necessary. By the end of September, everyone aged 18 and over will have the chance to receive full vaccination and the additional 2 weeks for that protection to really take hold. So at that point, we plan to make full vaccination a condition of entry to nightclubs and other venues where large crowds gather. Proof of a negative test will no longer be sufficient. Any decisions will, of course, Mr. Speaker, be subject to parliamentary scrutiny, and we will ensure the appropriate exemptions for those who have genuine medical reasons of why they can't get vaccinated. And I'm clear we will always look at the evidence available and do all we can to ensure people can continue to do the things they love. Mr. Speaker, our vaccination programme has put us on the road to recovery. We should all be proud of how this national effort is helping us take steps towards a more normal life, but we must keep reinforcing that wall of protection. Getting the jab, getting the second jab if you've had the first, and getting the booster shot if you're asked to come forward. And with such a deadly virus and the continued threat of new variants, our wall of protection must be more than just vaccines alone. We must continue to do all the other sensible things we know can keep the virus at bay. Getting tested, considering the advice, and continuing to act with caution. Taken together, Mr. Speaker, this will help us all enjoy these new experiences and safely slow the spread of this deadly virus. I commend the statement to the House.
I now call the Shadow Secretary of State, Jonathan Ashworth.
Well, Mr. Speaker, can I thank the Minister for advance sight of his statement? And firstly, can I start by just commenting that of course people have the right to protest against a lockdown that no longer exists. But will he join me in condemning the very ugly scenes of harassment, thuggishness, throwing of objects, pushing and intimidation directed at police officers outside on Parliament Square earlier? Now, moving to the vaccination of adolescents, he has said that a number of teenagers will be vaccinated. Can he tell us how many and by when? Now, of course, the MHRA have approved the Pfizer jab for all 12 to 18-year-olds. And indeed, countries like the United States, Canada, Israel, France, Austria, Spain, Hong Kong and others have started or will soon be vaccinating 12 to 18-year-olds. So why aren't we? Now, he quite rightly said that risk of death to children from COVID is mercifully very low. But children can become very sick, and they can develop long-term conditions, long COVID. Indeed, according to the ONS, 14.5% of children aged 12 to 16 have symptoms lasting longer than 5 weeks. So can he just spell out in detail the clinical basis as to why the JCVI have made this decision? Will he publish all their analysis and documents in the same way SAGE publish their analysis, not just the advice? And can he guarantee that this decision was made on medical grounds and not on grounds of vaccine supply? Now, he talks, of course, about infection amongst children being disruptive, or we know that infection amongst children is highly disruptive for learning. We've seen hundreds of thousands of children out of school. So if we're not vaccinating all adolescents, can he tell us what is the government's plan for September when children return to school? For example, will he consider using this summer to install air filtration units in every classroom or in every school across the summer? Now, testing is already stretched, with turnaround times lengthening. Can he guarantee that through the summer, especially when contacts can be released from isolation on the back of a negative PCR test in August, and into September when schools return, can he guarantee there will be sufficient PCR testing capacity to meet demand? Now, as we move into autumn and winter, we anticipate more flu and respiratory virus. Those are illnesses whose symptoms often overlap with COVID. So will he also now invest in our testing capacity, so alongside a COVID test, it can also be possible to test for flu and RSV this winter. We need multi-pathogen testing going forward. Now, Mr. Speaker, 3 weeks ago, the Health Secretary told us that unlocking would make us healthier, and he promised us it would be irreversible. But today, we have some of the highest infection case rates in the world, and the Mayor from Jaws has decided to reopen the beaches, recklessly throwing off all the restrictions with no safety precautions in place like mandatory mask wearing. It risks reimposing new restrictions in the future. It means the NHS is facing a summer crisis. Already admissions for COVID are running at around 550 a day, and hospitals are cancelling cancer surgery. Liver transplant operation cancelled at Birmingham last week. And throwing off all restrictions like this will see thousands suffer serious long-term illness. The clinically vulnerable and scared are feeling shut out of society, and selection pressure could see a new variant emerging, setting us back, evading the success of the vaccine programme, snatching defeat from the jaws of victory. It's reckless, Mr. Speaker, and doesn't have our support. And of course, more infections mean more isolation. Now, the NHS staff who will be released from isolation if double jab, but they will still want protection for themselves and their patients. So will he ensure that the standards of masks worn in NHS settings are upgraded to the FFP3 requirement, as NHS staff have called for? And what is his plan to keep the economy functioning and public services functioning throughout the summer as more and more people are asked to isolate? Because we know that the Prime Minister's and the Chancellor's plan was to dodge isolation. So can he tell us how this random clinical trial that so helpfully randomly selected the Prime Minister, the Chancellor and the Chancellor of the Duchy of Lancaster was set up? Can he tell us what exactly happened between 8 a.m. and 10:38 a.m. on Sunday morning that persuaded the Prime Minister and Chancellor to withdraw from this presumably valuable clinical random study? And can he tell us how many other ministers have participated in this trial? Did he participate in this trial? And how many government departments and officials were involved and why? Because if he cannot answer these questions sufficiently, our constituents will rightly conclude that it's one rule for Tory ministers and another for the rest of us.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the honourable gentleman. He began well but ended with petty politics. But I will address the issue of clinical trials. Those trials of testing over a number of days began, I think, around December, and it wasn't just the Cabinet Office and Number 10 who were participating, but organisations like TfL and Heathrow and others would have participated as well. And the Prime Minister government makes thousands of decisions every day, every week. Not something that the opposite parties used to doing, certainly not their leader anyway. But nevertheless, I shall refrain from engaging in petty politics. Let me try and address some of his more substantive questions. Around the harassment and thuggish behaviour, I join him in condemning such behaviour outside the House of Parliament against our police officers. On the vaccination of 12 to 15-year-olds, he asked about the number for England. It's approximately 370,000 children who will receive that protection. We are at the moment not following the United States of America or Israel or other countries in vaccinating all children, albeit, as I said in my statement, the JCVI are continuing to review that data and are waiting for more data on second doses. Obviously, millions of children in the US have already received their first dose, but there's a time lag for second doses, and that is being kept under review. In terms of the advice, we publish the JCVI advice accordingly. And in terms of testing, the United Kingdom now has the capacity of over 600,000 PCR tests and many millions of lateral flow tests. I myself am not on that trial that he spoke about. But I do take a lateral flow test, and I tested negative earlier today, as I did on Thursday and Friday as well. But very happy to certainly have his support in terms of the JCVI advice in protecting the most vulnerable children, and of course asking them to make sure they review the data on all children. I would reassure him, finally, Mr. Speaker, that the decision was made not in any way taking into consideration volumes of vaccine. We have plenty of vaccine available for the vaccination of all children. If necessary, we've ordered more Pfizer-BioNTech vaccine, which is the vaccine that is approved. The decision was made by the JCVI based on looking at the data from other countries, and that is the decision that we will implement.
Other of the House.
Mr. Speaker, nearly 8 years ago, in Central Lobby on Saturday, the 7th of September 2013, when the G7 speakers were here as guests of your predecessor, I hosted the Japanese table when at 8 o'clock that evening, the fact that Tokyo would be the Olympic Games city was announced. We send our sympathy to those who are affected by COVID there, and we wish the Games success. Turning to domestic NHS, can I put to the government what's been put to me by a community sister who says that in testing every day voluntarily, she's been going to having tests, she's been getting 3 months' supplies of tests before going to other people's homes. The system appears to have changed, and each member of staff like her has to apply for 7 days tests, which get sent to her home. Much more waste, much more work for each member of staff. Could the government please get together and see whether it's possible for those who work for the NHS, who want to test each day, can get bulk supplies from work and cut out some of this unnecessary extra work, please?
Lister.
I'm grateful for my honourable friend, the member for Worthing West, and he asks an important question, and I will certainly take that feedback very seriously and take it back to the team in terms of making sure we get the most efficient operational way of delivering the lateral flow test to the front line.
Video link. Martin Day.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. May I thank the Minister for his statement. It is important that we follow the science on this issue, and I welcome the clarity from the JCVI on this matter. As Pfizer is required for young teens and Pfizer or Moderna vaccines are required for young adults, and the supply of these looks to be the lowest since February, what assurances can the Minister give that delivery will be sufficient? With many younger adults being unvaccinated and some being more complacent about COVID, how does the Minister propose persuading more of them to vaccinate and dramatically reduce the risk of serious disease? The UK now has more daily cases than any other state in the world, and as the Health Secretary has demonstrated, it is still possible to catch and therefore spread the virus when vaccinated. Last week, over 1,200 scientists, doctors and disease experts said that the UK government and its complete and immediate unlocking of England, with only 54% of the whole population fully vaccinated, was, it said, a threat to the world. Will the UK government accept responsibility should the concerns of these experts come true? And finally, the Health Secretary has spoken, as his predecessor did often, of the need not to politicise the pandemic. Can the Minister explain why his party colleagues in Scotland are attempting to attack the Scottish Government for its vaccine programme, despite the fact that a greater proportion of people in Scotland have been vaccinated than in England? Does he condemn his party colleagues' attempts to politicise the vaccine rollout in Scotland, or does he consider their untruthful claims to be acceptable?
Thank you very much, Mr Deputy Speaker. The honourable member for Linlithgow and Eastful Kirk raises a number of important questions. On Pfizer supply remains consistent, and we have every confidence that the manufacturer will continue to deliver as they have been according to the delivery schedules. It is not a question of supply to be able to continue to vaccinate both the over 18s with their first dose and, of course, their second dose by the end of September, or now, as we did a few hours ago, jointly with Minister Hamza Yousaf and the ministers from Northern Ireland and from Wales, take the decision that we will all follow the JCVI advice on vaccinating the vulnerable children and, of course, those who live with vulnerable adults, as I described in my statement. In terms of our capability in the UK to manage this pandemic, and I hope with the booster campaign in September, transition it from pandemic status to endemic status. I think the wall of vaccinated adults, almost at 88%, I think 87.9% with the first dose in the United Kingdom and 68% of all adults with 2 doses. This is the right precautionary, pragmatic decision to transition this and return our country to as normal a place as possible, and of course get those businesses that were first in almost and now last out of the pandemic back up and running.
The Health Select Committee, Jeremy Hunt.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. Thanks to the efforts of the Minister, we have one of the best vaccine programmes in the world. So I hope he doesn't mind me expressing 2 concerns about our current strategy. First of all, if we're going to introduce COVID vaccine passports for nightclubs by the end of September, which I support, why are we waiting until then, giving more weight to the concerns of people who want to go to nightclubs than the additional extra cases waiting 2 months is likely to cause at a time when that growth in new cases is of such a concern? And secondly, on the NHS app, people who have been double jabbed know that if they are pinged, they are less likely to have the disease, and they are therefore starting to ignore the request to self-isolate and in some cases delete the app. Before we lose social consent, should we not replace the requirement to isolate for 10 days with a requirement to isolate until you've had a negative PCR test, thus using that testing capacity that he talked about to keep our national show on the road?
I'm grateful for my right honourable friend's really excellent 2 questions rather than 1. Let me try and address them in reverse. So on the NHS app, he would have heard the announcement today on frontline social and healthcare staff and, of course, on critical workers that I made in my statement. Part of the reason that we want to do that is, of course, because we want to maintain that workforce's ability to do what it does best. Now, they'll do that, as he quite rightly outlined, with a negative PCR test and 7 days of lateral flow testing. The very clear clinical advice from the Chief Medical Officer and the expert team is that the 16th of August would be the most appropriate time to do that for the rest of the economy as well, because as we open up, and obviously now we are at step 4, getting more people double jabbed and protected further, especially younger parents, teachers and other professions as well, then this is the appropriate measure to take, which is to do it on the 16th of August. On the issue that he raises around nightclubs, again, by the end of September, 18-year-olds will have received their 2nd dose. And we will work with the industry to make sure we get this right now in terms of working with them with the COVID pass and, of course, in September while we collate the evidence.
Nira Wilson.
Thank you very much, Mr Deputy Speaker. Like hundreds of thousands of other school children, my 7-year-old daughter is out of school at home today, self-isolating. I'm sure he'll agree with me that children have paid far too high a price in this pandemic in terms of their mental health and education with missing out on school. Yet just last week, Professor Whitty said we may see new restrictions in 5 weeks' time, which is just before schools return. The Department for Education issued new guidance to schools saying they must be prepared to deliver remote education in the autumn. And today he has said he will not be vaccinating all teenagers. So what guarantees can this government provide to pupils and parents across the country that schools will reopen in September fully and safely and stay open? Will he rule out any further school closures?
I'm grateful for the Honourable Lady. I would just say to her that we and the Devolve administration have accepted the advice from the Joint Committee on Vaccination and Immunisation to vaccinate vulnerable children and those children that live with vulnerable adults and 17-year-olds close to their 18th birthday. But they are keeping under review and looking at more data emerging from other countries, including the United States of America, as to whether we should vaccinate all children. I would give her the reassurance that children will have 2 supervised tests upon their return, and testing will continue until the end of September. So it is a combination of that and, of course, vaccinating at scale all adults as well, which helps us control transmission, because we know double vaccinated people obviously reduce transmission rates by about 50%.
Video link. Richard Drax.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. My honourable friend said at the start of his statement that the disease was still here and we are not out of the woods yet. The fact is that variants of COVID-19 will be with us for many, many years to come. If we are to truly live with this virus, Freedom Day must mean what it says. The alternative is utter confusion, with hundreds of thousands of people having to isolate after being pinged by the NHS app. Here in Dorset, the police are beginning to struggle because of the numbers who have to isolate. Can my honourable friend tell me that the emergency service, I think he referred to there, includes the police, that if they are double jabbed, they do not have to isolate before law and order becomes a real difficulty to enforce in here in Dorset, and I also believe down in Devon and perhaps in other parts of the country.
I'm grateful for my honourable friend question. He's absolutely right that we take this step both confidently but cautiously. I have to remind the House that this is probably the most infectious respiratory virus that known to humankind, aerosol transmitters, so we really do need to make sure that we are careful as we head to step 4. I outlined to him the action we're taking on key workers, critical workers, and of course the police would fall within that as well.
Video link. Graham Morris.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. May I congratulate the Catch Up with Cancer campaign, whom I hope to join tomorrow in delivering a petition to 10 Downing Street, and to thank them for their tireless work over the last year, pressing, petitioning and lobbying the government to deliver urgently needed ring-fenced investment for our NHS cancer infrastructure, so cancer patients can get the timely diagnosis and treatment they need. And may I ask the Minister, Mr. Deputy Speaker, he mentioned the expert advice in his opening statement. Can he outline his plans to ensure future protection for those immunocompromised or immunosuppressed groups, such as those living with cancer, such as myself, who may still be at risk from COVID-19 despite the vaccine rollout?
Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy Speaker, and I thank the member for Easington for his questioning. He is an attendant at the Friday briefings that I offer colleagues. He's absolutely right to highlight this group. There was some encouraging real-world data from Public Health England published last week that 2 doses of the vaccines offer around 74% protection for those who are immunosuppressor compromised. Now, that is to be taken with a caveat that that group of people is not homogeneous in any way, and actually we need to unpack some of that real-world data. The JCVI have already recommended in their interim advice on the booster campaign in September that they go top of the list for the 3rd dose as a boost for that group. And of course, we've got a very large clinical trial which is imminent in reporting in terms of the immunosuppressed, immunocompromised, and we will look at that data with the JCVI. And of course, Chief Medical Officer continues to ask the JCVI to look at how and what else we can do to protect that group, including the Therapeutics Task Force, which is doing some tremendous work on some therapeutics work there.
Video link. Caroline Noakes.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. There is some real concern amongst my constituents that they might in some way have the wrong batch of AstraZeneca vaccine. My honourable friend provided a useful update on Friday of last week, but I wondered if he could give any further reassurance that no British traveller is going to be turned away at the border because they've been given the wrong vaccine.
I'm grateful to my honourable friend, the member for Romsey and Southampton North. She's quite right. There is no such thing as a wrong batch of AstraZeneca Oxford vaccine in the United Kingdom. Our independent regulator regulates all manufacturing sites for AstraZeneca, for Pfizer, for the other manufacturers as well. And the AstraZeneca vaccine produced in the Serum Institute is the same vaccine, the Vaxzevria vaccine brand that is approved by the MHRA and the EMA. There were some press stories and indeed some local confusion in parts of the world like Malta last week, which both the MHRA, the EMA and the Commission helped to clear up. And I reassure her that anyone who's had an AstraZeneca Oxford vaccine and has the UK app to demonstrate their vaccination or the letter will have the ability to travel. I think there are now 33 countries around the world who recognise our vaccine certification.
Debbie Abrahams.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Mr. Deputy Speaker, many of my former public health colleagues are very concerned about the lifting of mitigations today in the context of escalating case rates, 50,000 currently at the moment, 12 million people who have not been vaccinated, and an NHS and care workforce that are frankly on their knees. So what estimates have the government made of extending the wearing of masks and other mitigations after 3 weeks after 80% of the eligible population have been vaccinated, on incidence of long COVID, on hospitalisations and on deaths?
I'm grateful for my honourable friend's question. I have to say that the vaccination programme would have in no way been able to deliver the extraordinary uptake without the backbone of it being very much the NHS doctors, nurses, GPs, pharmacists, of course working with our armed forces, with local government and with the private sector to deliver, and the vaccine, the volunteers and the police, absolutely right. I don't remember, reminds us all of the role that our policemen, men and women played in making sure that vaccinations work well. The very clear guidelines is that we take both personal and corporate responsibility. It's great to see, whether it's Transport for London or other transport systems, the Metro mayors, the M10 that I speak to regularly, taking that corporate responsibility. We all have our part to play in this, as we have done by coming together and vaccinating at scale the country. This is the most infectious respiratory disease that is transmitted, that is aerosol transmitted, and we have to be very, very careful to make sure we take the step carefully, and for it to be irreversible, then we have to continue to work together with the booster campaign and then beyond that in years to come to get used to transitioning it from pandemic to endemic status.
Anthony Brown.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. As various members have noted, the number of cases of coronavirus is rising very rapidly, but the great success of the vaccination scheme means that the number of deaths remains very low. That means the fatality rate of coronavirus is now similar to that of other endemic viruses. Does my right honourable friend agree with me that with coronavirus now in around 200 countries around the world, almost every country in the world, that the chance of eliminating it is almost zero? And so as a society we have to learn to live with it as we do with other serious infections such as flu and pneumonia.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker, and I thank my honourable friend, the member for South Cambridgeshire, for his excellent question. And I do agree with him, and I remember when I took on this role of Vaccine Minister back in November of last year, I explained to the House and to the country that the reason we began vaccinating phase 1, which is the most vulnerable cohorts as set out by the JCVI to us, the 1 to 9 categories, was where 99% of mortality was coming from because of this virus. That work has gone incredibly well. In all those categories, we have uptake of over 90%. in the high 95, 96%, in some of them, one of them in 100% even. And of course, very high uptake in the second dose as well. And I think it's right that we now take this step pragmatically but cautiously as we transition. And I've been saying today that we move this from pandemic status to endemic, and we help the rest of the world do the same thing.
Chris Bryant.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Nearly 5 million people in the UK, because of the pandemic, are now waiting for hospital treatment of some kind or other. In many cases, those are really important operations, whether for eye operations that could save people's life, or eyesight, or improve their eyesight now, or for hip and knee operations and things like that. Now, everybody gets that the NHS has been really stretched, but the problem is thousands and thousands of people are now going, well, you know what, if I pay £3,000, £5,000, £10,000 or £20,000, I can get that new hip, that new knee operation done on the private sector. It's exactly the same doctor as you would see in the NHS, but I can still do it in the private sector. That is surely unfair. Surely we must say that the NHS is going to buy up every single piece of spare capacity in the UK to get this backlog down as fast as possible, including for cancer care, and all the minor things that might seem like minor but make a dramatic difference to people's quality of life, like hips and knees.
Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy, and I thank the member for the Rhondda for that very thoughtful question. He's absolutely right. It's about 5.3 million people, and he's also right that we have to make sure that the NHS has the resources to be able to do this, which is why two things have happened. One, the Secretary of State has made it very much a priority, so dealing with the pandemic, but also dealing with the backlog as an equal priority, and made £1 billion available for the NHS to be able to do that work.
Videoing. Sir Bernard Jenkin.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker, and may I thank my right honourable friend for his statement. But can I confess to some disappointment that the daily vaccination rate is not being sustained at a higher level? What is the constraint? Is it supply? Is it logistics? Or is it that the hard-to-reach groups are slower in coming forward? And what consideration is the government giving to what is happening in other countries like the United States, where people are being offered some kind of reward for coming forward and accepting a vaccination?
I'm grateful for my honourable friend's question, Mr. Deputy Speaker. I think if the vaccination rates in the United Kingdom have been incredibly high. We're at 88% with first dose, and of course 68% with double doses. We're actually ahead on double doses than the United States of America, but that doesn't mean we become complacent. We are doing everything we can to make sure that every cohort, every ethnicity has the ability to access the vaccine. Let me give him an example of some great work in one of the boroughs in London, in Newham. Last week, they had 23 different sites of vaccination, whether in pop-ups, in mosques, or in GPs, or pharmacy, community pharmacy, across the borough. Literally, young people were tripping over a vaccine site. And so part of it is access, part of it is going and taking the vaccine to those communities. I have a number of colleagues that I'm doing work with to make sure we get it to some rural communities, for example, with vaccine buses, and of course in community centres that people feel safe and comfortable to take their vaccine. But the work does not end today. We continue to double down our effort to continue to vaccinate. And I want to place on record my thanks to the Metro Mayors for the work they do with us to make sure that happens as well.
Jim Shannon.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, the Minister, of course, has been thanking everybody else, but I think we also need to thank the Minister and his department and his team and the NHS staff for all that they have done as well for the vaccine programme. Given recent news that those aged 12 to 17 will be offered a COVID vaccination to protect them in the colder weather, has the Minister come to an assessment on how effective this will prove to limit the spread of COVID-19 in schools, and what discussions has the Minister had with his Education Minister to deliver the vaccine rollout? Thank you.
I'm grateful for the member for Stratford, and he's always wonderfully complimentary and polite, and I'm grateful for his compliments, and I will take those back to the team as well. We have conversations all the time. We are making preparations for a co-administration of flu wherever possible with the COVID boost beginning early September, based on the interim advice from JCVI. The only caveat is obviously that is interim advice and it could change as they get more clinical data through. We've got a big trial on 7 of our vaccines to see which one delivers the best boost possible, and when they get that data back, we'll firm up their advice. But operationally, we aim to begin in September.
Video link. Steve Bryan.
Thanks very much, Mr. Deputy Speaker. I'm obviously pleased that we've reached step 4A of the roadmap, but I'm keen to understand what lies behind the month-long gap between July the 19th, when it does feel as if we don't believe in our vaccines as much as we might, and August the 16th when we do. So can I ask my honourable friend, what is the scientific basis for the decision to give my fully vaccinated constituents their real freedom after the middle of next month, but not now?
Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy Speaker, and I thank my honourable friend for his excellent question, as always, the member for Winchester. And although most restrictions obviously have been lifted and many people have now been vaccinated, as I've been setting out, it is still possible, obviously, to catch and spread COVID, even if you are fully vaccinated. So introducing this exemption in August will allow more people to be fully vaccinated, as I mentioned earlier in earlier answer. Unlike in previous waves, Mr. Deputy Speaker, the rise in cases driven by the Delta variant is not translating into significant increases in hospitalisation and death, and this is due to the effectiveness of the vaccines at reducing that risk of transition and severe illness.
Video link. Caroline Lucas.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. As ministers recklessly lift almost all restrictions in England, despite the UK now having the 3rd highest number of cases of any country in the world, only Indonesia and Brazil have more, the efforts of public health leaders to keep cases down are being hampered by delays in accessing and processing PCR tests, with reports that the national booking system is being regularly switched off for hours at a time, and turnaround times for tests is lengthening. And that's before the even greater surge in case numbers that ministers freely admit we face. Now they've offloaded responsibility for managing the pandemic onto individuals and businesses. So my question is, can the minister clarify whether the 600,000 PCR test capacity he referred to a little earlier is per day? How many tests will we need per day if we get to 200,000 daily cases? And can he really guarantee that we have sufficient capacity in terms of those PCR tests to cope with the rising tide of COVID infections that this government is responsible for?
The honourable lady's question, Mr. Deputy Speaker, on the PCR test capacity, it is 600,000 per day. I looked at the data earlier this morning for yesterday, and I think it was just about half of that being utilised, about 300,000 odd tests. Of course, that doesn't include the millions of lateral flow tests that we are also capable of delivering.
Video link.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Last Tuesday, the House passed a statutory instrument making it compulsory for care home staff to be vaccinated. The last time compulsory vaccination occurred was in the 19th century. I was slightly confused with what the excellent minister said in his statement. So could the vaccine minister confirm that a full impact assessment was completed prior to this contentious legislation coming to the floor of the House, and that he saw that assessment before signing off on the policy? After all, this was a major change in government policy.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker, and I'm grateful for my honourable friend, the member for Wellingborough, for his excellent question. As I mentioned in my statement, there has been an impact statement published today, and a full impact assessment will be made. I would just bring it to life for him, to help him and to reassure him and the House. Barchester Health, one of the providers, has about 16,000 employees, so quite a large sample to look at. And they've implemented this policy early when they consulted with their workforce on duty of deployment. They managed to successfully get the workforce to be vaccinated. They're a priority list in phase 1 of the vaccination programme. Only 78 out of 16,000 of the workforce, so about 0.5%, actually chose not to and no longer work for Barchester Health. But that gives him, I hope, some reassurance that we look at this data very carefully.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I'd like to pay tribute to the Minister for his work and probably the only functioning part of the government's response to COVID. But all of that work is at risk because of the Prime Minister's surrender strategy. In my Kirkcaldy and Cowdenbeath constituency, I have one case I'll give him as an example of a young girl who had 8 negative lateral flow test results. She was symptomatic, her parents insisted on a PCR, and that was positive. A cluster has grown up around the young person and their family, and they are obviously in great distress, not just because of her infection, but because of the consequences. So why does the government, both here and in the devolved countries, persist using discredited lateral flow devices that are not designed for use in asymptomatic subjects? They are designed for use in symptomatic subjects, and they are designed for use in the professional setting, but not in self-administering that test. Because we have domestic tests that excel in both, that beat the current tests hands down, but they are not being contracted. Can he please advise the House why the government is blind to the domestic diagnostics industry?
Thank you very much, Mr Deputy Speaker. I thank the Honourable Member for Kirkcaldy and Cowdenbeath for his question. I would just respectfully say that on the contrary, the government works with the diagnostics industry. Indeed, we were able to scale up. When we entered this pandemic, we were only capable of doing about 2,000 tests a day. We now have a PCR testing capacity of 600,000, as you heard earlier, and millions of lateral flow tests. And I think it's the combination of both those things that works. But if there are other companies in his constituency that he thinks, or elsewhere in the country indeed, that he thinks are worth looking at, I will certainly put them through to the relevant team in the department.
Video link. Andrew Sellew.
Can I thank my honourable friend for his unfailing courtesy and diligence in responding to MPs week after week in respect of his duties, and also ask him if he could share with the House the results of the test to release experiment, because there are many businesses in my constituency. The Dining Yard restaurant Leighton Buzzard had to close for a week, and I've been told that Go Bowling in Dunstable may have to close as well, because of a lack of staff. So anything the Minister can share with the House on that issue would be very, very welcome.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker, and I thank my honourable friend, the member for South West Bedfordshire. We are, as he quite rightly outlines, incredibly aware of the stress of self-isolation and that policy is placing on various workforces, and subject to the results of the clinical trials expected within the next 1 to 2 weeks. We hope to be able to extend the use of daily contact testing for some workplaces, though the initial focus will need to be on workplaces with established asymptomatic testing sites, or possibly those that can rapidly stand up ATSs too, given the first clinical trial is for assisted rather than home-based testing.
Andrew Gwynn.
Thank you. We all want to see the back of this pandemic and see life return to normality, and history will no doubt judge the wisdom or otherwise of Freedom Day at this point in time. I want to focus, if I can, on long COVID, because it is a fact that the more COVID there is, the more long COVID there will be. And at its worst, it is debilitating. It's just awful, and I know that because I'm still suffering with it after 16 months. If the balance of risk is more long COVID, can I ask the Minister what more his government will do to help those with it in their health recovery, for help for employers impacted by an ill workforce, and in providing social security for those on the long-term sick with long COVID?
I am very grateful to the honourable member for his excellent question, and I wish him a continued recovery. I know from the work that I've certainly seen, it's not easy. I think there are just over 900,000 people who are suffering from different forms of long COVID. We've made an additional £150 million available for the NHS, both in terms of looking at long COVID and having an infrastructure to be able to deal with it and help support GPs to diagnose it as well.
Dr. Caroline Johnson.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. The Minister is aware of my reservations in asking children to be vaccinated where it may only provide very marginal benefit to them, but he will understand the importance of informed consent and people being given all the right information. So can he confirm, firstly, that where children with medical conditions are being offered the vaccine, that the risk posed to that child from COVID, of serious effect from COVID, is greater than the risk to that child posed by any vaccine? And can he also confirm that where children are being asked to be vaccinated to protect an adult who may be vulnerable for whatever reason, that those parents, carers and the child will be provided with the absolute, not relative, but absolute risk reduction posed for those individuals that they're being asked to vaccinate for?
Minister.
I'm grateful to my honourable friend's question. Her excellent participation in the vaccination programme. She is one of the heroes that I stand on the shoulders of. And of course, the work that she's done in Stevenage and North Highcombe. I would absolutely confirm to her, and the JCVI advice is very specific on the conditions of young people that will be eligible to receive the vaccine to protect them from COVID, and of course for those adults who are also vulnerable to it. And hence why in my statement I talked about the NHS being in contact with those families to be able to advise them and then facilitate the vaccination in a place and time that's convenient for them.
Judy Link. Geraint Davis.
The Health Secretary was double jabbed and got infected. In Swansea Bay, 18% of those infected in June were double jabbed and 31% were single jabbed. So does he accept that Freedom Day isn't the freedom to infect others, that masks and social distancing remain vital, that jabs are stopping people dying? And will he confirm that he's not pursuing a policy of herd immunity that would overwhelm the NHS and leave a massive legacy of long COVID disabling our economy?
I can certainly confirm that, Mr Deputy Speaker, and I would say that the guidelines are very clear that we are both supporting and recommending that people continue to be careful when in indoor spaces, crowded places, to wear masks and of course take both personal and corporate responsibility rather than having a government by diktat.
Mark Harper.
Grateful, Mr Deputy Speaker. I have to say I don't welcome the Minister's statement, actually, particularly his announcement of compulsory vaccine passports for crowded venues, which is effectively moving to compulsory vaccination. I do look forward, however, to the debate and the vote in Parliament in September, when he'll bring forward the evidence, because I don't think actually that policy is supported by the events pilots that have taken place. But what I wanted to ask him about was the self-isolation regime. It's important for public confidence that it's supported by evidence, and it's the same regime we had before we had any vaccination and before we had any lateral flow tests. And it seems to me the government accepts that logic because it's going to move to a new, more sensible model on the 16th of August. I listened carefully to his multiple answers to colleagues on both sides of the House, and I'm afraid he couldn't really explain why we were waiting till the 16th of August. All the things that are true on the 16th of August about the risk reduction for those who are fully vaccinated from getting infected, they all apply today. And I have to say to the Minister, if the government doesn't move on this before the 16th of August, he'll either be back at that dispatch box or probably during the recess. Reality will intrude. I would rather the government did it in a planned, organised, controlled way, rather than having a bit of a shambles developing later this month. So I urge him, bring forward that announcement, bring forward those measures to today or this week. Don't leave them till the 16th of August. Do the right thing, and I think the country will thank him for it.
Thank you very much, Mr Deputy Speaker. My right honourable friend, the Member Forest of Dean, always makes thoughtful and important interventions, and I take his words incredibly seriously on both questions. One around sharing with the House the evidence, working with the industry, whether it's the nightclub industry or at-risk, large-scale events that are indoor. And as I mentioned in my statement, we will come back to the House with that evidence. And of course, on the self-isolation issue, he, I hope, agrees with me that it's the right thing to do for frontline health and social care staff and for critical workers. I think the important thing is the clinical evidence and the Chief Medical Officer's very clear advice is, as we go through step 4, to have that additional buffer, if I can call it this, that continue to vaccinate, double vaccinate, to allow people a little bit more, to allow us a little bit more time to make sure that people who are double vaccinated can then come out of that self-isolation, because we can move to a PCR negative or daily testing regime, is the right thing to do. We will keep it under review, and I take his words very seriously.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Come September, the settings that will be most vulnerable to COVID are going to be schools. School classrooms are going to have the highest percentage of non-vaccinated people in it of anywhere else. The government has scrapped the need for face masks. The government has scrapped the bubbling system, and it is now forbidden schools and nurseries from doing in-house track and trace and forced it onto the failing nationwide track and trace system. Now, I understand why we need to be really sensitive and cautious about vaccinating young people aged 12 plus, and I'm very cognizant of the comments made by the member for Sleaford. However, in other areas, the JCVI has made sure that we're at the forefront of global vaccination programme. Could he explain the conversations he's been having with the JCVI as to why they're being so cautious in this regard? Could he explain to the House when the JCVI will give updated advice, because really they should be being vaccinated over the summer if it is safe? And what I'm asking for specifically, to be very clear, is not a forced programme for children. It is for it to become available when the JCVI say it's safe, and for parents and families to have all the information they need so that they can make the decision on behalf of the interests of the child, the family, the community, and taking into effect educational scarring as well.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and the honourable member for Hove raises a really important question, and a question that we have asked the JCVI. I would say, though, for sort of his earlier remarks, that there will be 2 supervised tests upon return to school, but the other advantage will be that there is this wall of vaccinated adults that will continue to increase. I hear you. No, listen, I can absolutely understand, which is why the JCVI will continue to review the data on vaccination of children. Their concern, very specifically to his question, is they have received data from around the world, from countries that are already vaccinating. And we are, with those countries, at the forefront, but at the moment we're an outlier because they've chosen to move forward on children's vaccinations, and we have not fully. We're moving forward for children that are vulnerable and those who live with vulnerable adults. They want to look at second dose data. At the moment they've got first dose data. There is a very rare signal of myocarditis that they are concerned about, and they want to see second dose data from places like the United States before they make their decision. But that decision is under review.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. It's good to see the Minister still standing this Freedom Day when it feels like half the Cabinet's been struck down or knocked out or whatever it is. Would he agree, at a time when worryingly we hear of increasing threats to vaccination centres, be it the vile anti-vax propagandists who are outside this building right now, or even people so keen to get jabbed that they leave vaccinators feeling vulnerable, that nobody should feel intimidated when seeking perfectly legal healthcare? And secondly, that there is scope for investigating an offence against violence towards NHS professionals in such a setting, be it verbal or physical, and it would bring it into line with the Protect the Protectors legislation we already have against ambulance staff and police. This was a suggestion put to me by the Florence Nightingale trainees I met last week. They were nurses. If he did it, he would be a hero amongst them, even though they didn't get their pay rise. What does he think?
Can I thank the Honourable Lady for Ealing Central and Acton? And I have to say, she made an excellent video, although having a bit of a go at me, for not delivering it within a few weeks, but we finally got it delivered in Acton with the vaccination centre there. And she's done a tremendous job in actually leading the vaccination communication in her community. I completely agree with her. It is abhorrent and completely wrong for anyone to intimidate people who are looking to get their vaccination, or the incredible NHS staff who are delivering it, or the volunteers, or anyone else within the system. This extraordinary mobilisation that we have experienced of the nation coming together and delivering the largest vaccination programme in history, and anything we can do to continue to protect our frontline staff, I will absolutely look at. We have a senior responsible officer actually very much embedded in the vaccination deployment team who looks at security very seriously every single day, and we will not hesitate to take action against anyone who threatens any member of staff or volunteer taking part in the vaccination programme.
Video link. Robbie Moore.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. We cannot ignore the slight reduction in vaccine uptake over the past couple of weeks, which is in despite of the fantastic work being done across Keighley and Ilkley to deal with this, including at the Silsden Medical Practice, Keighley Central Mosque and at the Airedale Hospital, who this week are providing walk-in services for young people to get their vaccine. Will the honourable friend of mine join me in encouraging all of those who have not yet done so to take up the offer of the vaccine to prevent the transmission and help protect themselves and others?
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker. And I commend my honourable friend, the member for Keighley, for his exemplary work in taking the message out to his constituents that vaccines protect people, they protect families, they protect communities, and he's absolutely right to continue to double down on his effort, and I assure him we will do the same across the system to make sure we get, whether it's pop-ups or mobile sites or opening longer hours. We've got the Eid festival beginning tomorrow. We have a whole programme around that to get the Muslim community, one, I'd like to wish them a happy Eid Mubarak, but also to come forward and get vaccinated.
John Speller.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker, and as the Minister will know, I've long campaigned for a vaccine passport to enable individuals, society and the economy to speed up the return to normality. So I very much welcome the long overdue and realistic NHS COVID pass. But how is he going to ensure take-up of the pass? And can you also tell us which venues will be included, and equally important, if any sporting, hospitality or leisure venues will be excluded?
I'm grateful for the member for Worley and his support in this area. We're looking at high-risk, large-capacity indoor venues. We're working with the industry. My colleagues in the business department, Minister Scully and others, are working with the industry at the moment to take advantage of step 4, to get those businesses back on their feet, and then, of course, to take all that learning so I can be back here at the dispatch box in September and sharing with the House how we can then sustain the industry going forward whilst we live with COVID, because we will have to transition this virus from pandemic to endemic status.
Greg Clark.
Thank you very much indeed, Mr Deputy Speaker. The now famous test and release pilot was first announced on the 29th of April. So is the lack of any results of that pilot, nearly 3 months after it started, a failure on the part of Public Health England? Or are those results being suppressed because the Minister might be concerned that NHS Test and Trace don't have the testing capacity available to make test and release available to everyone?
I'm grateful for my right honourable friend's question. I shared with the House that, in answer to the earlier question, that the test and release pilot results will be available in 1 to 2 weeks at time, and when they are, we will come to the House and share them with members of this House.
Video link. Tony Lloyd.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Can I say to the Minister that he has proved himself to be very helpful and thoughtful in the way he's handled his brief, but can he tell us this? What research has there been into the impact of long COVID on younger children, younger people? Because, of course, in the end, if long COVID is not simply an issue for adults, but for children as well, will that impact on the way in which we assess the need for a vaccination programme for our young children?
Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy Speaker. I thank the member for Rochdale for his excellent question and for his support on the weekly MP's briefing that we deliver on a Friday. Long COVID is a serious issue amongst adults and children, and of course the JCVI look at the available evidence. I would just caveat what I say is obviously this virus has only been with us for 17 months. We've only had vaccines for the past 8 of those months. So we're learning all the time, and we've made money available, as I, in answer to a question earlier, to the health service to look at how to support, for example, GPs in diagnosing long COVID.
Video link. Sir Roger Gale.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. In addition to holidaymakers, there are hundreds of UK citizens who want to go to France to visit family. France is a country with a much lower infection rate than the United Kingdom. There are also hundreds of UK citizens, expats, who wish to visit families in the United Kingdom. As a result of the decision taken by the Department for Health, all of those people now face exorbitant test costs and isolation when they come into the United Kingdom. The House of Commons has an excellent test system which generates a result within about 30 minutes and is reliable. Can my right honourable friend, who is the most effective of ministers, use his influence to make sure that at the very least, people coming back into the United Kingdom and having to be tested can do so at a reasonable and not a disproportionate cost?
I'm very grateful to my honourable friend, the member for North Thanet, who is always diligent in his questioning, including on the Friday calls on behalf of his constituents. He raises a really important point around both the beta variant, which is, as a precautionary measure, is a variant clearly of concern to us. It probably is the one that would give us the greatest headache in terms of vaccine escape, hence why we took those precautionary measures, and we keep that under review. The biosecurity team do that very effectively. But he raises, I think, a really important point, which is around the cost of testing, and I will certainly take away his comments and discuss this within government, including with the Secretary of State for Transport, who I know has looked at this and has talked to the those involved in the testing process to make sure that people aren't penalised by exorbitant costs of the PCR test.
Point of order, Mr. Harper.
Mr. Speaker, I listened very carefully to what the Minister said in response to the excellent question from my right honourable friend who chairs the Science and Technology Committee. The Minister said that when the information was available from the test and release pilot in the next couple of weeks, he would come back to the House straight away. You will have noticed, Mr. Deputy Speaker, as I'm sure all members will, that the House will be in recess at that point. And ministers are unable, therefore, to answer written questions or lay written ministerial statements or make oral statements. Can I therefore ask the Treasury bench, through you, Mr. Deputy Speaker, if the Minister will therefore ensure that the House is recalled to hear that evidence, because of course the decision point is on the 16th of August during the recess. This will be of interest to millions of people in our country who by that point may be self-isolating. So commitment that the Minister will return, the House will be brought back to enable ministers to be questioned on this important matter. It would be helpful if the Minister could confirm that at the dispatch box now.
He's smiling at me. I don't think he wishes to intervene, but the right honourable member is absolutely right. The House goes into recess on Thursday. It doesn't come back until the 6th of September, but it is way out of the ability of the Chair to be able to recall Parliament. But I'm absolutely certain the Treasury bench heard what he had to say and will pass that on to the appropriate people. Can I thank the Minister for his statement today, for answering 29 questions in well over an hour. Thank you very much. We'll now suspend for 3 minutes in order to sanitise the dispatch boxes. Order! Order. Order. The clerk will now proceed to read the orders of the day.
Nationality and Borders Bill, second reading.
Now. And I have to report that the reason amendment in the name of the Leader of the Opposition has been selected. The Minister to move the second reading, Priti Patel.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I beg to move that the bill now be read a second time. Mr Deputy Speaker, the British people have had enough of open borders and uncontrolled immigration. Enough of a failed asylum system that costs the taxpayer over £1 billion a year. Enough of dinghies arriving illegally on our shores directed by organised crime gangs. Enough of people drowning on these dangerous, illegal and unnecessary journeys. Enough of people being trafficked and sold into modern slavery. Enough of economic migrants pretending to be genuine refugees. Enough of adults pretending to be children to claim asylum. Enough of people trying to gain entry illegally ahead of those who play by the rules. Enough of foreign criminals, including murderers and rapists, who abuse our laws and then game the system so we cannot remove them. The British people have had enough of being told that none of these issues matter. They've had enough of being told that it's racist even to think about addressing public concerns and to fix this failed system. The British people, perhaps the honourable gentleman would either like to intervene or listen, The British people have repeatedly voted to take back control of our borders, something that the party opposite have repeatedly voted against and complained against. The British people finally have a government that is listening to them, because our priorities are the people's priorities. And so for the first time in decades, we will determine who comes in and out of our country. Our plan will increase the fairness of our system so that those who we can better protect and support, of course I'll give way to the right honourable lady.
I'm grateful to my right honourable friend for giving way. I hope she will forgive me if I intervene in this way. But she is giving the impression that no Conservative government since 2010 have tried to address these issues. Can I assure her from 6 years in the Home Office that these issues have been addressed? And I'm going to refer in my speech to the fact that we are constantly, as governments constantly have to look at these issues around immigration, rather than thinking that one piece of legislation will deal with the problem forever.
Well, I thank my right friend for absolutely making that point, because as the party opposite should also recognise as well, because one honourable gentleman mentioned, 11 years, what have you done? Well, actually it speaks to the right honourable lady and the fact that cumulative efforts have been made. And perhaps if the honourable lady would like to listen as well. The important point to make, Mr Deputy Speaker, is that across the years, and in fact the Honourable Lady is right, because I'm going to refer to a piece of legislation that she will be familiar with as well, where we know that change came in, but unfortunately for a range of reasons, the system is being abused and gamed. And the most important thing right now, I will shortly, in a minute, our plan will increase the fairness of our system so that we can better protect those that are in need of genuine asylum. And that is absolutely right. It is important that we have that fair principle. But also, Mr Deputy Speaker, it will deter something that I sense the party opposite are not interested in. It will deter illegal entry to the UK and, importantly, break the business model of the smuggling gangs and protect the lives of those that they're endangering. I will give way.
The big problems at the moment is the very long time it takes to determine asylum applications. And since the former Prime Minister left the Home Office, the number of caseworkers has gone up, but the number of decisions has gone down every single year. Why has that catastrophic fall in productivity been allowed to occur?
Thank the right honourable gentleman for his question, and I will come on to refer to that specifically in terms of the time it takes around cases, processing cases, but he will also be familiar with the number of appeals that various cases have as well. And it's not just about initial decisions, this is actually about the system itself from an end-to-end perspective. And Mr Deputy Speaker is absolutely right, and I'll go on to make this case as well, that is why, as he will be aware and all members will be aware, in terms of the new plan for immigration, we are now speaking about comprehensive end-to-end reform of the asylum system that looks at every single stage. Now, I think it's important, I will give way.
Home Secretary for giving way. Could she explain why the number of initial decisions, not appeals, the number of initial decisions made by the Home Office dropped by 27% between 2015 and 2019, before the pandemic started?
I thank the Honourable Lady, the Right Honourable Lady, for her question. The fact of the matter is, in terms of initial decision-making, and this is a point that is absolutely in our new plan for immigration, we are looking, not just with regards to caseworkers, but to digitalise the system to make it much more efficient. And the fact of the matter is, when more cases are coming in, down to things such as illegal migration, people being exploited by coming into the country illegally, the number of cases into the system have gone up. That is a fact. Cases have gone up over a significant period of time. But I think it's, I will shortly, I'm just going to make a bit of progress. But I think it's important to reflect, Mr Deputy Speaker, that when it comes to reform of both the immigration system and tackling many of these complex issues, there is no one-size-fits-all. And I think it's important for all right honourable and honourable members to recognise that we'd be kidding ourselves if there was a silver bullet to actually saying there is one thing that could be done. There are a range of issues, cumulative issues, that this legislation will seek to address. Now, I appreciate the party opposite, when we launched a new plan for immigration as well, effectively spoke out about many of the measures, in this bill, but also our new plan for immigration. But I think it's fair to say that the opposition seem to think the British people have the wrong priorities when it comes to tackling issues of migration and illegal entry. I will shortly. I want to make progress. They argue that it's wrong to deport murderers and rapists and dangerous criminals, which is a fact. They think that border controls are wrong. They think that ending free movement is wrong. Well, the party opposite can sigh and shake their heads, but the fact of the matter is, over the last 12 months, when it has come to ending free movement, when it has come to having discussions about reform of immigration, our points-based system, they seem to think that open borders is the answer. And they obviously don't support our new plan for immigration. They don't like the people's priorities when it comes to these issues, and yet they have no plan. So I will give way.
The public seem to want a fair, fast and affordable system. So can the Home Secretary tell the public how much more the taxpayer will be paying for her new proposals?
Well, I think, Mr Deputy Speaker, in fact, the taxpayer will be saving money in the long run. We already spend over £1 billion a year when it comes to dealing with the failed and broken asylum system. And that, of course, if he's read the bill and also if he's read the new plan for immigration, which I'd urge him to do, he would see that there are a range of measures. I will give way to the Honourable Gentleman.
For giving way. Isn't the truth of the matter that too often our courts exaggerate the significance of international treaties and obligations, and by so doing frustrate the process by which we deport illegal immigrants, including large numbers of foreign criminals?
My right honourable friend for his question and his comment and observation. There are a range of aspects, certainly through this bill, that we are seeking to address when it comes to courts, immigration tribunals, to actually make them more efficient, rather than to have the endless appeals where individuals frustrate the appeals process and clog up the system. It is right that we do that, because otherwise there are individuals, genuine people seeking to claim asylum that are simply not getting their cases heard, and we want to make sure that we can give them the support that they... No, I won't give way. For years, people have risked their lives to enter our country, such as those crossing the Channel in dangerous boats to claim asylum. I've been generous in giving way, and I will give way shortly, but I would like to make progress. If there were simple and straightforward solutions to many of these challenges, and in fact the Right Honourable Member for Maidenhead has already touched on this, then issues such as illegal migration to the UK would have been resolved by now. But illegal entry to the UK and the subsequent claims of asylum have become complex in terms of the issues and also the nature of cases that also arise. But I'm absolutely clear that no one should seek to put the lives of their family or themselves in the hands of criminals to enter the UK illegally. And I'd like to think, Mr Deputy Speaker, that is absolutely an important point that this House can unite on. And this bill will finally address the issues that have resulted in the broken system over a long period of time, cumulatively, in terms of the system that we have right now. A system that is being abused and now allowing criminals to put the lives of vulnerable at risk. And it is right that we do everything possible and find the measures to fix this and to ensure that a fair asylum system provides a safe haven to those fleeing persecution, oppression and tyranny. I will give way.
We're receiving emails saying that this bill is somehow cruel on illegal migrants. But isn't the cruelest thing to do nothing? This very day, there are hundreds of people putting their life at risk crossing the Channel. If we close these loopholes, if we clear up the doubts about human rights legislation, if we create safe havens, this trade will stop dead, as it did with Australia.
Absolutely right. And there are many ways in which we can absolutely address this problem. And creating safe and legal routes, which obviously is in the bill and something that I've spoken about many, many times, will build upon the generosity of our country. We are absolutely generous as a nation when it comes to providing refuge and support to people that are fleeing persecution. But what we have to do right now is stop this trade. There is a trade that's taking place where people are being exploited to come to the country illegally. I'm going to give way to the Honourable Gentleman back there who's been waiting patiently.
Thank the Secretary of State for giving way. Secretary of State, one of the things that concerns me greatly and concerns others in the South, and no concerns yourself, is the issue of children and those held in immigration detention. The figure has dropped since 2019 down to 73, but they often arrive, they can be separated from their family, or they arrive unaccompanied, unaware they will be straight away be placed into detention. Can I ask the Secretary of State, what will be done to help children in particular? Thank you.
Well, I thank my friend for his question. I'm going to come on shortly in my remarks to address some of these wider term issues. But if I can just say, Mr Deputy Speaker, that obviously when it comes to children in particular, and along with the work that we are doing on safe and legal routes, we have to absolutely provide the right pathways for them and the secure environment for them to rebuild their lives. And that is at the heart of our work in terms of absolutely being humane, compassionate and being fair. Currently, our system is overwhelmed, and I think actually this is a very, very strong point of reflection, that because of the trends that we have been seeing through organised immigration crime and gangs that are effectively exploiting vulnerable individuals, we now need to be able to provide support and understand where those needs are coming from, because there are genuine people that are being elbowed aside by those that are basically paying traffickers to come to our country. I won't give way. Mr. Deputy Speaker, as a nation, we have always stepped up to support refugees in need, and rightly so. This is a great source of national pride for our country, and of course that will never change. No, I won't give way. Since 2015, more than 25,000 refugees have been resettled in the UK from regions of conflict through formal schemes, more than any other European country. And Mr. Deputy Speaker, again, speaking to the comments and reflecting upon the comments of my right honourable friend, the member for Maidenhead, this has happened over a period of time when we have seen all sorts of challenges around the world and seen people fleeing persecution, oppression and conflict. In addition to that, more than 29,000 close relatives have also joined them in the UK in the last 5 years. Our country is not mean-spirited or ungenerous towards asylum seekers, as some may claim. And anyone claiming that, and I will.
I'm very grateful. If I might gently say to her, I don't think that this is the issue about whether we're mean-spirited or generous. The issue is about whether the legislation she's bringing forward is actually going to solve the problem that we have, because every single member of the House is opposed to illegal migration. Every single member of the House hates the trafficking that has made very many vulnerable people put their children in terrible positions through no will of their own. If you really are going to have an end-to-end solution, don't you need to be able to answer the question from the right to honourable member who chairs the Home Affairs Committee? Don't we all have to be able to say, how are we going to make sure that the push factors that push so many people out of their country, when they would much prefer to stay in their home countries, are dealt with?
Well, I'd say to the honourable gentleman, and if he had followed much of the work prior to the introduction of this bill, undertaken by the Home Office and looked at our new plan for immigration, he would fully appreciate the end-to-end work that is already in train. A lot of the upstream work as well, by the way, in terms of absolutely going after criminals outside of the United Kingdom, not just in France, but across European countries. We do a great deal of work with our partners around the world and across Europe in terms of intelligence to go after criminal gangs. But of course, he will recognise that that is one component part. In addition to the work that we do, I've already just spoken about the refugees that we have resettled from parts of the world where there has been oppression and conflict. It is a fact that even since 2015, this government, through the generosity of the British public, have put in billions of pounds in terms of accommodation, education, healthcare, amenity, the ability to resettle people and keep people in their own regions. It's absolutely right, and that is, and I can say this even from my time as Secretary of State in DFID, the purpose of economic development in countries upstream is absolutely at the heart of everything that we do. And of course, there is much more that we need to do on that. I will give way just one more time.
Grateful to her. This is a really important point, that the vast majority of people who, as she said earlier, put their children at risk in putting them on boats to cross the channel are only doing so because they were forced to leave a country out of no will of their own whatsoever. And the more we can do to try and prevent that happening at source, in the end, we're going to save ourselves all more of a headache, aren't we?
Well, there are a number of points to make on this, on the Right Honourable Gentleman's intervention and question. First and foremost, absolutely, no one would dispute the work that we do in other countries around the world and how vital that is. I mean, our governments, all governments have had a very, very strong record on that, and that is investment in people, livelihood, women, girls, economic empowerment. That is fundamental to the work of the government and always has been. Secondly, though, I think we do have to recognise, though, through what we are seeing and the trends when it comes to illegal migration, we are seeing, and figures alone are showing this, this now. The majority of people entering the UK illegally, they are travelling through safe countries across the EU where they could claim asylum. France, Germany, Belgium, Netherlands, Italy, Greece, these are all safe countries, and yet they are being trafficked through these countries. The second point to make, the majority of people entering the United Kingdom are young men. It is not the women and children, and they are paying the people smugglers to push them to one side. And that is why, if I may just finish my remark before I go back to my speech, this is why our focus is on creating, and I will come on to this, safe routes, but also what we can do outside of the United Kingdom to actually help and support women and children, families, to come to the United Kingdom and resettle. These are important principles that we already have established our resettlement schemes, and we do want to do much more in this area. I will give way, of course.
Right honourable friend, and she's making good progress, and there is much in this bill which, of course, needs to be done. But I want to draw her attention, if I can, to Section 4 of the bill, which deals with modern-day slavery. I was very proud that the CSJ, Centre for Social Justice, brought forward the paper, and very proud that my right honourable friend brought forward the first legislation in the world on this. Section 4 has problems, and I simply say gently that I just wonder if she and her team will retain an open mind as to changes that may be made to this, because we really do want to lead the world in this and be generous, particularly to those who are not just trafficked, but trafficked for the most abominable reasons.
No, my right honourable friend is absolutely right, and he will know from the discussions that we have had that we will continue to work with him and others to absolutely ensure, Mr Deputy Speaker, that we are doing the right thing. Because currently, and I will come on to Section 4 in my remarks when I get to them, just to expand on exactly where we are seeing the problems and the anomalies within the system. Of course, we want to close them down. Modern-day slavery is absolutely abhorrent, but there are key elements that we also need to address. I will give way.
Thank you very much, Mr Deputy Speaker. I'm grateful to my honourable friend for giving way. I just can't let one of the comments made by the member opposite just pass when he made the point that people who seek asylum here are always fleeing their country to persecution. Now, I have many concerns about immigration bills passed over many years by my honourable friend and by my honourable friend, the former Prime Minister. But it is naive to think that people coming through irregular routes are wholly and only asylum-seeking people for reasons of persecution, that there are a large number who are seeking asylum based purely on economic migration reasons. And isn't that one of the reasons why separating out regular and irregular is such an important change in the way we're pursuing the legislation?
And this is where, in fact, the system becomes conflated, and there is no separation between the two. And he's absolutely right to make that point. And I think I won't give way. I won't give way. I've been very generous in interventions, and I would like to make progress. I think it's important to reflect, Mr Deputy Speaker, that it is a fact that anyone, and this is established in long-standing legislation, that anyone claiming asylum in the UK, absolutely, we have a statutory duty when it comes to accommodation, subsistence, cash and transportation. And the system, as I've already alluded to the honourable gentleman from Southwark and Bermondsey, the system is currently costing the taxpayer over £1 billion a year. And it is right that we look to reform the system and to make the system not just efficient, but inform that we do the right thing. So the very principle of seeking refuge has clearly been undermined by those who are paying their way to travel through safe countries to then come to the UK to claim asylum. And as my honourable friend has already said, many of those are economic migrants and not just those fleeing persecution. And people should be claiming asylum in the first safe country that they reach and not, Mr Deputy Speaker, using the UK as a destination of choice. And that is why our intention is to work. I won't give way. I've given way several times now. Our intention is to address this wider system to fix this problem so that we can help those who are in genuine need to resettle here. And we are strengthening through this bill the safe and legal ways in which people can enter the UK, adopting a fair and firm approach. So, Mr Deputy Speaker, from today, I'll be granting indefinite leave to remain to refugees resettled under our world-leading resettlement schemes, giving them the vital freedom to succeed from the moment that they arrive in our country, and importantly, offering certainty and stability to help them rebuild their lives from day one. That is absolutely the right thing to do. And from that, we can also learn and build better schemes going forward. We also want to continue to strengthen our proud record to support those in need, such as we have, Mr Deputy Speaker, over the last few months, like the brave Afghan nationals who've worked alongside our brave military, who are now benefiting from a bespoke resettlement scheme. In addition to the type of scheme we've set up for British nationals overseas from Hong Kong, whose liberties were restricted, who are now able to live freely in the UK with a full pathway to citizenship, thanks to the route that we opened this year. We will always give people coming through safe resettlement schemes the support that they need, and of course that is the right thing to do. From learning English to gaining employment and training, they will gain essential skills to build a new life in the UK. And new pilots to support refugees into work are already happening. Community sponsorship schemes, which are well established and have been established over recent years, are making an enormous difference and helping local communities to support refugees directly. We want to do more, and we are empowering more schemes like these every day. I'm also announcing that those displaced by conflict and violence will also be able to benefit from access to our global points-based immigration system, to enable skilled people who have been displaced, who have fled their homes, to come to the UK safely and legally through established routes. We will work with the charity Talent Beyond Boundaries and other partners on this pilot project. And up to 100 refugees in Jordan and Lebanon will be supported, first to gain sponsorship from a UK employer. These are the type of schemes that we will continue to build upon. And this is in addition to our world-leading resettlement schemes. Providing greater support to refugees arriving safely will reduce the incentive to enter the country dangerously and illegally. Because it's right, Mr Deputy Speaker, that when the British people object to illegal entry, they're right to make the case as to it being absolutely abhorrent. And literally, in 2020, 8,500 people arrived in the UK by small boat. 87% of them were men, and 74% of them were aged 18 to 39. So those who claim it is heartless to stop these illegal crossings have it all the wrong way round, because it would be heartless and immoral to let them to continue to do so in the way in which they are, through these dangerous and perilous journeys, because people have drowned in the Channel, and thousands, even recently, just 3 weeks ago, have died in the Mediterranean. It isn't just illegal sea journeys that are lethal. Mr Deputy Speaker, one of my first and saddest tasks as Home Secretary was to respond to the devastating and really what was preventable, the preventable deaths of 39 Vietnamese people in a trailer found in Essex. The judge described their deaths through suffocation as excruciatingly painful. This terrible crime was organised by a gang. It was all gang activity. And in recognition of the severity of this appalling crime, 5 members of the people smuggling gang were jailed, with 2 ringleaders going down for 20 and 27 years respectively. 2 lorry drivers were imprisoned on manslaughter charges, with sentences of 18 years and 13 years 4 months. Such cases, Mr Deputy Speaker, are not just heartbreaking. There is only one word for them: they are evil. And we have a moral duty to prevent such appalling atrocities from happening again. And there is simply no justification for what is going on. People smugglers are motivated by profit. They line their pockets with the takings to finance other crimes such as drugs and firearms trafficking. They don't organise illegal entry by small boat or in the back of lorries out of kindness. And 3 weeks ago, just to give another example, late at night, I received what I can only describe as a sickening call from officials at the Home Office. They told me that there were reports of a family attempting to make their way across the Channel who had been separated. They said that the people smugglers in northern France had forced a mother and father to get into a small boat at gunpoint. They said that the family, with their 2 young daughters, would be put in the next boat that would make the crossing. And as the parents refused to be separated from their children, the people smugglers threatened them again. Now, the anguish and distress of those parents is absolutely unthinkable. Yet this is all too common for families to be put in many of these perilous situations by criminal gangs. Organised gangs involving and exploiting and trafficking children are, of course, fueling modern-day slavery. We have also, Mr Deputy Speaker, had recent accounts of facilitators using violence, and the threat of guns and violence has now become the norm, but also the threat of violence including rape to control people. we are talking about unimaginable wickedness, and we cannot, in good conscience, fail to act. We do have a moral obligation to stop this vile trade, because human beings are not cargo. And with that, Mr. Deputy Speaker, the status quo is entirely unacceptable, which is why I and this government will look at all options, every option, and also working with international partners to look at how we will fix this system and save lives. And we are determined to smash the criminal gangs who cause such misery, and we absolutely are determined to break their business model. Mr. Deputy Speaker, turning to key measures in the bill, it is illegal to arrive in UK waters without permission, and those that bring migrants to the UK facilitate illegal entry will now face a life sentence. This criminal and exploitative behaviour can now be punished with the severity it rightly deserves. A maximum prison sentence for entering the country illegally will also increase from 6 months to 4 months. We are sending, and we need to send, a signal to those criminal gangs that there is increased risk to paying and propping up criminal activity to get to the UK illegally. This bill will also give Border Force additional powers. This includes the powers to seize vessels used to facilitate illegal entry to the UK. Border Force will also be able to search all freight for people suspected of seeking illegal entry. To prevent illegal trafficking and facilitation, like the case of almost 50 minors who were recently found hidden in tiny crevices in the back of a lorry with no chance of escape. This is what we are dealing with, Mr. Deputy Speaker. In addition to the changes and the powers to Border Force, we do intend to make the border fully digital, which will allow us to count people in and out, but importantly to help us to stop dangerous people from coming here. Anyone who isn't a British or Irish citizen will need to provide more information about themselves before they travel, including any history of criminality. Electronic travel authorisations will be a major step in our border security. Carriers will check that passengers have this digital authorisation or another form of digital permission, like a visa, before they travel. They will risk a civil penalty if they fail to deny boarding to those without permission. We're also increasing the maximum penalty for hauliers caught entering the UK with an illegal migrant on board from £2,000 to £5,000. In addition to many of the changes included in the bill, Mr. Deputy Speaker, we will introduce new accommodation and reception centres, which are already used by many countries across Europe and elsewhere. They will provide new accommodation for processing claims and speeding up claims, and that will also include the reforms and the digitalisation to much of our own processes within the Home Office. Asylum seekers will be allocated to accommodation centres by the Department and the Home Secretary, rather than dispersing people across the United Kingdom as we already have. Currently, detained appeals are subject to the same rules as non-detained appeals. There is no set time frame in which decisions have to be made. This can result in appeals taking a long time. We will reinstate an accelerated appeals process that is fast enough to enable claims to be dealt with from detention, while ensuring that a person who is detained has fair access to justice. This will expedite the removal of people without a legitimate need to claim asylum in the UK. Mr. Deputy Speaker, in recent years we have seen some of the most shocking cases of grown adults, mostly men, claiming asylum as children. Through deception, they've been able to access children's services and education, leading to the most worrying cases and safeguarding issues. This bill will change how someone's age is assessed. Many countries around the world and across the EU already employ safe scientific methods, and we will start to do so. This will stop people falsely claiming to be children and protect genuine children from being moved into the adult asylum system. Mr. Deputy Speaker, the British public are incredulous that it is so hard to remove foreign criminals and failed asylum seekers from our shores. We are therefore amending the early removal scheme to help us remove foreign criminals from the UK as early as possible. The British people have also had enough of foreign criminals getting one over on us. One foreign national offender first claimed asylum in 2001, choosing to leave the UK voluntarily in 2009, then re-entering in 2011 with his wife and child claiming asylum for a second time. He was deported in 2015 after a 15-month sentence for sexual assault on a child. He returned to the UK in breach of a deportation order in 2017 and was arrested and detained. He then went on to make a fresh asylum claim. He then appealed that refusal and eventually exhausted his rights to appeal. In detention, he sewed his lips together, refused food or fluid, and declined healthcare. And then in 2018, he was released on health grounds with electronic monitoring. He appealed this decision through the family courts, and a hearing was scheduled months later, acting as a barrier to removal. And then in early 2018, he cut off his electronic tag. In 2019, he was arrested on suspicion of murder after his estranged wife was found dead. This, Mr. Deputy Speaker, is not justice, and it shows that our system is simply not working. Things cannot continue like this, and we must change the law so that we can remove dangerous foreign criminals and ensure that justice is done. The bill raises the minimum sentence for any foreign criminal that returns to the UK in breach of a deportation order from 6 months to 5 years. It speeds up appeals and stops the endless cycle of baseless claims. People who are subject to removal action often wait until the very last minute to make a challenge, leading to cancelled flights and delayed removals. And in fact, Mr. Deputy Speaker, I'm sure the Honourable Lady from Maidenhead will also recount many, many tales from her time as Home Secretary. This has become a standard practice when it comes to too many of these cases with foreign national offenders and others. Time and time again, we see murderers, rapists and child abusers launching numerous last-minute claims to attempt to try and stay in the UK. This simply is not right. These last-minute claims and appeals mean that criminals can thwart removal from our country, even when they are on the tarmac, ready to be removed from the UK. We have had far too many cases like this, and we and the British public are sick of this. Through this bill, all protection-related issues will need to be raised up front from once the bill is established in one go, and that does include, as my right honourable friend, the member from Chingford has already said, including claims on modern-day slavery. This will stop the endless cycle of people raising repeated claims to frustrate their removal. And our approach is, of course, fair but firm, and it is firm where we have seen too many abuses over many years and, in fact, decades. The notice period of an intention to remove someone will be standardised, and we will provide fair access to justice and legal advice for these individuals. Mr. Deputy Speaker, slavery is one of humanity's greatest evils, and it has never gone away. It was a Conservative government that pushed through the Modern Day Slavery Act, led by my right honourable friend, the member for Maidenhead, when she was Home Secretary. And I think the House recognises, in fact we all do, that she deserves immense credit for the work that she undertook. And it was an act of good faith that other countries have since been inspired to follow. We will continue, as we have done, to protect victims of modern slavery by creating a statutory grant of leave for confirmed victims. They, of course, need the time, they, of course, need the support to recover from their horrendous and appalling ordeals. And the authorities also need time to bring perpetrators to justice. And I would also like to pay tribute, Mr. Deputy Speaker, to many colleagues in the House and also to policing partners as well that have worked diligently. And the Right Honourable Member for Chingford has already mentioned the Centre for Social Justice, but I know that we've worked with policing partners as well to look at many of the cases around law enforcement, bringing perpetrators to justice, and how difficult some of those cases are. But the law on modern slavery, is being exploited. No, I will not. There has been, the Honourable Gentleman will have his chance to speak shortly. There will be an alarming increase in the number of illegal entrants and foreign national offenders, including, Madam Deputy Speaker, child rapists and people who pose a national security risk, seeking modern-day slavery referrals to avoid immigration detention and frustrate removal from the UK. One individual who was granted indefinite leave to remain in the UK had that leave revoked following persistent offending that led to a prison sentence adding to more than 12 months. They were subject to a deportation order, a decision upheld by the courts. On the day that they were due to be removed, they then went on to make an asylum claim. Once that was refused, they claimed to be a victim of modern slavery in relation to incidents several years before they came to the United Kingdom. This was then referred to the National Referral Mechanism, which rightly identifies and supports victims of modern slavery. Now, decisions on these cases currently take around 12 months, with a low bar for postponing removal. This person was released from detention and their removal was postponed. They subsequently absconded and went on to commit further serious offences. This bill contains vital measures to ensure the victims are identified as quickly as possible, while making it easier to distinguish between genuine and non-genuine accounts of modern slavery. And it is absolutely right, Madam Deputy Speaker, as I've said throughout my comments and remarks this afternoon, that we are doing the right thing to support genuine victims and genuine asylum seekers. And this is where we absolutely need to reform the system to close down loopholes and gaps that are being exploited by those that have been a harm to British citizens and have no legal right to be in the UK. The bill contains vital measures to ensure that victims are identified quickly and as possible, importantly making it easier to distinguish between genuine and non-genuine accounts of modern slavery. And that help and support will be available to someone where there are reasonable grounds to believe a person is a victim rather than that they may be a victim. And people claiming asylum or human rights protections will be required to provide relevant information relating to being a victim of slavery or human trafficking within a specified period. And with that, Madam Deputy Speaker, in response to my right honourable friend, the member for Chingford, this is exactly the area where we do need to do more work, and we'll absolutely work with members in the House and other organisations to make sure that we have the right protective measures in place for those who have absolutely been victims of modern-day slavery. And I will.
I'm grateful, and she's being most generous in giving way. But the point I just wanted to make to her was that the time that they are granted leave to remain has a bearing on whether we can prosecute those who are guilty, because they need to be settled in a settled state, able to give evidence and not fearing what will happen next. This will have a huge impact on the ability to prosecute those who traffic them.
My right honourable friend is absolutely right, and I would just like to, without going into detail here, just give him the assurance that this is effectively what we are seeking to achieve and we are working on right now. And it is a point that has been very well made by him and also the Centre for Social Justice. And linked to my right honourable friend's comment, it is right that we pour all our resources, Madam Deputy Speaker, into helping genuine victims of modern slavery and not allow dangerous foreign criminals who are effectively pushing aside real victims to then go on to abuse the system for their own despicable means. Now, Madam Deputy Speaker, we already maintain a list of safe countries that consistently adhere to international human rights law to stop people delaying removal by falsely claiming that their human rights are at risk. Every EU country will be on that list as they are safe countries, which speaks to the point that is frequently made and discussed in this House, that people moving through safe countries, through EU member states, should seek to claim asylum in the first safe country and not seek to come to the UK as a destination of choice. Furthermore, we are taking a power to allow us to remove as well as add countries to this list so that the list can remain relevant and appropriate to our needs as assessments change. Now, if someone's human rights claim is clearly unfounded, there will no longer be a right to appeal. And whether someone has complied with the asylum or removal process will also be considered when deciding whether to grant immigration bail. And other countries must cooperate when taking back those citizens who have no right to be in the UK. And if countries do not cooperate in the return of their own nationals, their access to our generous, fast and open visa system will be at risk. Every effort will be made to remove those who enter the UK having travelled through a safe country in which they could have and should have claimed asylum. For the first time, how you arrive in our country will impact how your claim is progressed. Those who we cannot remove, but those whose claims prevail, will only receive temporary status with limited entitlements. And anyone who arrives in the UK via a safe third country may have their claim declined and return to a country they arrived from or a third safe country. And people who do make a successful claim after arriving via another safe country may receive new temporary protection status without the same benefits and entitlements, and this will be reassessed periodically. And this bill also makes it easier to remove someone to another safe country while their asylum claim is being processed. And this bill will also enable us to recover taxpayers' money from lawyers where their unreasonable behaviour wastes the courts and other parties' resources. No, I won't give way. I will not give way. I've taken many interventions. And on this point, we are also closing the loophole that has prevented the defence of some immigration decisions on the grounds of national security. Madam Deputy Speaker, I am resolute that we must fix the terrible injustice suffered by the Windrush generation and others who were denied British citizenship unfairly across successive governments. If the honourable gentleman had read the Wendy Williams report into Windrush, I have already overhauled the Windrush compensation scheme and urge colleagues across the House to help us encourage people to come forward. What happened to them must never be repeated, and that also means fixing our outdated nationality laws. This bill, Madam Deputy Speaker, gives the Home Secretary power to grant British citizenship to people who would have become British citizens if not for unfairness and exceptional circumstances beyond their control. For example, in one case, an individual who had been refused citizenship due to an absence from the UK on a given day, in spite of many years of previous residence, even though this was, of course, no fault of his own. The bill provides further flexibility to waive residency requirements to help members of the Windrush generation and others acquire British citizenship more quickly. For example, in one case, an individual had to be refused citizenship due to an absence, again, because, of course, it was not their own fault. But, of course, this will mean that children also unfairly denied status, denied British Overseas Territory citizenship, will be finally able to acquire citizenship as well as their own British citizenship here. And this was one of the anomalies, of course, that came out through the whole Windrush scandal. Our laws, Madam Deputy Speaker, must be clearer and easier to understand. And through the Windrush Lessons Learned review by Wendy Williams, it also said that the immigration and nationality law is complex. And this bill gives the Home Secretary the power to simplify and consolidate immigration law so that we can address many of these citizenship anomalies that have existed for too long, for decades in fact. Madam Deputy Speaker, the British people are generous and compassionate. They give billions of pounds every year in overseas aid to, as I said, Madam Deputy Speaker, to the Right Honourable Gentleman earlier on, to provide support in countries around the world, to empower countries and communities, to invest in many economies, and also the British public embrace those in genuine need and want to see people succeed. They also want to see a system that is fair and a system that is firm. Fair to the British people, fair to those in genuine need, but firm against the criminals and those who exploit our generosity by gaming the system. And this bill is critical to delivering that new fair but firm system. It is also central to our new plan for immigration. It does address, and it goes a long way to address decades of failure, decades of challenges, both in the law, both on illegal migration, immigration, but also in terms of immigration courts and tribunals in the way in which I have just reflected upon, while at the same time, as the Windrush scandal has shone a spotlight in terms of many of the anomalies that have existed when it comes to citizenship. These are the areas that we will change, with secure borders and rules that will be easy to understand. And this is effectively part of the cumulative end-to-end change that we are seeking to bring in. We want to slam the door on foreign criminals, put organised crime gangs out of business, and of course, give the help and the support to those in genuine need. Everyone who plays by the rules will encounter a new system that is...
Order, I hesitate to interrupt the Home Secretary. Does the Honourable Lady have an actual point of order?
Madam Deputy, as the Home Secretary is very eloquently saying, this is an incredibly important piece of legislation. The lack of opportunity to hold the government to account on this legislation is a source of real concern. Can she invite...
That is not a point of order. We are starting a debate, the purpose of which is to allow this House to hold the government to account. We will be doing so until 10 o'clock tonight and then again tomorrow. That is not a point of order, and the Honourable Lady knows that. Home Secretary.
Speaker, and this is an important bill, and it is right that we have given the House plenty of time to debate this important piece of legislation. But I think it is important, just to conclude, Madam Deputy Speaker, that while we are seeking to achieve systematic end-to-end reform of this system, It is complex. It is absolutely complicated, and throughout the course of this debate and in committee stage as well, I hope all honourable members will actually reflect on some of the points that are being made on my side of the House effectively, that over decades we have found anomalies in our system. I've mentioned Windrush, I've mentioned tribunals, I've mentioned many of the processes that we want to streamline that will of course deal with efficiency and productivity in terms of case management. But fundamentally, Madam Deputy Speaker, this new system will be a system that is fair to those that need our help and support. And everyone that plays by the rules will encounter a new system that is fair but firm. And as representatives of the British people, we will be finally in control of many of these highly challenging issues that obviously many successive governments have sought to address in different ways, but now this government is committed to fixing the broken system.
Thank you. The question is that the bill be now read a second time. And just before I call the Shadow Home Secretary, I would be obliged if the Honourable Gentleman doesn't speak loudly while I'm on my feet. He can heckle other people, but he shouldn't be heckling the chair. I will draw to the attention of the House that obviously there's a very large list of people who wish to take part in this important debate, and therefore there will be an initial time limit of 4 minutes, and that will then reduce to 3 minutes at some point later, depending on how fast we proceed. Nick Thomas Simmons.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and we on these benches will be opposing this bill. It is a bill that is wrong, and it will make the dangerous situation we see in the English Channel worse. Now, we on these benches do not want to see people risking their lives making a sea crossing in some of the busiest shipping lanes in the world, often in boats that are unfit for purpose. But the measures proposed will not address this. By judging claims on the type of journey people make, ministers will create a discriminatory two-tiered approach to asylum. Not my words, Madam Deputy Speaker, but the words of the United Nations Refugee Agency. And that must be our starting point today. Any proposals, and I'll come to some in a moment, to address this profoundly serious issue must be compliant with the 1951 Convention relating to the status of refugees. We should, in this House, remember the circumstances in which that convention was created. Drafting began in 1946 after the end of the Second World War, as the full horrors perpetrated in that conflict had been brought out into public view. It was a noble ideal for nations to work together to prevent such awful things happening again. Countries came together to ensure that across the world we would offer a new protection to those who suffered persecution. Countries would not look the other way when there was systematic persecution in other parts of the world. We all bore a responsibility in our common humanity to help others. The convention was signed under the post-war Labour government in July 1951, but the document became one of the foundation stones upon which all post-war British governments stood, a matter of pride to our country and of the values we stand for around the world. It sent out a clear signal that Britain was a force for good and was setting a strong moral example that gave Britain the authority to argue that other countries take responsibility as well. It is to this government's shame that it stands outside that fine British tradition. 70 years after the 1951 Convention was signed, this government has decided to renege on its commitments. I hear what the Minister for Immigration Compliance says, so don't take my word for it. This is what the United Nations High Commission for Refugees says about these proposals. The International Refugee Protection System, underpinned by the 1951 Convention, has withstood the test of time, and it remains a collective responsibility to uphold and safeguard it. If states like the UK, that receive a comparatively small fraction of the world's asylum seekers and refugees, appear poised to renege on their commitments, the system is weakened globally, and the role and influence of the UK would be severely impacted. UNHCR is concerned that the plan, if implemented as it stands, will undermine the 1951 Convention and international protection system, not just in the UK but globally. And if the Minister doubts that, this is what the United Nations Refugee Agency had to say ahead of this second reading debate. Plans to create a new lower class of refugee are discriminatory, breach commitments in the Refugee Convention and should be dropped. They are breaching commitments in the Refugee Convention that a past British government that truly believed in a global Britain had signed. In fact, the UN Refugee Agency said the two-tier approach is, and I quote, a recipe for human suffering, social problems, inefficiency and greater cost to the taxpayer. Frankly, I will one word. Frankly, it is a dangerous and ill-thought-out proposal with profound consequences. I'll give way.
Honourable Gentleman, given that there seems to be unanimity that this bill should be interpreted in light of the Refugee Convention and apparently the government intention is to follow the Refugee Convention, surely there could possibly be no objection to an interpretation clause within the bill then. We can all work together to put that in there to ensure that all the provisions follow refugee case law and the Refugee Convention as it is.
And is absolutely right. And in reality, this is a bill based on an immigration plan that is harmful. Just listen to the story of Wahid Aryan, now an NHS doctor who escaped the Taliban in Afghanistan as a child. These are his words. When I arrived alone in London, a bewildered 15-year-old with nothing to my name but $100 and my hopes and dreams, I had no idea I'd end up 2 decades later working as an NHS doctor fighting COVID-19 on the front line in A&E. As a former child refugee from Afghanistan, under the UK government's so-called new plan for immigration, it is doubtful I would be here at all. It is doubtful I would be here at all. We also know the serious concerns that have been raised by campaigners across the LGBT plus community about this bill. The way it is so badly drafted risks us turning our back on people fleeing persecution. This is particularly chilling when we know the scale of the dangers faced by so many LGBT plus people across the world, including state-sanctioned persecution. The plan is wrong, and it is wrong-headed. I'll give way.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. If the Honourable Gentleman listens to my right honourable friend from Whitton, we're not on about Wahid. We're not on about stopping Wahid achieve what he wants to do. We're on about people who are coming here through safe routes, often adults, who are using that child route and stopping them from abusing that system. Perhaps if the Honourable Gentleman had actually listened to my right honourable friend from Whitton, he'd have probably picked that up.
Well, with the greatest respect, if the Honourable Gentleman would listen to me, it wasn't my words I was quoting. It was Wahid Aryan himself that I was quoting. The government says that the asylum system is broken. I totally agree. And it's the Conservative government that's broken it over the past 11 years. Under this Conservative government, the asylum processing system has imploded. Their own incompetence, removing targets from the system and failing to run it properly, has completely undermined it. I'll give way to the Honourable Lady.
I thank the Honourable Gentleman for giving way. He says it's imploded under the Conservative government. I would remind him that after his party had been in power for 10 years, there was a nearly 500,000 backlog of asylum cases, and 120,000 of them were put in the controlled archive because they were unable to trace them.
Well, if she wants to hear about statistics, Madam Deputy Speaker, try these. The share of applications that received an initial decision within 6 months fell from 87% in 2014 to 20% in 2019. That's the scale of the failure of this government. At the end of March 2021, this year, over 66,000 were waiting for an outcome on their initial claim. 75% of them, over 50,000, have been waiting for over 6 months. And new research from the Refugee Council shows that in the most recent data available, over 33,000 people have been waiting for over a year. I've been intervened on about the last Labour government, but that represents a tenfold increase in the past decade. Tenfold. Failure heaped upon failure. And not only that, the initial decision-making is so poorly judged that around 40% of initial decisions are overturned. So 4 in every 10 decisions are wrong. Yes, this process is broken, and frankly, it's getting even worse. I will, of course, give way to...
I note the Honourable Gentleman has made the point about initial decisions. Does he not recognise that one of the problems has been the ability for people to bring extra evidence after that decision has been made, so that the court is often looking at a case that is different from the one that on which the initial decision was made?
I'll come to that point in a moment because I've got deep concerns about that. I mean, the Right Honourable Lady actually passed, as has already been pointed out, the legislation on modern slavery. But it is also the case that victims often feel too traumatised to talk about their experience at an early stage. So this idea of giving such minimal weight to later evidence I find very concerning, particularly in the modern slavery context. And I'll come back to that in a moment because I know it's a matter of concern on those benches as well as these. On a side, I'll put up.
I do apologise to the honourable gentleman. He's very gracious in giving way. But can I just say to him, that comment about modern slavery, and he will hear that I have some concerns about modern slavery aspects of this bill, but that comment on modern slavery did not respond to the intervention that I made.
No, it did not.
Well, with great respect to the Right Honourable Lady, she was making the point about late filing of evidence, and I was making the point in response that the way in which this bill, and I'll come on to it in a moment, I'm quite happy to give way to her again when I do, but the way that this bill is framed in terms of the very little weight that's directed to be given on late evidence is very concerning with respect to victims who are unable to talk about their trauma at an early stage in the proceedings. And I will come back to it, and I'm very happy to give way to her again when I do. On asylum accommodation, the idea of sending people to offshore processing sites is dehumanising and it's unconscionable. And as the UN Refugee Agency puts it, the UK should abandon plans to externalise its refugee commitments, which would see it shift responsibility for protecting refugees onto states with less capacity and more refugees. And frankly, it's an attempt to distract from government failure on the housing of those seeking asylum. Last, of course I'll give.
I'm very grateful to him for giving way, and I agree with him about this point. Of course, Australia has undertaken offshore processing, and there are terrible stories that shame Australia about what's happened to some people in those places. Has he had any indication of where these offshore places might be that asylum applicants could be processed?
My honourable friend's absolutely right to raise that. Unfortunately, I've had no such indication beyond leaks to the media, as probably which fact will probably not surprise my right honourable friend. Last month, the High Court judgment on Napier Barracks found inadequate health and safety conditions and a failure to screen victims of trafficking and other vulnerabilities. The Home Office continued to house people against the advice of Public Health England, endangering those in the accommodation, staff and the local community. It resulted in what the court described as an inevitable COVID outbreak in January 2021, with nearly 200 people testing positive for the virus. No wonder the Independent Chief Inspector of Borders and Her Majesty's Inspector of Prisons published an emergency report that raised serious safeguarding concerns. On asylum accommodation, this government has failed and failed dangerously. The idea, Madam Deputy Speaker, that this bill helps those fleeing violence and persecution does not stand up to scrutiny. And let me take one example, because the former Prime Minister raised it a moment or two ago. The bill says that evidence submitted late without good reason should be given only minimal weight by asylum judges. Asylum seekers have been required for the past 19 years to submit arguments and evidence at an early stage. But now it seems we're going to have a situation where judges are directed to give minimal regard for evidence being given late. But there are many reasons why refugees, and particularly victims of human trafficking, cannot provide evidence at an early stage, not least because it is difficult for survivors of trauma to talk about their experience immediately, including, indeed especially, women and other survivors of sexual violence. And that shows the real failure at the heart of this bill. It fails victims of human trafficking. It is a bill that is a glaring missed opportunity to address the vile crime of people smuggling. Instead, this government will turn their backs on some of the most vulnerable people on earth. The bill changes the law, so that helping an asylum seeker will no longer need to be for gain to attract criminal liability. That's what the bill does. Now, that's a profound and dangerous change in the law. Could potentially criminalise the Royal National Lifeboat Association for saving people at sea, and seems to take no account whatsoever of the international law of the sea that requires ships' captains to assist those who are in distress. And let's be frank about this. Had this been in place when Sir Nicholas Winton was rescuing hundreds of children from the Holocaust on the Kindertransport, he would have risked being criminalised. And it's no point members shaking their heads, because what this legislation does is it risks bringing into the scope of the criminal law those who are helping people for humanitarian reasons. It is, well, he says it's disgusting. That's what's in the bill, Madam Deputy Speaker. I suggest he takes it up with the Home Secretary. It is wrong, it benefits nobody, and it sends out the worst possible signal about this government's intentions. So let me turn now to what the government should be doing instead. First, we need legally binding targets for clearing asylum cases and proper resourcing for Border Force. This government is, in a moment, this government is failing and it is not acting in the national interest. The system is hugely costly for the taxpayer, and it leaves people in the asylum system stuck in limbo, neither able to properly enter society and rebuild their lives or be returned to a safe country. There is little wonder the performance has been so poor due to the cuts to Border Force. I'll give way.
Honourable Member for giving way. This might be me being naive and quite new to the House, but isn't the whole purpose of a second reading to actually then go forward to a committee stage where the opposition can put forward their points, rather than voting against the whole bill, which would stop this broken system that they keep mentioning in this chamber?
The bill, Madam Deputy Speaker, is wrong and it will not solve the problem. Let me just continue with the critique. The government... No, I've given way to the Honourable Lady. The government should seek to rebuild the system so it is fair. Quick, effective decision-making is in the best interest of everyone, and what ministers should be doing is legislating for legally binding targets for processing asylum cases. We need a proper plan to deliver deals with international partners to tackle gangs, because the measures completely fail in their own terms. Because the measures outlined in the government plans are all dependent on deals with international partners, both to stop criminal gangs operating on the French coast and to replace the Dublin III regulation, allowing those registered in a safe country before they reach the UK to be returned after a failed claim. The existing arrangements with France on stopping gangs exploiting people and putting them into boats in the English Channel clearly aren't working. Now, the Minister for Immigration Compliance talked about his joint operational plan. He said it would be completely cutting this route, and he would be working at pace, I quote, in the coming days to make that a reality. That was 11 months ago. The government talks about safe countries, but ministers have not signed one of the required deals with any of the European Union countries to return those whose claims have failed. The government has shown a complete inability to deliver these deals, which also risks leaving people stranded in the UK, unable to be returned and in limbo. And yes, there should be full life tariff sentences for human traffickers and tougher sentences on modern slavery. The problem is that under these plans, the government will weaken protections for victims of modern slavery. And they will do... Well, I suggest the Honourable Gentleman reads Clause 48 of the bill, because he will discover in it a higher bar for people receiving support as victims of human trafficking. And that is despite the fact that recent reports show 4 out of 5 rejected trafficking claims were overturned on appeal. These reforms risk leaving greater numbers of victims without support and more gangmasters free to commit further crimes. Human trafficking and modern slavery are vile crimes. Those responsible should face the harshest penalty. Yes, a full-term life sentence for those convicted for human trafficking and increased sentences for perpetrators of modern slavery, but that is not effective if you are withdrawing support from victims. And I come, Madam Deputy Speaker, to the issue of safe routes for claiming asylum and helping unaccompanied children. Following the outbreak of the Syrian civil war and the resulting refugee crisis, the government agreed to the Lord Alf Dubs Amendment to accept unaccompanied children to the UK. The initial pledge was understood to have committed to provide support to around 3,000 unaccompanied children, but the scheme closed, having been capped at 480. It was wrong to close the Dubs scheme after helping just a fraction of the number of children promised help. And it has meant, I'm afraid, that the UK under this government has looked the other way when unaccompanied children have faced dire consequences, including when the Moriah refugee... In a moment, I will happily do that. Including when the Moriah refugee camp was ablaze last summer. Worse still, Clause 9 of the bill introduces a new requirement for the registration of a stateless child, aged 5 to 17 as a British citizen or a British Overseas Territory citizen, and maintains existing requirements in relation to those aged 18 to 22. No wonder that there is concern about this, and the concern about leaving children stateless and running contrary to the UK's obligations under the 1961 UN Convention on the Reduction of Statelessness. I'll give way.
Well, the Shadow Home Secretary talks about the Dubs Amendment, those 480 children. Can I remind the House those children were already in safe European countries? Can I also remind the Shadow Home Secretary that the United Kingdom has more unaccompanied asylum-seeking children currently, over 5,000, than any other country in Europe, including Greece and including Italy? And finally, Madam Deputy Speaker, on the point of providing protection to those in need, in war zones, the resettlement schemes that have been operating here since 2015 have seen in excess of 25,000 people being directly resettled, not from Europe, which is safe, but directly from war zones like Syria. Madam Deputy Speaker, that is more than any other country in Europe. This government's record is a proud one, and we stand by it.
Well, we'll see how proud the record is in a moment as we go through this, Madam Deputy Speaker. But let me just say to the Shadow Minister for Immigration Compliance that, Minister for Immigration Compliance, I'll certainly stand corrected on that. The point is this, that there were local authorities that were willing to step up and help further beyond that 480, and it was this government's absolute failure, including mine, absolute failure. Yes, and I'm very proud. Absolute, utter nonsense. I have visited the Syrian refugees in Torvine, so I hope that the Minister will take that comment back because it's utter nonsense. Now, the government often talks about the Syrian Vulnerable Persons Resettlement Scheme. I just heard it from the Minister. Now, of course, I pay tribute to local government, including my own local authority of Torvine, for stepping up to help deliver safe havens for those fleeing persecution. Those who have come to the country under that scheme have added to the diversity and richness of our communities. But the government has gone quiet on a 2019 commitment to resettle 5,000 further refugees at the conclusion of that Syrian Vulnerable Persons Resettlement Scheme, and still refused to make proper commitments on the future of the scheme. Now, existing safe routes are very limited. The Minister stood up to speak about the statistics. Well, in March 2021, the new UK resettlement scheme began. In its first month, it resettled a grand total of 25 refugees. The lack of safe and legal routes will lead to people continuing to attempt dangerous routes to the UK. Now, the Home Secretary shakes her head. But the Foreign Affairs Select Committee, in a 2019 report, responding to irregular migration, a diplomatic route, warned exactly of this. A policy that focuses exclusively on closing borders will drive migrants to take more dangerous routes and push them into the hands of criminal groups. And the Home Secretary should remember it. She was a member of the committee and her name is actually attached to the report. And, Madam Deputy Speaker, whilst we are here debating, or at least should be debating, a plan for refugees, we should cast our minds back to last week and the failure to restore the 0.7% commitment to international aid. The Department for International Development was the government department tasked with delivering help to countries to tackle poverty, to tackle the drivers of why people became displaced from their homes in the first place. Abolishing that department was wrong and it was short-sighted. The work that was going on around the world to tackle the refugee crisis had been starved of funds, with programmes suddenly cut off and our reputation around the world as a force for good being damaged. The government should restore the Department for International Development and restore spending to 0.7%. Madam Deputy Speaker, this bill is as wrong as it is ineffective. It will not tackle people smugglers and it will not protect victims of human trafficking. It is in reality a continuation of this government's culture war. It's a culture war that led them to side with those booing the England men's football team for taking the knee. Instead of supporting that brave stance against racism, the players were dismissed as taking part in gesture politics by the Home Secretary and was told to stay out of politics altogether by other Conservative MPs. Last week, they refused to live up to their promises on international aid and ran away from their own failure to stand with football players against racism. This week, they promote more division with this bill. As ever, they talk tough but deliver nothing. As it stands, this bill is a charter for human trafficking. It's a missed opportunity that represents the worst of all worlds, letting evil criminals off the hook and failing those who have been exploited. The cruel irony of this government's approach is they're weak on taking action against criminal gangs and brutal when it comes to orphan children from war zones. I ask all members of this House to reject this bill in the vote tomorrow.
Thank you. The original question was that the bill be now read a second time, since when an amendment has been proposed, as on the order paper. The question is that the amendment be made, and I reiterate that, I'm sorry, we have to start with a time limit of 4 minutes, and that is simply because so many people wish to participate in this debate. Mrs. Theresa May.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I'll try and get as many points about this bill as I can in those 4 minutes. And can I thank the Home Secretary for prior discussions with me on this bill and the government's approach. The government is right to try to find a better way to differentiate between economic migrants and refugees. This is an international challenge. I said this to the United Nations in 2016 when I said we actually need to revise the international conventions on this issue so that we can more clearly focus our help on those who are refugees. We saw this issue in 2015 with the significant movement of people into the European continent and through many of them trying to get through to the UK. They were widely portrayed as all being refugees. In fact, the majority of them were economic migrants. We need to be able to find a way to differentiate between them.
Do you agree with me that the most compassionate thing that we can do to help these people is to stop them getting in the boat in the first place?
Well, I absolutely agree with my honourable friend, and that is why the work that's being done that I will refer to later to increase the economic development of countries that they're coming from, to deal with the criminal gangs, is so important. Now, the 3 principles I set out, which I'm pleased to say I think underpin this bill, are first that we must help ensure refugees claim asylum in the first safe country they reach, because the current trend where refugees reach a safe country but then press on with their journey can only benefit criminal gangs and expose refugees to grave danger. Of course, the Refugee Convention does not say that refugees have to claim asylum in the first safe country they come to. We were able to exercise that rule as part of the Dublin regulations, as part of the European Union. Obviously, that's not applicable to us now, and actually the EU has changed the Dublin regulations since. The second point we need is to improve the ways we distinguish between refugees fleeing persecution and economic migrants. That helps us, as I've said, target support for those refugees who need it most. And it actually will help to encourage people to support that if they see that people who are coming are genuinely those who are refugees. And third, we need a better approach to managing economic migration, which recognises that all countries do have the right to control their borders, and we must all commit to accepting the return of our own nationals when they have no right to remain elsewhere. Now, sadly, as the Home Secretary referred to, the business of people trafficking has increased in recent years. To these criminal gangs, it doesn't matter whether they're dealing in drugs or weapons or desperate people. It's all the same, they want to make money. So breaking their business model is absolutely essential. That does mean stopping the routes available to them, but it also means catching them and prosecuting them. But that requires international cooperation. We've been very strong on international cooperation. We need to encourage more countries around the world to see this as an issue that they should be working with us and others on. Now, I recognise that the focus on the bill is on differentiating between those who came here legally and illegally, and I understand why the government has gone down that route, but that in itself doesn't address the issue of better differentiating between refugees and economic migrants. And I would hope that the government can give some thought to how they can work internationally to try to deal with that. There is this concept that Britain could process asylum claims outside the UK. This was an issue that came up when I was Home Secretary. There was a lot of discussion in the European Union. We didn't go down that route for practical concerns. It wouldn't automatically remove the business model of the criminal gangs because they'd be getting people to the centre and they'd be waiting for those who were being rejected by the centre, and they would still move those people on across the Mediterranean. And so there's a potential increase of people being picked up and taken into slavery. And there's also the problem of what you do with those people who are rejected for asylum but who cannot be returned to their country of origin. and also the concept of allowing asylum to be granted outside the UK is a major step. And it has ramifications, for example, for any Royal Navy or Border Force vessel that's operating humanitarian missions in the Mediterranean. I wanted to raise the issue of people seeking protection but entering illegally without a valid entry clearance becoming a new criminal offence. We must not send the message that somebody who is genuinely fleeing from persecution and whose only route out of that persecution is to the UK is automatically going to be seen as a criminal. And the other points, and I echo the comments made by Right Honourable Friend, the member for Chingford and Wood Green, that
Chair, agree with me that part of the other concerns is to ensure that the modern slavery provisions do not end up being drawn too tightly.
I'm very, in fact, grateful to the Right Honourable Lady for her intervention, because, in fact, I'm just about to come on to this particular point. We are sickened, I'm sure, across this House to know that there are those who are abusing our world-leading modern slavery legislation in trafficking people into this country. We need to deal with the problem, but I have two concerns with the legislation as it is proposed. The first is about timing. This issue that the Secretary of State can require information to be provided within a specified period. It is the case that many victims of modern slavery, it takes them time actually to identify as a victim of modern slavery, let alone then to be able to come together and put the evidence forward to establish that. So I would like some reassurance about how that power would be exercised. I also would like an explanation about the change from needing reasonable grounds that a person may be a victim of modern slavery to reasonable grounds that a person is a victim of modern slavery. I know we need to toughen up to make sure the law isn't being abused, but I think this again relates to the degree of information that an individual may be able to provide at an early stage in consideration of their case. Now, I understand the complexity of the issues which the government's dealing with in this area of policy. There always seems to be a need for a new immigration bill because people are always trying to find loopholes and that they can use in order to get here. But what we must do is have legislation that not only strengthens the government's ability to deal with illegal immigration, but also continues to show the UK as a country that welcomes those who are genuinely fleeing from persecution.
Stuart MacDonald.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'm afraid I regard this bill as a dreadful bill, and I think the Refugee Council was absolutely right to characterise it as the anti-refugee bill. There are 8 welcome clauses in this bill on nationality, but thereafter what we see risks trampling international convention after international convention. And vulnerable children, stateless children, the victims of trafficking will all pay a penalty. But nowhere is a retreat from international law and international cooperation and basic human decency more apparent than the absolute trashing of the Refugee Convention as it approaches its 70th birthday. A convention that has saved and protected countless millions of people being undermined by one of its first champion countries. Refugees and asylum seekers, and we've skirted over this so far, will be criminalised, will be stripped of their rights and offshored. And that is true whether or not they are Uyghurs fleeing atrocities in China, or Syrians fleeing war crimes, or persecuted Christians seeking refuge here. This bill does absolutely nothing to stop them getting in boats in France. What it does is punish them when they get there, and I think that is morally reprehensible. It's not just the awful ends of this bill that justify us refusing it a second reading and stopping it in its tracks, but it's a means by which it seeks to pursue those ends. What we're talking about here is a unilateral rewriting or reinterpretation of our obligations under international law. And that is, once more, a hugely dangerous precedent to set. And again, we'll make our international partners query whether this is a country that gives 2 hoots about international law and keeping its word. And secondly, to put it directly, what we have here is a deliberate policy decision to inflict harm on people seeking sanctuary, criminalising them, splitting people from their families, forcing them into destitution, putting them in legal limbo, offshoring them. So not just ineffective and dangerous, but morally outrageous. But not only is this bill the opposite of the right solution, it wrongly identifies the problem that needs solving. The problem in the asylum system is simply down to the incompetent management of it by this Home Office and this government. Madam Speaker, we live in a world where around 80 million people have been forcibly displaced. 30 million or so are outside their countries of origin and therefore refugees. 4 million are asylum seekers pursuing recognition as refugees. 86% of them are hosted in developing countries, 73% in neighbouring countries. What we're asking of wealthy Western countries barely scratches the surface of a share of responsibility. And in European terms, what has been asked of the UK is very little at all. Now, I absolutely applaud and I support everything that has been achieved through the Syrian Vulnerable Persons Resettlement Scheme and other resettlement programmes, but none of it justifies what the government is proposing today. Now, the government regularly trots out that it has resettled more than other European countries of the Syrian refugees, and in absolute terms that is absolutely true. But per head of population, neighbours such as Norway, Sweden, the Netherlands, the Swiss, the Finns and the Irish all resettled more. And yes, while the UK resettled a few thousand more Syrians in Germany and France, those two countries offered sanctuary to more Syrians through their asylum systems by massive margins. In 2019, the UK received around 5 applications for asylum per 10,000 people, compared to the European average of 14, putting the UK 17th in the table of member states, just behind Italy, Finland and Ireland. Similarly, the UK granted roughly 2 applications per 10,000 people, compared to the European average of 13, putting it 16th in the table. So yes, while by international standards the UK has a decent history of offering protection, let's not pretend it has been bearing an unbearable burden that entitles it to rip up the Refugee Convention and start trying to pass refugees back up the chain to those who already do much more. The real problem, as we've heard, is that the Home Office's handling of asylum cases is absolutely abysmal. We've heard about all the figures in relation to how long it is taking, absolutely extraordinary figures. And it's not just, of course, the length of time it takes to make a decision, but the number of decisions that it gets wrong. We're at record levels of successful appeals. It's almost 50-50. And it's not just statistics that cause grave concern, but the regular stories of life inside the Home Office, of impossible targets, of a culture of fear or ill treatment of staff, of high staff turnover and a shortage of skilled asylum caseworkers, and of administrative chaos. Asylum decision-making is a matter of life and death, and it seems clear to me that it should no longer be entrusted to the Home Office, a department which has again shown itself unfit for that purpose. It should be removed from political interference and entrusted to an independent body, as it is in Canada, and that would be a sensible approach. Madam Deputy Speaker, I don't... Absolutely, democratic oversight as there is in Canada. But Madam Deputy Speaker, members of this House from all parties, and both front benches and back benches, regularly speak up for some of the most oppressed people on this planet. We have seen really brave interventions in the position of the Uyghurs fleeing atrocities in China. The plight of Syrians fleeing a decade-long conflict has been championed, and Christians around the world, including Christian converts, have numerous ambassadors in this chamber. But we've hardly come to terms with what this bill means for them. This bill prompts a question: why speak up against the persecution abroad, only then, when they come knocking at our door seeking shelter, to say, you're not our responsibility, go somewhere else? France, as it seems to be the popular answer over there. What if France says the same thing in the whole of Europe? We end up with the whole system of international protection of refugees absolutely breaking down, as UNHCR point out. And if this bill passes, that is exactly what this means. Prior to this bill passing, we'd have sheltered these people if they fled here fleeing persecution. But this bill expressly seeks to discourage them from coming here by making life miserable for those who do. Today, if a Uyghur, a Syrian or persecuted Christian convert arrived in the UK to seek asylum, life would be far from plain sailing, precisely because of those outrageous waiting times and the dreadful asylum accommodation, the prohibition on work and the dreadful levels of financial support. But they would get there, and thanks to our amazing NGOs and charities, they would slowly start to rebuild their lives. But next year, if this bill were passed, for many of those Uyghurs, Syrians or persecuted Christian converts claiming asylum here, things will be infinitely bleaker, and that will be a deliberate policy choice of this Parliament. Arriving next year, the Uyghur, the Syrian or the persecuted Christian would be much more likely to be criminalised, and would be so criminalised regardless of arguments about whether they had come here directly or not. Just now, Section 24 of the Immigration Act punishes illegal entry by those without leave to enter, but sensibly those who claim asylum on arrival are granted immigration bail, which does not count officially as entry. But Clause 37 changes all that. It would essentially criminalise the very act of arriving to claim asylum because, as the explanatory notes acknowledge, the majority of asylum seekers will not have the ability to secure entry clearance. Despite her protestations last week, as the former Home Secretary has just said, this criminal offence will apply to Uyghurs or Syrians or persecuted Christian converts or anybody else, and the penalty is up to 4 years in prison. The next problem for the Uyghur or Syrian or the persecuted Christian convert is that although they are absolutely obviously in need of international protection, this government, in its wisdom, isn't even going to consider their claim for protection for 6 months. Now, the government is trying to pretend this is some sort of replication of the Dublin regulations that the UK was party to prior to Brexit. But of course it isn't, because as we've heard, there are no returns agreements with any remotely relevant country, and there is little indication at this stage that there will be any time soon. Any such return agreement would have to be carefully circumscribed so as to be consistent with the Convention and carefully consider the circumstances of the individual, including any ties to the UK, such as family members here. In contrast, the powers in this bill allow the Home Secretary to remove a Uyghur, a persecuted Christian or a Syrian to any country at all, even if there is no connection and with very little by the way of restrictions. Today, the Uyghur, the Syrian or the persecuted Christian face outrageous delays in asylum protection systems. Instead, this bill simply adds another 6 months. And where will they be during this time, during this limbo, while the Home Office go through the futile motions of seeking to remove them? Just now, for those who seek asylum, we have a struggling, privatised, over-concentrated system of dispersed asylum accommodation. Numerous committees have told the Home Office how it could be improved, only to be ignored. But under this bill and this plan, that is not where the Home Secretary envisages the Syrian, the Uyghur or the Christian persecuted Christian going. Instead, the grim future for these refugees appears under this bill and this plan to be the disgraceful, disreputable, open prison-like conditions that we have already witnessed at Napier and Penally. Or even worse, as we've heard, they may face being removed to an offshore centre to have their claim resolved. And here is the real asylum shopping, the British government grubbing around to find a country to palm off its responsibilities onto. Think of the outrages and the lack of accountability that we have seen in relation to immigration detention and the Napier open prison. The abuses that have been meted out there and the harm done. And as you know from the Australian experiment, that will be as nothing compared to the hell that likely awaits from an offshore asylum facility. How on earth have we gone from a parliament where there was widespread support for time limiting and restricting use of detention to imposing a form of it that is infinitely worse? Having endured the limbo period, Madam Deputy Speaker, these three groups of refugees will finally have their case assessed by the Home Office. But instead of working to improve asylum decision-making, instead this bill seeks to make it harder for them to prove their case. It seeks to alter the long-established test set out in the Refugee Convention that the standard of proof required is a lower, but far from negligible standard of real risk. And that's a standard that is clearly justified by the possible consequences of getting it wrong and the huge challenges of proving circumstances that happened thousands of miles away in a country that the person has fled. This bill seeks to muddy the waters by applying a higher legal threshold. The claimant now has to prove on the balance of probabilities that they do belong to one of the protected convention groups and that they fear persecution based on that characteristic. That not only undermines the cautious approach in the Convention, justified by the dangers that exist for asylum seekers, but pays no regard to just how difficult it is to prove events that happened in faraway countries. And by having two different standards of evidence in the same proceedings, it makes life harder for already struggling caseworkers. The judge or the decision-maker may be certain that the proselytising Christian convert will face a death penalty or torture on return. But now the real possibility is that the claimant is such a proselytising Christian convert is not sufficient. If the judge is only 49% satisfied that the person is such a Christian convert, the claim is going to be rejected, even though the risk of torture or death is absolutely certain if the decision-maker has got that assessment wrong. Madam Deputy Speaker, I find that deeply troubling and it is clearly inconsistent with the Refugee Convention. But let's imagine the persecuted Christian, the Syrian and the Uyghur have survived the limbo period and they have made it through the asylum system and the Home Office refusal of their application has been overturned on appeal. Unbelievably, the harms inflicted on them by this bill have barely started. On the contrary, the repugnant programme of disincentives is ramped up further even after they navigate that system. Because they've stopped temporarily in a European country, they are to be treated as a second-class refugee. And regardless of what any minister says, that is absolutely contrary to the Refugee Convention. And more importantly, it's just simply disgraceful, not just nasty, but sickening. Very briefly.
I thank my honourable friend for giving way. Does he agree with me that on many occasions, particularly for those seeking asylum on the basis of their sexuality, that those in the LGBT+ community are the most likely to be adversely impacted by this new legislation? And does he agree that more should be done to protect them and ensure that they can come here as a safe haven?
Well, Fen makes a good point, and there are all sorts of problems with provisions in this bill which penalise late disclosure of information, which can very often be the case in terms of modern slavery or LGBT cases or even religious conversion cases. So having established that they are refugees, and the government has had to recognise that, the system should allow them to rebuild their lives after the trauma of their persecution, their journeys and their asylum claim, but instead this government still wants to turn the screw. Instead of the stability and permanent resident refugees were once provided with, today they are given 5 years leave with a review that is fairly light touch before settlement. But this bill and the government's plan propose endless 30-month cycles of review and ongoing attempts to remove. Nobody can rebuild their lives in those circumstances. And I don't know how on earth the Home Office is going to cope with having to revisit every single asylum case every 30 months. These refugees will not be entitled to public funds unless they are destitute. So say the Christian convert finds some part-time, low-paid work, a big ask given language and cultural barriers and enforced years out of work and the trauma, but there will be no universal credit to cover housing or income shortfalls. And if he or she was able to bring a child, there will be no support for that child. And the refugee family reunion rights will be diminished according to the plan, meaning they can't be joined by a spouse or a child perhaps. The detail is not in this bill, but that is what the plan suggests and the bill enables. And that inevitably gives them a choice. Does the family stay apart, or do other family members, the women and the children that the Home Secretary professes to be protecting, then have to follow and to make their own dangerous journeys? Madam Deputy Speaker, without the family, without state support, without stability, there is no hope for the Uyghur or the Syrian or the persecuted Christian convert for rebuilding their lives. That does not amount to a place of sanctuary, it is a place of punishment, and the Home Office has the audacity to claim that this is in their best interest. This is, in short, an outrageous way to treat refugees, and that is why it has rightly been called the anti-refugee bill. Madam Deputy Speaker, there is so much that could be said about the undermining of efforts to support trafficking victims, the total absence of protections in this bill for children, the undermining of rights of stateless children. We need to know what the placeholder clauses will give rise to. We don't even have the chance to debate them here during second reading, and there are 6 or 7 of them. And the whole of dentistry, the dentistry profession, is up in arms at the suggestion that the discredited and unethical dental x-rays could return as an inaccurate method of assessing age. Well, that's what the dentistry profession says, and that's what the UNHCR say. It's not accurate and it is entirely unethical. She is making it harder to identify victims of modern slavery and cutting their recovery period to the minimum allowed in international law. And there is so much that should be in the bill that is not, and I mentioned just one thing. The failure to end the disgracefully painful 10-year route to settlement that many essentially British kids face, and the outrageous fees that others are charged for registering their entitlement to British citizenship. When will that finally be done? Madam Deputy Speaker, this is an abysmal and indeed a shameful bill. It does not remotely deserve a second reading.
Thank you. We now go by video link to Caroline Noakes.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I draw the House's attention to my registering the members' financial interests for the support that I have received for research capacity in my office in relation to my work on asylum seekers, refugees and migrants from RAMP, the Refugee Asylum and Migration Policy Project. There is a real problem when discussing immigration, asylum and our borders around language and indeed tone. I tried for 18 months to try to get that tone right. I will admit, not always successfully. Although if I listened to the Shadow Home Secretary this afternoon, there was much apparently I did not do successfully. But I always remembered that behind every visa application, every asylum claim, every journey to the shores of the UK, there is a personal story, an individual. And meeting people in detention centres, Syrian refugees who came here fleeing war, meeting young people trying to regularise their status to complete their education was both the toughest and the most rewarding part of the job. I welcome my Right Honourable friend, the Home Secretary's reiterated commitments to a firm but fair immigration system. And there can be no question that the issue of small boats making perilous crossings of the busiest shipping lane in the world is a challenging one. I have many constituents who are concerned at the crossings, and my Right Honourable friend in her opening remarks reminded us all that this is a trade in human misery. She is right in her determination to crack down on that evil trade, but we need to find practical and sustainable ways to do so. She will know as well as I do that once a craft has taken to the waters of the English Channel, it is not only difficult to stop, but it potentially puts lives at risk, not only of asylum seekers, but of our border force personnel. Small boat crossings are not a problem that is going to be solved on the water, and my Right Honourable friend highlighted the use of guns and of violence. That, of course, could be turned on our own border force mid-channel, and I worry for their safety if attempts are made to turn boats around on the water. I wanted to focus on the issue of support to those seeking to use safe and legal routes to claim asylum here. Britain does have a very proud history of providing a safe haven for those fleeing persecution. I particularly draw attention to the Vulnerable Persons Resettlement Scheme, as highlighted earlier by my Right Honourable friend, the member for Maidenhead. She has already spoken on it today, but it deliberately selected the most vulnerable, the most in need, and the Home Secretary is right to look at making its successor programme less geographically specific. But we do have an important responsibility to make sure that we resettle adequate numbers, and that will be challenging to meet. We have to be fair to those seeking asylum and fair to the taxpayer. I was pleased to hear the Minister for the Borders say in a Westminster Hall debate recently that there is to be a dramatic uplift in those employed by the Home Office processing asylum claims. That is good news, particularly given the scale of the current backlog. But it's essential for the system to be relatively rapid, and I worry about building in a 6-month delay at the start of the process for those who might have travelled through a safe third country. There currently is no mechanism to return them, and it will be extremely challenging in finding appropriate accommodation for those individuals. Of course, there is discussion of reception centres, but the proposals to establish that are not yet clear. We don't know if that will involve the resettling or the housing in those communities of women and of children, and I would gently direct ministers to their responsibility under the 1989 Children's Act. It's absolutely crucial that when we do this, we get it right and we treat people humanely. It is very obvious that local authorities such as Kent, Croydon and Glasgow are already under extreme stretch, and I'm worried that the new plan for immigration might place further burdens upon them. These are long-standing problems, and therefore it is sustainable solutions that are needed. I know being pragmatic is not necessarily everyone's cup of tea, but it's essential.
Thank you. Yvette Cooper.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and grateful to be following the honourable member who I know has worked hard on this issue. I think there should be widespread agreement that the UK should do its bit to support those fleeing persecution and torture, that the system should be fair and not be undermined, that there should be a crackdown on the criminal gangs who exploit people's misery and desperation, and that we should also prevent the dangerous journeys across the Channel in unsafe boats where lives are put at risk. And that includes encouraging people to claim asylum much earlier. And we have debated in this House many different ways to tackle those problems in a calm and common sense way that avoids stoking up division or promoting hostility against those who are most vulnerable, because we know where that leads. And that is one of the things that troubles me about this debate today and about the approach that ministers have been taking. I also think the bill is counterproductive. It's likely to trap more people into the UK asylum system and drive more people into the arms of criminal gangs. The caseload, the backlog that we have seen, is not a reflection of an increase in applications. In fact, those have stayed at around 30,000 a year, with a drop most recently during the pandemic. But there's been a 27% drop in the number of initial decisions made since 2015 to before the pandemic. And the bill makes that worse because there is no serious return agreement to replace the Dublin Agreement for people who have been travelled through a third country. But under the bill's provisions, asylum seekers who have travelled through third countries will have to wait in the system for 6 months, and those whose claims are unfounded won't be assessed or be returned. Those whose claims are justified, who need support, won't be able to get on with their lives or start working and rebuilding their lives here. And more instead will be waiting here, dependent on the support of the Home Office, dependent on making the system more costly for the taxpayer as well. Rightly, the government says we should prevent dangerous routes, but the government has cut the alternative safe legal routes. The resettlement scheme has been halted with no commitment for how many people will be supported. Well, I will give way to the honourable member if he wants to tell me how many places will be included in the resettlement scheme when it restarts.
Well, it never stops. The resettlement, when we met the 20,000 commitment in February this year, the UK resettlement scheme continued. Obviously, making a precise numerical commitment is difficult, given the coronavirus circumstances, but it was never stopped. It is continuing to this day.
I think everybody understands the pressures from the coronavirus crisis, but what we need is a commitment to the number of places. The UK has been resettling around 5,000 a year over the last few years as a result of cross-party consensus to support Syrian refugees. But we haven't yet heard a commitment. Will it be 5,000? Will it be 10,000? What will the support be from the government to ensure that resettlement scheme continues? The DUB scheme has been cancelled, even though we know the need for support for those who are most vulnerable, and the Dublin family reunion system has not been replaced. And Safe Passage, who work with young people in need of family reunion, said that last year, under the Dublin scheme, all the young people that they worked with on family reunion went through the legal system. They didn't try to go with people traffickers or with people smugglers to try a dangerous route. This year, however, under the new system, they said that a quarter of those children and young people that they had been working with instead had given up in frustration and sought to try illegal routes and ended up in the arms of people smugglers or people traffickers as a result. And those are the dangers that we face. If there aren't the safe legal routes for family reunion, we end up with more people being driven into the arms of these dangerous criminal gangs. But Clause 26, the offshore processing, is perhaps the most troubling of all. The government's floated a range of impossible proposals, sending asylum seekers to be processed on the Ascension Island, on the disused oil platforms, and most recently to be sent to Rwanda. Of course, these proposals are impossible, but it is deeply troubling that the Minister even thinks it's okay for these to be floated and not to deny them. We heard from Australia about how their offshore processing simply did not work in the end. It did. They stopped sending people there in 2014 because there were too many humanitarian and practical problems, and it was costing them around $1 billion Australian a year to accommodate just 350 people. This is not an answer, and it is also deeply shameful and undermines our international reputation. We need countries to work together. We need France, we need Spain, we need Italy, we need Greece, we need countries across the world to work together, but we need for that to show proper international leadership and not to undermine our reputation.
Sir Robert Sims.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. When this country voted to take back control, clearly it had immigration in mind, and as we all know, as many of us deal with a lot of casework, this is an extremely complex and difficult area. Over the years, I've always felt that the Home Office has never gone on top of the correspondence, and that sometimes these things go on for years and years and years. So if at the end of this bill we have a more efficient system for dealing with cases more quickly, I think that would be welcomed by us all. When we took back control, it seemed to me it was about us determining our priorities as a country, which may mean in times of high unemployment turning the tap off, and in times of high growth turning the tap on. And it looks to me at the moment like we are probably going to have a labour shortage and may well need skills in certain areas to come in to keep a fast recovering British economy going. But my constituents do get very upset when they watch television. They see the reports of people arriving on boats, something like 8,000, because they feel, can't the government do more? And we all know the problems of trying to deal with small boats in the water, in the channel. And we've tried to cooperate with the French, who I understand are doing their best to try and stop the trade. But where you have a situation where people are arriving on a daily basis illegally, and then when we finally put them on the plane to go back to the country from whence they arrived, human rights lawyers get involved, then clearly we have a system that isn't functional and is going to drive some of our constituents nuts. So I think it's insofar as this bill gives us a vehicle for starting to try and deal with this, I think it could be welcomed. Whether the whole balance is right, I don't know, but I think that as it goes through its committee stage, there'll be opportunities to improve. And I think breaking up the criminal gangs and trying to stop this trade, which is dangerous and profitable to some, I think is a vital thing for the government to try and do. The Honourable Member for Romsey is absolutely right, though, that there are countries, that most of the people who are economic migrants do come through 2, 3 or 4 safe countries, and maybe leaving France is such a terrible place that the government, the tax rates, the sunshine we have in the United Kingdom and the English language is a great draw. But the reality is we do, as a responsible neighbour to some of the EU states, have to take some of the refugees that the Italians and the Greeks and the Spanish get because of their proximity to North Africa and the Middle East. And it would be better perhaps to do that in a planned and organised way than to allow illegal crossings of the Channel. So this is a complex area. I welcome the fact the government introduced this bill. One of the first bills I did an all-night committee on was in 1998, which was an immigration bill introduced by the Blair government. And this really is a little bit like putting fingers in the dam to try and stop changes as they occur over a period of time. It's a constant battle, and it's a constant battle which both the Labour Party and the Conservative Party have always wrestled with. And as we've signed up to various human rights legislation, it's become even more complex. So I welcome this bill. I welcome the opportunity to try and deal with this very important issue. I think my constituents will want to see the end of the rubber boats turning up in Sussex and Kent. And I think perhaps a more streamlined, more efficient system for dealing with these very important and very complex problems. Nobody, I think, in the world has all the answers, but I'm sure that this government is trying its best to get to where it wants to be, which is a fair system, which is equitable. Yeah.
Thank you. We now go by video link to Dame Diana Johnson.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. This bill on such an important issue to my constituents and to the country is sadly both a flawed piece of legislation and will undermine our humanitarian obligations and fosters a punitive environment for asylum seekers and refugees, some of the world's most vulnerable people. Moreover, as we've heard from the Home Secretary in opening the debate, perpetuating the myth that the UK is overwhelmed by asylum seekers and refugees to fit the government's political agenda, strong on populist rhetoric and headline-catching gimmicks, but weak on delivery. The reality and the facts tell a very different story. In total, the UK receives a much lower number of asylum applications than other comparable countries in Europe. In 2020, the UK received 29,456 asylum applications, whereas France received over 95,000 claims. This bill is being brought forward because the government has broken our asylum and refugee system through chronic underfunding and mismanagement over the 11 years that they've been in charge. It's a fact that in March 21 there were over 66,000 people waiting for an initial decision from the Home Office, the highest number in over a decade. And it's also a fact that the number of people waiting for over a year has increased tenfold since 2010, from 3,588 to 33,016 in 2020. Unfortunately, the proposals in this bill will just increase the delays and the backlog. Turning to clause 37, which proposes to judge an asylum seeker's claim based on the journey they have made, this breaches Article 31 of the Refugee Convention and will make journeys even more dangerous and will push refugees further into the control of trafficking gangs. And as a member of the Home Affairs Select Committee, I am particularly worried about the lack of safe and legal routes for immigration, particularly in the case of family reunion. For example, let's look at the widely acclaimed DUBS scheme. It's helped just 480 unaccompanied children when the expectation was that it could help up to 3,000. The government has claimed that local authorities will not take more children, and I doubt that. In Hull, we have always stepped up. We're a city of sanctuary, proud of welcoming some of the world's most vulnerable people. We've played our part in the Gateway programme since 2006 and the Syrian refugee resettlement programme. However, our pride in this is matched by concern that other local authorities are not doing their fair share. Hull has seen massive cuts to its budget throughout the years of austerity, far more than Tory councils that take no or very few asylum seekers and refugees. The distribution of asylum seekers must be fairer and manageable. The current system means that this Conservative government, often at very short notice with no consultation, can unilaterally increase numbers in a council area with little regard to local resources, the suitability of accommodation or the pressures of the pandemic. So while some councils are simply allowed to opt out, it is wrong and unfair that those councils who engage in a spirit of civic responsibility get treated so shabbily by ministers. Finally, I want to turn to the issue of trafficking, particularly concerned about criminals who traffic women for prostitution. Evidence obtained by the APPG on prostitution reveal that the UK sex trade is dominated by serious organised crime, exploiting predominantly non-UK national women trafficking them around networks of so-called pop-up brothels and hotel rooms to be raped time and time again. Evidence suggests Romanian women are heavily represented in brothels across Britain. The suffering inflicted on the minds and bodies of these women can scarcely be imagined. Perpetrators face low risk for high profits, and this bill will not bust the business model as the Home Secretary claims, nor will it support the women who have been trafficked. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker.
Simon Fell.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I rise to speak in broad support of this bill. It offers a comprehensive reform of an asylum system which is broken and dysfunctional in part. It's clear what's needed, a system which is fair to those in genuine need, but firmly against those who break the rules and to the criminal gangs who seek to exploit some of the world's most vulnerable and desperate people. Access to the UK's asylum system should be based on need, not the ability to pay for people smugglers. And all too often it's them who gain, not the individuals who are being trafficked. My constituents have been rightly enraged by the images of abandoned boats on the south coast, and they've not been backwards in their demands for change. They don't want to pull up the drawbridge, but they expect that we should have a system which cares for those in need and which exercises genuine control over who enters the country and under what circumstance. Mine's a community of strong ties, which has welcomed families from afar with open arms, but it's also a community which has been frankly shocked that it would appear that we don't have control over who enters and leaves our country. So I applaud my right honourable friend's determination to improve the UK's position. Imagine for a moment the lived experience of some of the people arriving on the UK's shores by boat, a boat not fit for purpose, overpacked with families with a bursting need to leave their homes. People who sold most of what they own to pay for a journey that is likely illegal from beginning to end, and who have paid what money they've gathered to criminals who care not a jot for their safety or whether they make their end destination. These are people who are drip-fed stories of a land of milk and honey on these shores by gangs who want to extort as much money as possible from them. By making the journey longer, by encouraging them to travel through safe countries to the UK, the gangs don't care about their charges, they care about their wallets. So this is a system which must be reformed, and the most valuable tool to do it is to bear down on those who enable it, the vile criminal gangs at its heart. So I welcome my right honourable friend's determination in this aspect of the bill in particular, but I'd also welcome the government giving some consideration on strengthening an area linked to this, which is about joining up the powers they might employ to gather information from across different silos, from law enforcement, the private sector, the public sector. We know that these gangs are linked to lots of different types of criminal activity, whether it's money laundering, human slavery, common scams even. So we need to break down those silos to work more effectively and tackle them. I also welcome that the government's been clear that we stand by our moral and legal obligations to help innocent people fleeing cruelty from around the world. This is rightly the cornerstone of our immigration policy. Continuing resettlement of genuine refugees, family reunion, and improving the reception and processing system, these are welcome measures. I'd also argue that there's another side to this, though, which needs watching. If we choose not to reform the system now, we risk stoking up outrage and fear on our own shores. I've already seen in my own constituency some of the effects of this. We've had hateful right-wing propaganda distributed on the streets, using some of the imagery from the south coast. Our cenotaph in Barrow was recently defaced, and we've had a very few isolated incidents, thankfully, of racism on our streets. The people responsible are the exception and the fringe, but we've got to be in no doubt that by tackling this issue fairly, we remove some of the tinder that could light a dangerous fire at home. Aware of time, I'll draw to a close, and I'll just say that I broadly welcome the measures in this bill. It's beyond time to reform our broken asylum system and replace it with one that is fair and offers a hand up for those in genuine need and targets those who seek to exploit some of the most vulnerable in the world.
Thank you. Now we go by video link to Afzal Khan.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Let me start by saying I categorically reject this bill and its proposals. The UK has a long and proud history of welcoming those fleeing war and persecution and providing sanctuary to some of the most vulnerable people in the world. The Borders Bill would end this forever. This bill would not just turn away people seeking safety in the UK, but it would also treat them as criminals. The most damning assessment of the bill has come from the UN Refugee Agency itself, The UNHCR warned the government's proposals could cause great suffering and undermine the 1951 Refugee Convention and international protection system. The government is fond of talking about the broken asylum system, but fails to acknowledge that it is them who have broken it with a decade of mismanagement. Delays in the asylum system have reached disgraceful levels. Refugee Council recently reported the number of asylum seekers waiting more than a year for an initial decision had increased tenfold since the Conservatives came to power. Then, even with when the decision is made, the number overturned on appeal has consistently risen over the past decade. This bill does nothing to tackle this. Instead, it will increase delays, add to the backlog of asylum claims, and does nothing to address the cultures of disbelief in the Home Office. The government is also keen to emphasize its commitment to safe and legal routes for vulnerable adults and children to reach sanctuary in the UK. However, there are no such commitments in this bill. We urgently need a renewed effort on refugees resettlement and family reunion. As detention action have neatly summarized, while the bill fails to deal with the real problems that exist in the system, it pretends that the problems lies elsewhere and proposes a host of regressive, authoritarian, and discriminatory policies that will cause deep harm to our society, while abdicating responsibility to provide sanctuary to the world's most vulnerable. The government is simultaneously cutting international aid. This will inevitably drive up refugees' numbers. These two actions combined will have a devastating impact on vulnerable people and refugees around the world. I want to finish, Madam Speaker, by reminding the government that this legislation was an opportunity to overhaul our asylum system and to embed fairness and compassion in the Home Office. Instead, they have chosen to pursue a deeply hostile and unpleasant attack on those fleeing conflict and persecution, who have sought a safe home in our country. I, for one, will never be able to support this, and I hope colleagues across the House will stand against this dangerous and malicious legislation. Thank you.
Ruth Edwards.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The United Kingdom has always been a generous, open and welcoming country. We help some of the most vulnerable people in the world to settle and make their lives here. We welcome migrants, refugees and asylum seekers from around the world, and we will continue to do so. Nothing in this bill will change this. People who enter the country legally will continue to be able to claim asylum here. We will continue to prioritise helping the most vulnerable, the elderly, children, the poorest, those who are unable to travel hundreds of miles or to pay people smugglers, like the 25,000 people who have come here through our resettlement programme in the last 6 years. We have resettled more people through this programme than any other country in Europe. People in genuine need deserve an asylum system that functions properly, supports them through the process and makes a decision quickly. Perpetuating the current system is not fair to them. Neither do we want to continue with a system that is being exploited by people smugglers, who callously treat human beings as if they are cargo, and sometimes not even as well as that. This bill will introduce life sentences for those found guilty of people smuggling. It will give Border Force additional powers to search, seize and divert vessels carrying people illegally, and it will provide an incentive to use safe and legal routes to claim asylum in the UK. This combination of measures will disrupt and undermine the business model of people smugglers. Finally, it's important that we are able to keep all our citizens, our constituents safe. There are currently 10,000 foreign national offenders outside of prison in this country who we need to deport. Some of them are guilty of the most hideous crimes. They have no right to be here. Time after time, the party opposite has come here to Parliament to plead for their rights. I am more interested in the rights of their victims. That's why I support the measures in this bill that will end repeated, last-minute and vexatious legal challenges to their deportation, expand the early removal scheme to remove foreign offenders from the UK as early as possible, and increase the sentence for breaching a deportation order from 6 months to 5 years. This bill will deliver an asylum system that continues to prioritise the most vulnerable, immediate indefinite leave to remain for refugees who are resettled through safe and legal routes, tougher sentences for people smugglers, tougher sentences for foreign national offenders who try to come back to our country when they have no right to do so. That's what I'm voting for tonight. My question to members opposite is, will they?
We now go by video link to Jeremy Corbyn.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, for the opportunity to speak in this debate. History is going to judge our Parliament and our government harshly by this piece of legislation. At a time when there's unprecedented numbers of refugees around the world, the total figure globally is around 80 million. They're fleeing from war, they're fleeing from poverty, they're fleeing from injustice, they're fleeing from human rights abuses, they're fleeing from environmental disasters. And they're living in refugee camps in enormous numbers. In Bangladesh, where there's 1 million Rohingya people, to camps in Jordan, Lebanon, and other countries across the Middle East, including Libya. Those conditions are created by unfair trade, by arms that we sell that bring about the wars, that bring about the refugee flows, and the numbers of refugees are likely to rise. At a time when country after country is closing its borders to refugees, and they're stuck for decades in refugee camps, our government is joining in the throng that is standing up against refugees rather than for refugees. I would have thought that at this time, instead of patting ourselves on the back for our historic good works in supporting refugees from some countries, we should be recognising what is actually happening at the present time. I took the opportunity to visit the refugee camp in Calais in 2015, for which the then Prime Minister David Cameron described me as preferring to spend a weekend hanging around with a bunch of migrants. What I found were poor and desperate people who'd walked all across Europe in order to try and get to a place of safety. They were frightened of gangs in the camps, they were frightened of the police, they were frightened of fascist gangs, and they wanted to get to this country where they hoped they'd be better treated. Under this piece of legislation, the government will make anyone getting into Britain their job, their task much more difficult, and it will create 2 tiers of asylum seekers. Those that come through a moderately legitimate route of arriving at a port of entry and applying, or those that come out of desperation on leaking dinghies. So what are we doing? Are we looking after the refugees or accusing them of wrongdoing by trying to get to a place of safety and then condemning those that try to save them, so that seafarers around the world that pluck refugees from the sea will be accused of illegally abetting migration to this country? It is a terrible situation. 10 days ago, a Royal National Lifeboat Institutional lifeboat took a group of people on a dinghy into a North Kent harbour to give them a place of safety. Is the government going to prosecute the RNLI for saving life at sea, contrary to the law of the sea, which requires them to save such life? And so I would also ask the government to look at the conditions in which refugees have to survive in this country. The disgusting conditions that were outlined at Napier Barracks, or the number of refugees that are sleeping on our streets and begging to try and survive. And just think for a moment of what it is like to be a refugee trying to make your contribution to our world and being criminalised in the process. We rely on refugees ultimately in hospitals as doctors, as engineers, as teachers, as technicians, and so many other jobs within our society. Can't we, instead of criminalising people who try to get to a place of safety, have a more humane approach and use this opportunity to legislation to send out a message of decency and humanity and responsibility towards the world as a whole?
Scott Benton.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and it's a pleasure to follow the Right Honourable Member for Islington North, although ironically it is precisely his views on issues such as those included within the scope of this bill which are the main reason why I find myself in this House today. Since 1994, every single year the UK has seen positive net migration. And from 2004, when several new states became members of the EU, net migration has only dropped below 200,000 once. The trend is continually up, and the most recent figures show that 700,000 migrants arrived in the UK in the year ending March 2020. To put that into perspective, Madam Deputy Speaker, that is 5 times the size of Blackpool. This is simply unsustainable. For the last 50 years, the Conservative Manifesto has always referenced controlling immigration. It puts pressure on our schools, NHS and housing, whilst also challenging our identity and values when it is not properly controlled and when new arrivals do not integrate within their new communities. The British people can see this and understand this and have demanded action for at least the last 2 decades. The vote to leave the EU was, among other things, a vote to take back control of our borders and to control immigration. Of course, that is not to say that immigration doesn't bring benefits to the UK, but the oversupply of low-skilled labour has had severe consequences, suppressing wages and reducing the number of entry-level jobs available. I'm so pleased we have a Home Secretary who is willing to discuss these issues and face up to the problems large-scale immigration is causing. Successive governments have been far too reluctant to do so, perhaps through fear of facing the cancel culture of the woke brigade. The element most emotive, and that which angers my constituents more than any other, is illegal immigration, and specifically the thousands of small boats arriving on the south coast. It is high time this bill was brought forward to tackle the scourge of illegal immigration, and I strongly welcome the measures outlined within it. Giving our border force additional powers to turn around boats crossing the Channel, making it a criminal offence to knowingly arrive in the UK without permission, and introducing life sentences for people smugglers will all reduce the number of migrants making the unnecessary and illegal crossing in small boats. However, some will still make the perilous journey. The task of processing asylum claims must be made quicker, and for those which are rejected, we must be far more robust in deporting them from the UK. Over the last 15 years, around 3/4 of applicants that were refused asylum have lodged an appeal. They're vexatious and often last-minute appeals, submitted and encouraged by left-wing human rights lawyers. This is at tremendous cost to the UK taxpayer, and it is encouraging that this bill will overhaul the legal system for asylum claims, finally putting an end to this utter nonsense. If people have no right to be here, they should be swiftly deported. It is as simple as that. Those on the benches opposite, including the Leader of the Opposition, have previously stood on election promises to reintroduce the free movement of people, showing just how out of touch they are with traditional Labour voters. On this side of the House, however, we are building a system that is fair for the British people, that reforms our broken asylum system, and this is one I wholeheartedly support.
Thank you. Before I call the Honourable Lady, I should tell the House that after the Right Honourable Gentleman for Chingford and Woodford Green, the time limit will reduce to 3 minutes, but with 4 minutes. Anna McMorran.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. This bill is not about improving legislation. This bill is about hate. It's little more than political gesturing of the worst kind. But it's worse than that. It is pandering to far-right politics, stirring up resentment, fear and division because the system isn't working for them. But this really is the nastiest, most vicious of politics. And we live in an increasingly hostile world. Conflict, climate change, COVID, are making life so impossible for many. Innocent families and children fleeing for their lives, driven from their homes and their communities, joining the 30 million refugees worldwide, with little more than the clothes on their back and their hopes and dreams. They flee to protect themselves and their loved ones, but this tragically is a hope that is never usually fulfilled. I recently spoke to a mother who fled drought in South Sudan. She lost her children to thirst and starvation. And I have felt the pain of victims of conflict, the many who have fled Syria, who suffered immeasurable brutality and war crimes at the hands of the Assad regime, hearts broken that they can't return. And I've spoken to women and girls forced into arranged marriages as young children after fleeing a life of violence and abuse, faced sexual assaults, gang rapes, exploitation on the road between camps, homelessness, before finding refuge. And to those who make that perilous journey, this government says, we don't care, and is attempting to build a wall around our shores, using a deliberately and unnecessarily hostile attitude, doesn't tackle the drivers of displacement, which will continue to force the vulnerable to flee, which will aggravate the very threats which make our own lives here at home less secure, and make the United Kingdom even more isolated, not just from our own partners, but the values which made us a welcoming nation so many look towards us with hope for. And as this pandemic has shown, our planet is shared, and so too are our successes and our failures. We mustn't forget that the United Kingdom was a co-signatory and the first to ratify, with support of the whole House, the 1951 Refugee Convention for a reason. But rather than be open and inclusive, this government's bill seeks to remove us from those shared challenges, wash our hands of the crises and injustices fuelled by many decisions made at home, and weaken communities' resilience overseas. And it seeks to criminalise refugees. They're not criminals, and seeking safe haven is not a crime. The true crimes are the provisions and the intention at the heart of this heartless bill, putting the UK at odds with decades of agreed consensus on the need to offer safety to the persecuted and stateless. And it would break international law to pick on the poor, to pick on the desperate, and the children put in boats by their parents, so desperate because they see that the sea is safer than the land. And when you strip away the means to safe passage, when you cut international aid, which helps people remain in place, and when you penalise anyone facilitating arrivals, how does the Home Secretary intend for desperate people to arrive? In stark terms, what would it have meant for kinder transport? Would it have turned their backs on the children arriving and fleeing the brutality of Tigray and Yemen today?
Sir Ian Duncan-Smith.
Deputy Speaker, I draw attention to the House to my declaration in the member's interest. My focus today, in the short time available, God, I can't wait for this list to end, but anyway, in the short time available, I want to draw attention to a very specific element in the bill, which is Part 4. As my honourable friend will know, I've co-sponsored a bill with Lord McCole on modern day slavery victim support bill, and I'm grateful to my honourable friend, the Secretary of State, for actually meeting with myself and Lord McCole on a number of occasions, looking for a way to improve the bill before it was published. And I spoke on the 19th of October last year about the need for immigration provision that provides confirmed victims, I stress, with certainty of recovery and the ability to focus on working with the criminal justice system to ensure we increase the very low number of prosecutions for offences related to modern slavery. I want the House to hold that thought because this is really critical. Self-interest for us means being better on this area of the bill. So Part 4 of the bill sets out a number of reforms to modern slavery, and I am aware that my right honourable friend, the Home Secretary, is, of course, seeking to meet varying objectives through the bill. I know she wants to reduce abuse of the system. So I want to deal with Clause 52 of Part 4 first. And that is to say that Part 52 will provide identified potential victims in England and Wales with assistance and support This is support for the period where the person is in the NRM. Whilst I welcome support for adult victims in England and Wales during the period being put on a statutory basis, as is already the case in Northern Ireland, Scotland, etc., the support that Clause 52 places on a statutory basis is actually less than the currently provided as a matter of practice in England and Wales, which is a problem. And that means that essentially, whilst the current guidance in England and Wales affords 45 days support, as does the statute in Scotland and Northern Ireland, Clause 52 proposes a reduction in support in England and Wales to just 30 days for those who are confirmed victims of modern-day slavery. And I draw that attention to my honourable friend because I think this needs to be dealt with. I would agree with you.
Extremely grateful to my honourable friend for giving way. My right honourable friend has many faults and a handful of, that I'm aware of, but one of them is not naivety. He has far more qualities, and his quality will tell him that the system is being gamed by all kinds of unscrupulous people, and the risk is that modern-day slavery is one of the ways it's being gamed.
Well, I'm grateful to my honourable friend, and I simply say to him, notice what I said, confirmed already status under modern-day slavery. And this is important because it means that they've already gone through to the NRM. It's the question of how you deal with them at that point and give them time to arrive at the right conclusions. The provision of statutory support during the national referral mechanism, but then no such support afterwards, makes no sense, as they go out of the NRM and suddenly they're into the cold world, unable to navigate their way, and fearful, by the way, of retribution from those who actually treated them so badly in the first place. And I believe generally the provision of support to help these people is also in our self-interest, because in our national interest to ensure victims get sufficient support to allow them to help police and prosecutors with criminal investigations. So, in a way, by reducing this, we're making it worse, and by not giving support. And I want to come, therefore, to Clause 53. It brings me, therefore, to this point. The leave to remain for victims of slavery or human trafficking. This is at the heart of the bill, and I've co-sponsored with Lord McCall earlier on, and we would provide leave to remain for 12 months, along with assistance and support for those adult victims who wanted to remain in the UK. I've given evidence to the Home Office about this, and I'm therefore disappointed that instead of addressing the problems with discretionary leave, which I highlighted last October, the government has simply placed current practice, which is clearly not working, into a statutory framework. And under Clause 53, leave to remain will remain, as at present, discretionary, just that the same justifications for its provision will apply, assisting police with investigations being necessary because of a personal circumstance or that necessary to make a compensation claim. Madam Deputy Speaker, the ability of a victim to remain in the UK is unchanged by the bill. One would therefore expect that a proportion of confirmed victims in receipt of leave to remain would remain low, but it does not. In other words, this bill is currently, as it drafted, it will perpetuate rather than address the current arrangements in which the vast majority of confirmed victims are denied leave to remain in the UK to help their recovery. The police have made it very clear they would wish this to be the case. They want them to be around so that they can help them settle, have accommodation, know where they are, and they can give evidence. So I simply want to conclude what is a more complex point to my honourable friend. I am supportive of much of what this bill is trying to do, and I understand the motives behind it. But when it comes to Section 4, dealing with those with the most terrible backgrounds and the worst sort of persecutions, trafficked as they are, we need to also give them time, and that time will help us prosecute those very people we wish to get after. So being good and decent is also a payback to us at the same time. I support this bill, but I look for changes as it goes through on that section.
Thank you. We now go by video link to Kate Osama.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. As we've heard today, this bill is deeply flawed, cruel and inhumane, which, if passed, would punish those who seek refuge from violence and persecution entering our country. This bill would see us abandon our internationally recognised duties, ultimately turning our back on the world's most vulnerable. Madam Deputy Speaker, under international law, there is no such thing as an illegal asylum seeker. Yet, if passed, this bill would seek to ignore that reality and establish a dangerous new precedent. Madam Deputy Speaker, I would like to briefly outline two of the most concerning aspects of this legislation. Firstly, I'm deeply concerned about the powers this bill would allow the government to create offshore camps in which it would detain refugees. There is no justification for such an inhumane practice. Wherever this has been tried, it has failed and put those who are subjected to it at risk of re-traumatisation. The Australian government's own report into its offshoring facility in Nauru revealed horrifying conditions, including the sexual abuse of women and children. Meanwhile, detention centres like Napier Barracks demonstrate clearly that this government is very comfortable housing asylum seekers in the most squalid conditions. Those conditions would only get worse if the government was allowed to move asylum centres offshore, out of reach of oversight and accountability. Secondly, as chair of the all-party group on no recourse to public funds, I'm particularly concerned that this bill would greatly expand the number of people who are subjected to that awful condition. This bill removes the automatic right to settle for those who secure refugee status, having travelled to the UK through another country. By introducing that condition, the government will substantially increase the number of people with no recourse to public funds. People who will no longer have the right to work or access homelessness assistance. In short, if this bill passes, a huge number of people will be forced into destitution. In closing, Madam Deputy Speaker, if the government was truly interested in fixing our asylum system, this bill would have contained new commitments to provide safe routes to this country, while ensuring that all those who claim asylum here are able to live a dignified life while they await a decision. Instead, the bill abandons our obligations under international law, criminalises refugees, and expands the cruel and inhumane no recourse to public funds regime. For those reasons, I will be voting against this bill, and I urge all members to do the same. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker.
Natalie Elphick.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Children separated forcibly from their parents at gunpoint. Pregnant women held at knife point. Babies and toddlers stripped of life jackets and dangled over the side of dinghies. Women, young women and girls disappearing, unaccounted for. Last known movements in the hands of criminal gangs known to be involved in modern slavery. Madam Deputy Speaker, this isn't happening in some faraway conflict zone. It isn't happening in a war-ridden country. It is happening here in our land and across the English Channel. Death, violence, sex trafficking, exploitation, bribery, guns, drugs, modern slavery, illegal migration. Make no mistake, this is the reality of the small boats crisis. And so where is the compassion in walking on by, in leaving families, young children, babies, in the hands of people traffickers and violent criminal gangs, when people are already safe in France and many other countries before they come to France? Then let me turn to the risk to our national security. Persons with criminal intent have been identified coming into Dover in boats picked up in the Channel. But any local person will tell you about the very many boats that do make it onto the land, onto the beaches, onto our shores, in the coastal villages of Kingsdown and St Margaret's and Walmer and further afield. And it happens so often, even today, even this very morning. We must be compassionate to people in greatest need. I believe that unites us on all sides of this House. But it would also be naive to the very real risks that some people actively do wish to do us harm, and they do harm others. And that's why, for our national security, we must have strong borders and bring an end to the small boats crossing route. Today's measures are not about a lack of compassion. It's about recognising that there is no compassion in allowing this illegal activity to continue. Today's bill, alongside its sister immigration reform bill, provides more powers to strengthen our borders, more options to work with other countries, to make sure that people are encouraged to use legal and safe routes and discouraged from using these dangerous and illegal ones. The bottom line is this: it's only when migrants and traffickers alike know that they can't break into Britain in this way that the small boats crossing route will come to an end.
Well done, madam.
Neil Coyle.
Yeah, and I refer to the register of interest because I've helped from the RAMP project on my work on this area. RAMP are brilliant in direct contrast to this bill. It's the worst I've ever seen. And this dog's dinner was avoidable if ministers listened to the evidence and experts, or even to the consultation responses, which they promised to publish and have failed to do so. I hope as they finalise this bill that they will do so. And it was strange, after 11 years of Conservative administration, to hear the Home Secretary admit at a second reading of her own bill that it was not yet complete in response to the question from the Right Honourable Member for Chingford. At a time of rising global crises, this is a government that could help prevent asylum seekers being created by intervening perhaps under global Britain. But that has sadly proved to be an empty slogan, often mouthed by emptier heads, given we have a government that has twice betrayed their own manifesto, and of course all the people who voted for it, in both cutting our aid and cutting our armed forces personnel, which means shrinking global reach and influence. And this is a government that is shrinking our international standing by seeking an exclusivism, a new and special status for the UK outside international law, but at direct detriment and cost to other countries, including our immediate neighbours. It is bonkers. But ministers present this fiction to us and have a real battle with reality ahead. It is a fiction to pretend we have deals with other countries to return anyone to, except Albania, a country we accept asylum claims from. It is a fiction to claim it is fair to criminalise someone fleeing communist torture and slave labour in Xinjiang, or fair to criminalise RNLI volunteers or anyone on any boat that rescues asylum seekers from drowning. It is a fiction to claim it's fair on councils, who already pay for Home Office failures and delays, but face additional costs through the rough sleeping these plans would create, and the estimated additional £55 million of new costs of these proposals, creating 3,000 more people experiencing the pernicious Home Office no recourse to public funds restrictions. And it is a fiction to pretend this is fair on taxpayers who will pick up the bill, whether it's through the Home Office, through councils' emergency social services, or the new criminal justice and imprisonment costs, which are estimated to be over £400 million a year. The only truth I heard from the Home Secretary today is that the system is broken, with the number of people waiting over a year for a decision rising tenfold since 2010, with 33,000 in that position in 2010, including almost 7,000 children. What's maddening is the number of people working for the Home Office has risen, but productivity has collapsed, with around 2,500 people now having waited 3 years or more for a decision. It is a decade of Tory rule that has broken the Home Office. The party who used to claim to represent law and order have run the Department of Law and Order into the ground, with 9 in 10 crimes now going unpunished in this country. But now ministers ask the Home Office to act unlawfully in pursuing an aim that breaks international law. Sadly, the idea that the people who broke the Home Office now have ideas to fix it is also a fiction. And I'll just end by saying I'd ask ministers to think again about these plans, but there is so little evidence they put much thought into the bill in the first place.
Thank you. We now go by video link to Paula Barker.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I want to start by paying tribute to some of the fantastic organisations who support people seeking asylum in my constituency, such as Asylum Link Merseyside, Merseyside Refugee Support Network and British Red Cross. Every day I see the difference they make in supporting some of the most vulnerable people in society who come to our country seeking refuge, only too often to find that their trauma suffering is made worse by the hostile environment this government has created for them. Madam Deputy Speaker, I agree with the Home Secretary on one thing. Our asylum system is broken. However, that's where our consensus ends. Many aspects of this bill are objectionable, probably too many to mention in the time I have. The bill is a disgraceful attempt to make people seeking asylum pay the price for gross mismanagement of the asylum system by her and her predecessors. According to figures from the House of Commons Library, the Home Office asylum caseload has doubled since 2014. And I have constituents who have now been waiting for over 2 years for a decision, and many who have been waiting nearly 2 years for a substantive interview. The UNHCR put proposals to the government on fixing the asylum system based on their experience of best practice around the world. Instead of implementing these, the government has chosen to put forward a bill which undermines our international obligations and our standing in the world. I'm sure I am not alone in this House in being proud that the UK was a founding signatory to the 1951 Refugee Convention. It was then and is now an important legacy from the horrors of World War II and the many people who were displaced as a result. The UNHCR serves as a guardian of the Refugee Convention, and it is in its detailed observations about the measures within this bill, they have been clear that they disagree with the Home Secretary's statement that her proposals comply with our obligations under the Convention. They have stated that many aspects of the plan do not respect fundamental principles of refugee law and will undermine the 1951 Convention and international protection system, not just in the UK, but globally. Let nobody in this House be under any illusion. Supporting the measures in this bill will signal to the world we are withdrawing from our international obligations. In that context, why would any other country be willing to reach agreements with us on what the government describe as safe and legal routes? I would appeal to honourable members on the government benches who value Britain's standing and reputation as a global leader. Don't let the government get away with undermining the sacrifices and achievements of the generation before us with this bill. I also call on the government to share with the House their legal advice which supports the Home Secretary's statement that the measures in the bill are compatible with our obligations under the 1951 Refugee Convention. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker.
Vera Hobhouse.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I believe everyone here wants to tackle people smuggling, human trafficking and dangerous trips across the Channel. The only way to do this is the one thing this bill does not do: provide safe, legal routes to sanctuary in the UK. Instead, this bill treats asylum seekers more harshly, despite no evidence that this approach will stop them trying to come here. The Home Office has been treating asylum seekers abysmally for years, keeping them in unsafe accommodation, making them wait months for a decision on their claim, banning them from working and forcing them to rely on little more than £5 a day. If cruelty were the answer, the problem would have been solved long ago. And what about the legal routes to asylum that this government has promised? The number of people granted asylum in the UK fell by 46% last year. The number of children granted asylum fell by 55%. And the government's new scheme, which opened in March, resettled 25 refugees in its first month. Just 25. This compares to 477 per month on average under the previous schemes. The proposals under this bill are not just cruel, they undermine the UK's commitment under the Refugee Convention. We cannot simply rewrite them to suit ourselves. Liberal Democrats are calling for a fully funded commitment to resettle 10,000 vulnerable refugees each year. We should resettle a further 10,000 unaccompanied child refugees from elsewhere in Europe over the next 10 years, and we must guarantee the rights of unaccompanied asylum-seeking children in Europe to be reunited with family members in the UK. There is another historic injustice, Madam Deputy Speaker, that this bill fails to address: comprehensive sickness insurance, no SCSI. A few years ago, many EU citizens had their application for a permanent resident document refused. These refusals were down to an obscure need for an insurance CSI that they never previously needed to live in the UK or use the NHS. At the time, the government insisted they were powerless to change this requirement as it stemmed from EU free movement laws. The requirement was removed from the EU settlement scheme, but CSI is still hidden deep within our rules. Many thousands of children have been cut off from their rights to be citizens of this country, all because of some obscure insurance requirement no one was told they needed to have. The government must come clean and use the exit from the EU for some good, as so often claimed. There is no more excuse to hold on to the CSI requirement for those seeking to become UK citizens. Rather than fixing the problem, Madam Deputy Speaker, this bill will make the problems worse and fail those most in need. I will vote against them. Thank you very much.
Dr. Caroline Johnson.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Madam Deputy Speaker, it is crucial that we restore trust in our immigration system. Our asylum system is in desperate need of reform, and our constituents rightly expect it to be fixed. In just the last year, 16,000 people have entered the country illegally, and these are just the ones that we know about. Now, some of these people are genuinely fleeing persecution and need our support, but others are not, and they may abuse the legal system, making repeated, vexatious and often last-minute claims, challenging the Home Office's ability to lawfully remove individuals in those cases and costing taxpayers a lot of money. It also creates a severe backlog which delays the processing of those genuine asylum cases and slows down our judicial processes. Most worryingly, Madam Deputy Speaker, there are now 10,000 foreign national offenders in circulation outside of prisons in the UK, whom the Home Office are intent on deporting, but currently cannot because of legal barriers. I welcome the Government's new plan for immigration will speed up removal of these dangerous foreign criminals. Any foreign national who comes to this country and abuses our hospitality by breaking the law should be in no doubt of the UK Government's determination to deport them. Madam Deputy Speaker, when assessing the need of individual asylum claims, knowing the age of applications is really, really important, ensuring that the children get protected and properly looked after. The UK is currently one of the very few countries in Europe that doesn't commission or employ scientific methods of age assessment when determining how old these young people are. As a consultant paediatrician, the welfare of children is of the utmost importance to me, and I have participated in the past in assessment of asylum-seeking children as a doctor, and the current system in place is nowhere near accurate enough for making such crucial and important decisions. And I welcome that this bill will enable the use of scientific age assessment techniques and that there will be increased research into their accuracy so that we can best direct our efforts to support the youngest and the most vulnerable people. Finally, Madam Deputy Speaker, this bill addresses a number of anomalies in the system in relation to British nationality law. And behind each of these anomalies is a person, is a family. And I'm pleased to see a change in the law that I've lobbied for since 2019. Nationality for children whose fathers are not the husband of their mothers at the time of their birth. One of my constituents, Madam Deputy Speaker, who served his country on military operations, was shocked to discover he was unable to get British citizenship for his son, despite the fact that he is British and the son was born in Britain. This was because his European mother was still legally married to a foreign national at the time of their son's birth. And under current legislation, a child's father is legally deemed to be the husband at the time the woman gives birth. However, in this particular case, my constituent is the father in all biological, emotional and practical terms. New measures in this bill will provide an entitlement to British citizenship for people who were previously unable to acquire it because their mother was married to someone other than their biological father at the time of birth. This will fix an outdated rule and ensure that my constituent and many others can rightfully pass on their nationality to their children, and I'm pleased to support this bill.
For the sake of clarity, I ought to reiterate what Mr. Speaker said to the House earlier today, as the Right Honourable Lady for Doncaster Central has been required to self-isolate and cannot therefore take her usual place in the chair. The Honourable Lady for Bradford South will shortly be taking the chair, having been appointed a temporary Deputy Speaker. And I hope that the House will be gentle with her. We now go by video link. We now go by video link to Rebecca Long-Bailey.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The Government states this bill is necessary to deter irregular journeys and to increase the fairness of the system to support those in need of asylum. And I think most of us in this House agree the system needs to be fairer. Lengthy waits for asylum applications to be processed are the norm. Immigration detention is often indefinite, and modern slavery and trafficking survivors are routinely detained. But as the Red Cross states, removing support and raising the penalties for those that arrive irregularly does not address the underlying reasons of why people seek safety in the UK. And this bill is brutal. It effectively punishes those desperate souls who often genuinely flee persecution, famine, and war in the hope of safety. As the Refugee Council have stated, the actual effect of the bill in its current form will be to punish refugees who have been recognised as such under international law and actually reduce safe and regular routes to the UK as refugee family reunion rights become more limited. One of the most dangerous parts of the proposals are that someone's means of arrival will determine how worthy they are of protection in the UK. Asylum seekers arriving through anything other than resettlement will receive a lesser form of protection, including temporary status, no access to financial support, and limited rights to family reunion. In fact, the new proposals plan to criminalise anyone arriving irregularly, so not through official channels. But as we all know, People fleeing atrocities are rarely afforded the luxury of arriving through official channels. And as the UN Refugee Agency have confirmed, this principle is in breach of the Refugee Convention. Madam Deputy Speaker, these are cruel and unworkable plans. And I agree with Amnesty International when they state, instead of introducing this piece of utter legislative vandalism, what the Home Office should be doing is establishing safe routes for the relatively few people escaping persecution who wish to seek asylum here. This reckless and deeply unjust bill is set to bring shame on Britain's international reputation. Thank you.
By video link, Liz Saville-Roberts.
Diolch yn fawr iawn, Dir Pilafarydd. This bill is an assault on the human rights of men and women who happen to be asylum seekers and on our common humanity. Across Wales, thousands of decent people are united. This legislation shames us, and it is not in our name. It expands the hostile environment by criminalising asylum seekers and their families. The bill's proposed tier system for claiming asylum rips up the basic tenets of the 1951 Refugee Convention, that people's mode of arrival should have no influence on whether they are legitimate refugees or on their right to make an asylum claim. The potential criminalisation of the life-saving work of organisations such as the RNLI is incomprehensible, and I commend the determination of our lifeboat crews to continue to come to the aid of anyone at peril on the sea. It threatens to penalise seafarers if they don't leave people to perish. And thus it scorns the UN Safety at Sea Convention, as well as the Refugee Convention. Expanding the use of detention-style asylum accommodation will result in more people being sent to sites such as Penally Camp in Pembrokeshire, described by the Independent Chief Inspector of Borders and Immigration as impoverished, run down, and unsuitable for long-term accommodation. Let's not forget that the Home Office was shamed into closing Penally only 4 months ago. The human cost of these proposed changes would be immense. It would criminalise and prevent people such as Joseph Gnacbo from seeking sanctuary in the UK. After fleeing from the Ivory Coast following threats to his life, Joseph sought refuge in Wales. He now works as a carer, a translator, and a teacher, and volunteers for Cymdeithas yr Iaith, the Welsh Language Society. These are his words, and they are worth hearing. We are already treated as an inconvenience under the current asylum system. Under these reforms, we will be treated as criminals. The welcome I have received by the people of Wales in that time is in stark contrast with the Home Office's cruel policies. I want refugees and asylum seekers to have more help in integrating into Welsh society. Sadly, this legislation seeks to make that almost impossible. Wales, Madam Deputy Speaker, is a far richer place because of people like Joseph. But the Home Secretary would make a criminal of people such as him. We must stand up to this heartless borders bill, which prevents Wales from fulfilling the humane, honourable ambition of our own Parliament, namely to become a nation of sanctuary for refugees. Diolch yn fawr iawn.
And by video link, Henry Smith.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. I speak this evening in support of the Nationality and Borders Bill because the current system is not working either for the interests of nationality or UK borders. It cannot be right that over the last year, an estimated 16,000 people have entered this country illegally. And of course, that is during a period when international travel has been severely restricted because of the COVID-19 pandemic. It is right that the system is changed and updated so that people coming to the United Kingdom should do so on a legal basis and not circumvent that system that exists. And the suggestion that those coming to this country from continental Europe are fleeing persecution in those countries is ridiculous. There is no analogy with the situation that existed in Europe in the 1930s and the 40s. But this evening, Madam Deputy Speaker, I wanted to mention one other aspect of nationality that hasn't been properly addressed, and that is those who are descendants of the Chagos Islanders who were forcibly removed by the Harold Wilson administration in the late 1960s from the British Indian Ocean Territory and typically were resettled in Mauritius, the Seychelles and some other locations. Many of those descendants, grandchildren of people who were British subjects on the British Indian Ocean Territory now find themselves effectively with no rights to British citizenship, despite the fact that it was no fault of their own that their grandparents and relatives were forcibly exiled from their home territory. And therefore, I would be grateful if the government would consider a clause to this bill to rectify that anomaly, which affects a relatively small number of people, but is an injustice that has existed for over half a century. I plan to introduce an amendment at report stage of this bill, but I hope the government can work with me to once and for all remedy this historical injustice. Thank you.
And by video link, Jane Stevenson.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'm very pleased to have the chance to speak in this debate, though I regret the time limit means my comments will be very brief. This important bill aims to give a fair and safe asylum system and give greater rights and greater protections to those who have legally sought asylum in the UK. The bill seeks to properly control our borders, which will strengthen our national security, and the bill will clamp down on some of the most despicable criminals, the gangs of criminals who make money from people smuggling and involvement in modern slavery. And for me, this is the most important part of the bill. We all in this place should back any measures that will stop this trade in human misery. We all remember the tragic deaths of migrants who paid smugglers to cram them into lorries without sufficient ventilation. We've seen people with no sailing experience who paid to be piled into unseaworthy vessels, often nothing more than a dinghy, and then pushed offshore to make a dangerous and tragically often deadly sea crossing. It's the duty of our Home Secretary to take any measures she can to stop these perilous attempts to enter the UK, and I thank her for her clear commitment to reform the system and stop these organised criminals. And let's be clear, while these journeys are deemed to be viable, others will attempt the same journeys. We must act to stop them. As my right honourable friend, the member for Maidenhead, mentioned, many who seek to come to the UK by illegal routes are economic migrants. And if I had more time, I'd speak about the work the UK is doing in trade and in education, and the work we should do going forward to help developing countries really develop, so that people all over the world can have prosperous, fulfilling lives for themselves and their families. Excuse me. I was deeply disappointed by the Shadow Home Secretary's remarks about this bill creating a more discriminatory asylum system, because by not supporting measures in this bill, he allows the current system to continue. He must surely look at the current system and see the clear discrimination against older people, disabled people, women and children, against anyone unable or less able to make these long, arduous, dangerous journeys. As I only have a few more seconds, I'll conclude by saying we should all want a fair and just asylum system. And a fair and just asylum system does not say that if you're young enough, fit enough, or brave enough, you can get ahead and jump the queue. A fair and just asylum system does not reward organised gangs of criminals for putting vulnerable people's lives at risk. A fair and just asylum system is not this perverse and deadly real-life Hunger Games. It's why we must act, and it's why I support the Home Secretary's measures. I commend her determination to stop these vile, inhumane practices. Thank you.
Brady.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I hope you're enjoying the view. Congratulations. I sometimes wonder if the Home Secretary or her cheerleaders on the government benches have ever actually met an asylum seeker, because if the asylum seekers that come to my surgeries in Glasgow North find that it's stressful or embarrassing or upsetting to have to carry a biometric ID card that states they have no right to work when, being a human being, they're born with that right, or that they have no recourse to public funds, then from the other side of the surgery table it is no less humiliating to have to explain why the government is so unremittingly hostile to their presence in this country. It's easy to stand at the dispatch box or the back benches and say these people should leave the UK. Try looking them in the eye, eyes that have seen horrors that some of us can't even imagine, and say that. I defy any minister or any Tory backbencher to come to the next meeting of the Maryhill Integration Network Voices meeting, listen to the testimonies of the men and women who take part, and then come back to this House and justify the policies that they're promoting today. For 20 years, the Maryhill Integration Network has supported asylum seekers and refugees in the north of Glasgow, welcoming them into the community, helping share experiences, culture, food, joy across the entire city. And for 17 of those years, it's been led by the remarkable Rima Sharifi until her recent retirement. She was a refugee, a journalist in Kosovo who fled a refugee camp in Macedonia with her family before being evacuated to Glasgow for health reasons, and since that time has worked tirelessly to support thousands of others who have been through similar experiencing, helping people overcome traumas and learn how to make new lives as part of Glasgow's wonderfully diverse community. My friend and constituent Abdul Bastani has a similar story. Fled the Taliban at the age of 18, arrived in the UK, was put on a bus to Glasgow, a city he'd never heard of. 20 years later, a proud father, works in translation, runs Afghan United, which brings people together in sport, language, culture and other activities. How many more Rimas and Abduls are out there and are now going, who could help transform our country, make it a better place for everyone, but instead are going to find themselves shut out, turned away, criminalised by this bill, put up in barracks before being deported, criminalised on the moment of arrival, because of course they had to struggle to get here. The repressive regime wasn't giving them a passport and a ticket to an airport. Hostility is a hallmark of this government. Hostility to devolution, hostility to the aid budget, and now a supercharging of the hostile environment for refugees and asylum seekers. A hostile environment that pervades the Home Office. The visa system is at least as much as a mess as the asylum system, and it amounts to one message: global Britain is closed. Don't come here unless you're going to spend a lot of money and then leave again very quickly. I also agree with the Honourable Member for Crawley on his points about the Chagosians. Well, Scotland wants no part of it. In time, Scotland will have its own immigration system, and just as Scots have been welcomed and made their homes in countries around the world, we will welcome travellers, migrants, refugees and asylum seekers, respecting their human rights and our humanitarian responsibilities. To refugee and asylum-seeking constituents in Glasgow North, no matter what you hear from the Tory dispatch box today, you are welcome in Glasgow, you are welcome in Scotland. We want you to be safe and we want you to stay.
Hear, hear.
Sarah Brickley.
Deputy Speaker, I was elected in 2019 on a manifesto which promised to reform our immigration system. For too long, excessive and uncontrolled immigration and abuses of our asylum system have allowed people to get around the rules without much prospect of ever being removed once they're here. This bill is an important turning point. It provides the powers we need to remove people who should not be here and to discourage anyone who would try to cross into the country illegally. The message is simple. If you come here illegally by irregular means, you won't be staying. This bill has three main objectives. First, to increase the fairness of the system to better protect and support those in need of asylum. Second, to deter illegal entry into the United Kingdom, thereby breaking people smuggling networks and protecting the lives of those they endanger. Third, to remove those with no right to be in the UK more easily. These aims are sensible, proportionate and just. They're also what the public want us to do. Whenever I'm out and about in Hyndburn and Haslingden, I hear concerns from residents about controlling our borders and cracking down on illegal immigration. There is a proper asylum route into this country, and it's important that people realise they will be punished if they don't follow it. This bill will not only deter the people who get in the boats to make illegal crossings, but will smash the networks which brings them here. There are no words strong enough to express my contempt for the traffickers who give people false hope and then risk their lives by unscrupulously smuggling them into the country for a huge fee. We need an asylum system which is compassionate with people who apply to come here, processes claims efficiently and effectively, and quickly removes anyone who is not successful in their application. And this bill delivers on all of that. The bill will broaden criminal sanctions for offences related to illegal entry and for bringing people here illegally, and will increase the maximum penalties for both. It will also give border and immigration staff additional powers to stop and redirect vessels out of the UK territorial waters. Madam Deputy Speaker, This bill is an important step in creating a new immigration system based on merit, which controls who, when and how people can come here and cuts immigration overall. It gives my constituents the confidence that the government has heard their concerns on immigration and is working to tackle them.
Video link, Rachel Maskell.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Judge while seeking justice, criminalised while fleeing criminals, expelled while being exploited, scapegoated while escaping some of the worst violations against human dignity or human rights in breach of global agreements. The words in this bill should never enter the minds of anyone, let alone those entrusted to protect us. They should never be echoed in this chamber, let alone brought forward in legislation. In our country, the place which founded human rights, governments have reached the depths of stigmatising people fleeing war, terror, trafficking, climate catastrophe, and yes, destitution, judging them how they arrive, not what they have left. As this government plays on the global stage, cutting aid to the world's poorest, removing the last hope of being able to stay home and to support family and community, as they play with our climate, which is burning our planet and every grain that could feed the most destitute, as they play war, selling arms while walking away from building peace, as they fail to use their voice, power and influence on the global stage to stem some of the worst violations against humanity, as it presides over a broken asylum system, not fixing it. This government must recognise its contribution to the decimation of the global order before pointing the blame at its victims. From its centuries of imperial abuse to withdrawing from reparation today, this government is now prepared to suppress the small number of the 80 million people who today are forced from their homes and land, who are without shelter or hope, to then turn people who have been subject to criminal gangs to be criminalised themselves for the want of safety and survival, and some just to be reunited with their families. Worse, this legislation will stop people even fleeing danger as they force people to apply to enter the UK from a place of peril or some offshore hidden place, creating more risk, more trauma, more harm. I appeal to all members opposite not to tread these dark paths. I appeal to all who say they live by moral code, that are here to further justice, that are here to advance human rights. Do not support your government tonight, but uphold our British values, which welcomes the oppressed and somewhere for people to live safely. I'm so proud to represent the UK's only human rights city and city of sanctuary here in York, where we put the needs of others before our own, where we tear down walls and create bridges, and where we take care of those whose stories break us as they recant the trauma that their lives have endured. We listen, we act, we quicken our resolve to speak up and stand up against for human rights and against violations and abuses. And that is why, Madam Deputy Speaker, I have spoken out today to oppose this suppressive legislation and say, not in my name.
Sir John Hughes.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Welcome to the Chair. Edmund Burke said that justice is itself the great standing policy of civil society, and any eminent departure from it under any circumstances lies under the suspicion of being no policy at all. Restoring justice and order to the current chaotic and confusing asylum system broadcasts the line in the sand has been drawn, which will not fade away with every new boat that arrives on the beach. The bill before us today is a testament to the principle that laws must be just and be seen to be, for otherwise we can hardly call them law at all. According to poll after poll, the vast majority of the public see illegal immigration as a serious problem. And is it any wonder when there were 16,000 illegal entrants into Britain last year, and those are the ones we know about, 8,500 on boats. This year alone, there have been 7,000 arriving on those boats. So I happily go away.
Very good, my honourable friend. Does he not think that somehow turning into a sort of simple, everyone who claims asylum must have a legitimate claim, and everyone who's against it must be racist, doesn't help in trying to get to that just law that he's talking about?
Absolutely not. And to pillory the public and those who speak for them, who, when they argue that we should indeed enforce the law, the migration should be controlled. The legal migration has been out of control, as a number of contributors to the debate have said for some time, but that illegal migration is by its very nature both unjust and unfair, because it breaks the law. it breaches that principle that people who arrive here and pursue legal routes are doing the right thing, and those that don't are simply doing the wrong thing and should be deported. That's what the public think, and that's what we should be saying very clearly. I will give way to the honourable gentleman.
Member for giving way. Is there nobody on the Conservative benches at all remotely concerned that this bill would see a Uyghur fleeing persecution in China, or a Syrian fleeing disastrous war crimes in that country, or a persecuted Christian seeking sanctuary on this shore, criminalised with an offence that could see them in prison for up to 4 years, stripped of family reunion rights, offshored, and whatever else? Is there nobody on the benches opposite that has any qualms about that whatsoever?
The honourable gentleman must understand. Surely he must realise that whilst the principle of granting asylum, of giving sanctuary to people in desperate need, is a noble one, it is being gamed. And it's being gamed day after day and month after month. People travelling through many safe countries before claiming asylum. Repeated claims on a whole range of different grounds. Even modern slavery, which we all deplore, being used as a justification to stay here when it is invented. And that is to insult, to besmirch those who are really suffering persecution, who come here in genuine need. And it is gained, frankly, by a combination of unscrupulous civil rights and human rights activists and people traffickers. And whilst they don't work together in an organised fashion, their combination of the two is damaging public faith in our ability to control our borders. And if take back control means anything, surely it means taking back control of our sovereign borders. When the average Briton sees the asylum system being played, it leaves them bewildered, frustrated and angry that we should be taken as such fools. British people do not want to pull up the drawbridge to the world's needy. What they want is a consistent system that helps the right people in the right way. One that will remove those who have no right to stay in Britain, just as it protects those who we ought to be protecting. Not one which grants favour to those who manage to successfully break our laws when they first arrive here. I happily give way.
Thank you. I thank my right honourable friend for giving way. And contrary to what the opposition is saying, does he agree with me that the government is not changing its approach to maritime law, and in fact anybody who was at distress, anybody who was still at distress at sea, those organisations and individuals will still be able to rescue them at that point?
As the honourable lady may know, I'm a former maritime minister, and it is absolutely right that the IMO and the agreement that we have to rescue people at sea is again being exploited by unscrupulous people, and we need to be mindful of that fact. This bill goes some way to addressing the huge gulf that exists between public perceptions and that of the liberal establishment that have too much say about too many things in this country. Criminal gangs, desperate economic migrants know that bleeding heart liberals, when they blur the distinction between those in genuine need and those who break the rules, every time they oppose tougher penalties and tougher measures, do immense harm to the cause of genuine asylum seekers. And finally, let me say a word about foreign criminals, because they've been mentioned. 4,000 foreign criminals here in 2010, now 10,000. Surely everyone should be deported. We do not want to import crime to our country. We must take back control, and we must pass this bill to do so.
Angela Crawley.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and can I welcome you to your role. I am grateful to have the opportunity to contribute to today's debate and to follow several honourable members who have spoken so eloquently in this bill, sadly for the most part on this side of the House. My colleagues and I will oppose this abhorrent legislation that rides roughshod over the Refugee Convention. As we approach the 50th anniversary of the Convention, it places some of the most vulnerable people in the world at risk of destitution, exploitation and family separation, and this government's rhetoric and virtue signalling fails to comprehend the valuable contributions that they make to our society, regardless of how they got here. If this legislation is passed, it will cast the UK adrift from international law, as we've heard, making it more isolated from other countries and staining what's already left of our international reputation on the world stage. It is insensitive, rushed and deeply problematic, given its intention to effectively end the right to seek asylum in the UK, and by doing so it contravenes the Refugee Convention itself and also the European Convention on Human Rights. The bill proposes a two-tier system and a two-tier approach to asylum, despite there being no legal requirement in international law for an applicant to seek asylum in the first country they reach. Now, by bringing this bill forward, the Home Secretary is now ignoring both the international and the UK law with her approach, as well as being blind to the fact that how an applicant arrives in the UK is unrelated to the level of protection that they require. The Home Secretary encourages asylum seekers to use official schemes to make their application, fully aware that in many cases the abhorrent regimes that any asylum seeker is seeking to seek refuge from will place them and their families at greater risk. It faces this risk that many asylum seekers face is not a choice that they make freely, it's a choice that they have simply because it is the only choice they have left. To turn to criminal gangs for help, leaving them open to exploitation. The UK simply cannot depart from international law on an issue that requires cooperation with other countries, and by doing so refuse to play their part in supporting some of the world's most vulnerable citizens. This bill is shoddy and it vandalises the UK's international reputation and undermines the devolution settlement itself. The Home Secretary's... I will give way.
Very grateful to the Honourable for giving way. Stoke-on-Trent, which I'm proud to represent, has the 5th highest rate of asylum seekers per 10,000 population, Glasgow being the first. Does she agree with me that the SNP-led councils outside of Glasgow should step up and do their bit and start being part of the asylum dispersal scheme?
Thank the Honourable Member for that comment. Feel free to fund Glasgow City Council to deal with this situation that frankly your government has caused. But most importantly, it ignores the reality of why people flee in the first place and seek safety. The willful ignorance and lies within this bill's severest risk of harm to refugees seeking protection in the UK. This bill would put the continued use of military-style barracks at the heart of the Home Office safe strategy, flying in the face of court rulings and expert opinion, including the NHS and the Public Health England. Their use of this has been ruled as unlawful, and the court has banned this by a decision of the High Court. If the Honourable Member wishes to make a further intervention, I will take it, otherwise I'll carry on. It's simply astonishing that the Home Office casually disregard this ruling and the views of the public health experts, placing this practice at the heart of the bill. Now, Madam Deputy Speaker, I come to my final remarks. This bill is one of the many reasons that Scotland needs her independence, and to break away from this insular Little Britain that the Home Secretary and the Prime Minister are working to create. These are real people, these are real lives, and someone should arrive here illegally by this government's definition, by exploitation or worse, should be penalised for the very notion that they make it here at all successfully is absolutely abhorrent. This place should be regarded as a safe haven. The UK is that opportunity for many, many people. This government turns their backs on so many lives.
Lee Anderson.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Now then, Yanis Bitter was 13 years old and living in Latvia at the start of World War II. And 2 years later, the Nazis came, and their request was simple. One male member from each family to go and fight the Russians. It was either Yanis, his dad, or his younger brother. So Yanis went to the Russian front and witnessed the horrors of war in temperatures of -40. And when the war ended in 1945, Yanis was classed as a displaced person, a refugee. Imagine that. He couldn't go back to Latvia because he'd been sent straight to Siberia, and that's where they sent his dad. So Yanis was given two more choices, either the USA or the UK. So he came to the UK, to a small village in Derbyshire, where he and other refugees were housed in Nissen huts, in army barracks. They didn't complain, or whinge, or moan about the barracks, or set fire to the barracks, or make TikTok videos. In fact, they were so grateful to the UK that they all volunteered to work in the fields at local farms, picking potatoes and any other seasonal vegetables, for no pay. Yanis met a girl in the village, he fell in love, and he later married. He worked hard all his life and had 3 sons, one of them being Alan in Ashfield. Yanis loved his football. He became a British citizen and loved this country. He even went on to meet our Queen. Now, Yanis is no longer with us, but his story makes me feel incredibly proud of our great country and its willingness to help people from all over the world. I'll gladly give way.
The story he's telling is a story of someone who sought our aid and got it. But would he contrast that with what's happening now? And wouldn't Yarnish take the view that's been articulated in this chamber tonight, that the system now that he held in such high regard is being gamed, is being exploited, is besmirching the good name of our country and people like him?
Thank my right honourable friend for his comments, and he's absolutely right, because I spoke to Yarnish's family last week in Ashfield and they made exactly that point, and I will feed that back to them when I get back to Ashfield this weekend. But my point is, like I say, we've always been a welcoming and tolerant country that's reached out to genuine refugees from all over the world. But just like Yarnish's family in Ashfield, most people in the UK do not accept that people travelling here from France in dinghies are genuine asylum seekers. They're not genuine asylum seekers. We know that many of them have been trafficked with a clear instruction on how to claim asylum once they get here, and that's because our asylum system is not fit for purpose, and this bill stops that. Now, the Labour Party and the opposition, they want to bring back free movement. They dislike our points-based immigration system, and now they're going to vote against a bill that protects our borders and helps deport foreign murderers and rapists. They will always vote against the British people. This new bill will ensure that people in genuine need, like Yarnish from all those years ago, will get the help they need, and the greedy lawyers and the human traffickers will be told no more. We owe it to people like Yarnish who are suffering today to ensure we have a fairer system which will offer genuine refuge and genuine refugees a safe haven. This bill does that. We have nothing to be ashamed of in this country. We are a kind, tolerant and welcoming country. And that's proven by the amount of people who risk their lives every single day to get here. And if the family of Yarnish can see the current situation is unacceptable, then surely the opposition should see that too. And I want to pay a massive thanks here to the Home Secretary who stuck to her guns. She's listened to the British people. She's delivered. And the MPs opposite, they want to travel into reality. And I'll offer this opportunity to all of you now sat there with those glazed expressions on your face. Come up to Ashfield or come down to Ashfield. Come and speak to some real people in my towns, in my villages, and the message you'll get will be completely different from the message you're feeding into this house. So I'm here because of you lot and the attitudes you had in 2019. We're getting tough on crime, we're getting tough on immigration, and we're getting tough on law and order. Thanks.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Congratulations on taking the chair. I'm delighted to see you there. Every year or two, we hear from a Conservative Home Secretary that they're going to fix the broken system. The Home Secretary again has told us tonight the system is broken. And of course, she's right. It is broken. And all the previous attempts that we've heard exactly the same things about in the past haven't fixed it, and this one isn't going to either. I cannot agree with the thinking in this bill that making life more miserable for people whose circumstances are already utterly miserable will fix these problems and deter them from their desperate efforts to reach the UK. Most people think that distinguishing between asylum seekers on the basis of their route to the UK is contrary to the 1951 Refugee Convention. No doubt that is going to end up in the courts. I'm particularly dismayed with plans to process asylum applications overseas. We've got no idea where this is going to happen. We certainly should know before we agree this bill. Australia's got offshore facilities in Papua New Guinea and Nauru, although nobody's been sent there since 2013. The UN High Commissioner for Refugees urged that they should be evacuated because of poor health standards, highlighting in particular the number of suicides there. Those facilities shame Australia, and if we go down the same road, it will shame us as well. The long wait for asylum decisions is a massive problem, and I asked the Home Secretary about this earlier on. There are 50% more asylum caseworkers now than there were in 2014 to 15, but the number of decisions they make has gone down every single year in that time. Why has productivity fallen so far? I asked the Home Secretary that, she didn't give me an answer, but without fixing that problem, things are just going to carry on getting worse. The number waiting over a year for initial decisions, as we've been reminded repeatedly in this debate, has risen tenfold since 2010. I see that in constituency surgeries. People wait 4 years. They've got no idea when they'll hear anything. Sometimes a reply to me is the only way they know they actually are in the Home Office system. They've got no other evidence that they are. I very strongly support my right honourable friend's proposal for legally binding targets to process asylum cases more quickly. If people cannot stay, they should be told soon, not as happens so often at the moment after years, so that leaving is impractical and in practice hardly ever happens. The current gross inefficiency helps nobody. I hope the House will reject this bill.
Jonathan Gullis.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. So our United Kingdom has always stood up for those in need, whether it be the thousands escaping fascism in from Europe in the 20th century, or offering a home to the people of Hong Kong who face persecution at the hands of the Chinese Communist Party. My right honourable friend, the Home Secretary, an adopted Stokey, is right to say our asylum system is broken. People in Stoke-on-Trent North, Kidsgrove and Talk will see images of people crossing the channel illegally in small boats and are rightly infuriated, because they know the impact illegal immigration has. In Stoke-on-Trent, we have done more than almost any other area in giving asylum seekers a home. At the end of 2020, we had the 5th highest rate of asylum seekers per 10,000 population in the whole of the UK, housing over 1,000 asylum seekers. That means that 1 in every 250 people living in Stoke is now an asylum seeker. And with the certainty of even more illegal entries into the UK on boats, in lorries or arriving without visas, this will push places like Stoke-on-Trent to their limit. In 14 council wards, the 1 in 200 cluster limit has already been breached in Stoke-on-Trent, with a Truro and Hanley, a ward that I share with my honourable friend and member for Stoke-on-Trent Central, having a ratio of 1 in 44. The stark truth is that our city has reached its limits. Services such as our local NHS and schools are under strain and being stretched even further. And I fully support Stoke-on-Trent City Council leader Councillor Abby Brown's decision to pause our involvement with the asylum dispersal scheme. I'm happy to give way to the honourable gentleman.
Perhaps some of the asylum seekers in his constituency could be given the right to work and then could work in the schools and hospitals, and the whole community could benefit from the growth, the economic, cultural and social growth that they would bring, rather than demonising and othering them and making people afraid of them.
I see the honourable member opposite getting very animated. I just hope he can convince his SNP colleagues to actually, or the Nats, to actually get involved in the asylum dispersal scheme. I know the Minister will be very keen for meetings tomorrow to start the paperwork, and let's have lots more councils in Scotland taking part in the asylum dispersal scheme. I'm happy to give way to the lady.
I thank the honourable member for taking my intervention. He keeps saying this, as do many of his colleagues. Myself and the honourable member for Cumbernauld, South and Kirkendall, he's met with COSLA last week, who said, and as they've said so many times before, every one of the other 31 local authorities in Scotland would be happy to get involved in the asylum dispersal scheme if it were funded. Why shouldn't it be funded? Does the honourable member agree that it should be properly funded?
Well, Madam Deputy Speaker, Stoke-on-Trent sadly has the second lowest council tax revenue income than any other local authority in England. And all I'm hearing opposite is excuses, excuses, excuses. The SNP has money for all these vanity projects, but they don't have any money to look after asylum seekers. I find it baffling, but by creating new accommodation centres, removing asylum seekers to a safe third country whilst asylum claim is pending, in the same way as being done in Denmark, increasing maximum penalties for entering the UK illegally, enabling quicker and easier removal of foreign criminals convicted of horrific crimes such as rape and murder, creating new safe and legal routes which will be looked on favourably when people apply for asylum, and backing our border force to stop and redirect boats out of British waters, returning them to safe countries from which they came, such as France. This bill is delivering the reforms that we need and are wanted by the people of Stoke-on-Trent North, Kidsgrove and Talk. I'm more than happy to give way to the honourable lady.
I thank the honourable member for giving way. Does he accept that the picture that he paints is not the same as the picture that we experience in Scotland? In Glasgow, in Kenmure Street, people wrapped themselves around those who were being deported by the Home Office and said refugees are welcome. The picture you paint is not representative of the whole of the UK. It is inaccurate and it is false.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I have the greatest respect for the people of Glasgow, their council and their members of Parliament, because they have got involved in the asylum dispersal scheme and they deserve full recognition and credit for that. And just like Stoke-on-Trent, has wrapped its arms around the people who have come to this country in need and looked after them. But we have simply said that our NHS, our local schools, our local council services cannot do this anymore, and it simply has to come to a point where fairness is applied equally. So I say to the Honourable Lady again, if all the SNP councils that aren't in Glasgow want to go and meet with the Minister, get the meeting, get the asylum dispersal scheme signed up to, and let's share the load across our country. But let's talk about the Labour Party, Madam Deputy Speaker, who will listen to the woke mob on Twitter rather than listening to the people in former Red Wall seats. The Labour Party want to sign back up to free movement, with the leader of the Labour Party spent years arguing for when trying to block Brexit, and who also believes that immigration controls are racist. I suggest the Labour Party Champagne Socialists of North Islington, whose Labour-run council had not given accommodation to a single asylum seeker by the end of 2020, and their lefty-sponging lawyer friends who soak up taxpayers' money by preventing foreign criminals from being deported, should get out and talk to some real people rather than worrying about their likes on Twitter. The truth is, Madam Deputy Speaker, the people of Stoke-on-Trent, North Kidsgrove and Talk want to take back control, and this bill delivers that.
Alan Durans.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Good evening and welcome to the Chair. Madam Deputy Speaker, it is a sad fact that in our broken world, forced migration is a reality. United Government ministers may wish for people to stop trying to cross the English Channel, but when there is still conflict and injustice in the world, then there will always be those wanting to seek sanctuary from war and suffering. I will.
The Honourable Gentleman talks about conflict and suffering, and of course we deplore that on both sides of the House. But I'm not aware that that conflict and suffering is in France, which, much as though I deplore many aspects of French civilization, including their attitude to the monarchy, nevertheless is a G7, a G20, a founder member of the United Nations. And so I don't understand why it is that he feels that we need to give safe home to those that are already in a fellow G7 member state.
I thank the honourable member for his intervention. They are fleeing conflict and war. It may not be in France, but they are fleeing it from their own countries where they're in severe danger of losing their lives.
Just one more time, could he clarify, is in his view France a safe country?
It is a safe country, but these asylum seekers are travelling from war-torn countries where their lives are in danger. I'll continue, Madam Deputy Speaker. We cannot close the door, and instead we need to call out this policy for what it is: xenophobic populism which exploits people's fear of the outsider. Madam Deputy Speaker, these are not my words. They are the words of Susan Brown, a leading member of the Church of Scotland and honorary chaplain to the Queen in Scotland, after seeing the consultation paper on this bill. Susan clearly does not believe in myths such as that immigrants are a drain on the NHS or the benefit system, or that they bring increases in violent crime with them. For her, this is about being the kind of people we'd want to be, treating others as we would hope to be treated, and our families were the roles reversed. Some may argue that strict immigration policies are necessary to protect our borders and our country from the effects of immigration. However, our NHS staffing is good for the NHS. Migrants are an essential part of the healthcare workforce. They are the consultants, doctors, nurses, porters, cleaners, canteen staff, and other people who look after the nation. 13.3% of NHS staff in hospitals and community services in England reported a non-British nationality. Among doctors, that proportion is 28.4%. Many doctors trained abroad, and in March 2019, 20% of GPs in England qualified outside the UK. Immigration is a necessary part of the British way of life. On healthcare, Madam Deputy Speaker, demand amongst migrants to the UK is lower than amongst UK-born population, except inpatients for childbirth. In Scotland, migrants from outside the UK are in general young and have low healthcare needs. Consequently, there is little evidence of increased demand for health services. And on benefits, foreign-born people are less likely to receive key DWP out-of-work benefits than UK-born. On crime, In Scotland, statistically for individual crime participation tend to show that migrants are less likely to commit crime than observably similar people who are born in the United Kingdom. So to return, Madam Deputy Speaker, to Susan Brown of the Church of Scotland, who says, what we need is political leadership which acknowledges and allays people's concerns and promotes the importance of human life and dignity. This means giving asylum seekers the right to work, establishing safe passage routes on humanitarian corridors to the UK for those that need sanctuary, and support for individuals to alleviate destitution and poverty. In conclusion, Madam Deputy Speaker, I would urge this Government to seriously reconsider many aspects of this bill and to adopt a more appropriate economic and humanitarian approach to nationality and immigration. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker.
Jack Brereton.
Madam Deputy Speaker, and I welcome you to your elevated position. Many of my constituents in Stoke-on-Trent South are shocked and angered by the illegal crossings of the English Channel. The integrity of our borders are broken, and my constituents are fed up of seeing people continue to enter the UK illegally. We must act to put an end to the profiteering of criminal people traffickers, for whom illegal routes have become an industry. And we must deter those who seek to make these perilous journeys across the busiest shipping lane in the world in no more than a rubber dinghy. Clearly, there must be safe routes for those in desperate need. The UK and Stoke-on-Trent has a proud record of helping those in greatest need. But what my constituents cannot understand is why there should be any need to make illegal journeys to do so. European countries are safe, and those attempting to claim asylum should do so in these countries. We have seen repeated attempts to game the system using any legal loophole to do so. There were 16,000 illegal immigrants last year. Yet because of the system is overwhelmed and repeatedly abused, deportations are declining. The increased pressures we've seen on the entire immigration system has put enormous weight on those few asylum dispersal areas. Stoke-on-Trent has seen one of the highest proportions of refugees in the entire country. All the pressure, absolutely.
Does he accept the criticism received from his former colleague Anna Sibru, who outlined that this party is now a Trumpian far-right populist party?
I would not. I do not agree with that. I think we have been absolutely supporting those in most desperate need. It's about making sure that actually the genuine ones in those countries in the region. We've supported around 25,000 over the last 6 years in this country, highest in the whole of Europe. So we won't take any lectures from the SNP, who do talk so much about the support for immigrants, but don't do a single thing. The only city in Scotland, Glasgow, is the only city that is a dispersal area. The rest of Scotland does not lift a single finger to help asylum seekers.
Stoke does all the heavy lifting.
We do, as I absolutely agree with my honourable friend, the member for Stoke-on-Trent North. It is cities like Stoke-on-Trent that actually put the effort in. I will.
The outline that he states that only Glasgow is the only place in Scotland that accepts refugees is untrue. South Lanarkshire, my local authority, accepted a number of refugees, particularly post-2014. I don't have the numbers, but I'm telling you, the facts that you state are untrue.
Hear, hear. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Glasgow is the only official asylum dispersal area in Scotland. Other authorities have the opportunity to come forward as dispersal areas. SNP-controlled authorities in Scotland have failed to do so. All the pressure has fallen on those minority of authorities who are dispersal areas, whilst numerous authorities have failed to resettle a single asylum seeker. The West Midlands is currently accommodating 12.26%, an increase on 2019. But all of this is falling on only half of the authorities in the region. So in Stoke-on-Trent, this is having a very significant impact on our overstretched local services.
For giving way, and perhaps you could join our delegation tomorrow, because what we seek and what the Cross-Party Home Affairs Committee has advised is that the Home Office properly funds the dispersal system. Every single local authority in Scotland got involved in the refugee resettlement scheme because it was properly funded. More than happy to join him in seeking more money for dispersal areas, and then we'll all happily sign up to do that job properly as well.
What the honourable gentleman is actually saying is that he's happy for authorities like Stoke-on-Trent to continue to pull their weight, and we'll just sit here in Scotland and not pull our weight and continue to not support asylum seekers in this country.
way. The Scottish Government has published a new Scots plan to welcome asylum seekers and refugees right across the entire country. But if they don't want to give us the money, why don't they give us the power? And then we can have our own immigration system in Scotland.
Some progress, as I've got very little time, and there are currently around 10,000 national foreign offenders in this country. And again, the Labour Party, they will not do anything about this. They try to accept murderers and rapists who are allowed to come into this country. We in Stoke-on-Trent, we will not allow this. And as I've said, the pressures faced by those who have done the most is totally unsustainable. It saw all resettlement area authorities in the region withdraw from the scheme recently. Since then, we've continued to see attempts to place people, and the latest letter from the Minister, although I do thank the Minister for the support he's given, says that there will continue to be people procured in these areas against our wishes. I totally recognise the urgent need for these areas to house people, but this cannot continue to fall on those few areas of the country. I do think it is time that those other areas of the country do step up and do what they should be in terms of making a fair share and contributing, like Stoke-on-Trent has and continued to do so.
And then by video link, Belle Riviera Abbey.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. There's only one thing on which me and the Home Secretary would agree on today, and that's that we have a failed and broken immigration system that costs far too much money. But this is because of successive Conservative governments that have failed it and broken it, and an incompetent and chaotic Home Office which continues to preside over it. When you constantly have to pay out claims for wrongful decisions and outsource immigration detention and asylum accommodation, it costs money and misery. Over 50% of those in immigration detention, I might add, actually end up staying in this country. What an absolute waste. So extending the estate will only enrich companies like Serco and G4S, which is why the plan to extend the immigration detention estate makes no sense to me when the pandemic has proven that it can be managed another way. If the government wants to save money, it should simply end immigration detention. Madam Deputy Speaker, this horrendous piece of legislation hailed as a solution does nothing to resolve these issues. It does nothing to create safe routes for refugees, nothing to end the hostile environment, nothing to end the danger of unsafe asylum accommodation, and nothing to address the bureaucratic hurdles that leave people without documentation through no fault of their own. We're living through an age of mass displacement driven by war, poverty and climate breakdown, and under the Refugee Convention, anyone seeking asylum should be able to claim in their intended destination or another safe country. Asylum seekers are under no obligation to seek refuge in the first country they arrive in, and there are a number of reasons why they may not do this. It's times like this that the government shouldn't be dodging their moral and legal obligations to accept their fair share of refugees. Instead of creating a fair and inhumane system, this bill, coupled with the government's new plan, actually discriminates by distinguishing people fleeing the same persecution by something as irrelevant as how they arrived. Does the Home Secretary realise that a trafficked woman can't stop and ask her handler to ensure that she arrived on the correct documentation? And LGBTQ people and those fleeing political and religious persecution can't do a Google search to find out what mode might be considered the most favourable. And that an unaccompanied minor stripped from everything and everyone they know doesn't have the luxury of ticking the correct box. These people are fleeing conditions some of us could never imagine, and these plans will limit the options of those most in need and create a two-tier system that will ruin lives. It is 100% a misrepresentation that this legislation meets obligations under international law. And don't take my word for it. You've heard time and time again today, this is the view of the United Nations. And actually the opinions of those lawyers that the Home Secretary seeks to demonise today. And to all of those campaigns and lawyers that continue to support migrants' rights, I want them to know that no matter what is said about you from the Conservative benches, you are absolute heroes. And long after this government is done away with, you will be on the right side of history. This is yet more of this government's authoritarian agenda, turning away the most vulnerable. And as the late, great Tony Benn once said, the way a government treats asylum seekers is very instructive because it shows you how they would treat the rest of us if they thought that they could get away with it. Only safe and legal routes would resolve these issues.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and congratulations. Before I come on to the substantive points I wish to raise in relation to this bill, it is worth reminding ourselves that what we are debating in the Chamber tonight touches upon the experiences of some of the most vulnerable people in the global society. Faced against an ever-hardening legal system, asylum seekers find themselves in what can only be described as a paradox of precarity. The legal system offers asylum seekers little to no support, despite their already fragile and precarious position. This cannot be a satisfactory state of affairs. Madam Deputy Speaker, I contend that this bill only serves to entrench that paradox of precarity. Whilst an account of the traumas faced by those who have fled their homeland for fear of persecution are best left to those who have first-hand experience, we cannot underestimate the pain, suffering and disorientation faced by many of those who arrive on our shores. Let us reflect on the plight of the Uyghurs, the Rohingya and the Tigrayan people, for it is those groups that this bill will fall hardest upon, those fleeing war and genocide. For a nation whose proud reputation was founded on welcoming the persecuted over many centuries, this government is doing much to trash that. Compare Germany accepting 1 million from Syria, Iraq and Afghanistan in 2015, compared to the UK, promising to take just 20,000, mere 2%. Our reputation is a reason why our legal system ought to be a bastion of firm, steady protection for those most in need, not, as the case will be in the event of the passage of this bill, a contributory force in the erosion of the rights of asylum seekers. I'm afraid I want to let everyone speak this afternoon. Let me provide, Madam Deputy Speaker, 3 clear examples of how this bill will contribute to weaken protection for asylum seekers. Firstly, clauses 16 to 20, requiring asylum seekers to provide evidence supporting their claim by a specific date, appears to be almost entirely arbitrary. Indeed, the Immigration Law Practitioners Association has highlighted that the above clauses ignore the practical difficulties faced by many asylum seekers. Secondly, clause 24, allowing the Home Secretary to accelerate appeals where she thinks an appeal would be disposed of expeditiously, grates both against Article 34 of the UN Refugee Convention and the principles of natural justice, the very principles our legal system is founded upon. Signed into force by the Attlee government, it is more than regrettable that the UN Refugee Convention appears to now be held in such little regard by this government. Thirdly, Madam Deputy Speaker, not only will the Home Secretary have a much wider arsenal of powers at her disposal, the bill authorises decision makers to decide on the balance of probabilities rather than on reasonable likelihood whether a person claiming asylum has a well-founded fear of persecution. Let us be clear, this amounts to an unnecessary raising of the legal bar for asylum seekers to succeed in cases. I struggle to see the valid policy reason for such a move in light of the Home Secretary's commitment to uphold their supposedly long, proud tradition of providing a home for people fleeing persecution and oppression. The answer, Madam Deputy Speaker, does not lie in raising the bar disproportionately high for asylum seekers to overcome, but a more holistic approach to the support offered. It is not just our footballers who can see this divisive government for what it is. The public is more compassionate than it is, and they seek a fair, compassionate system to provide for those in need. Thank you.
Great. What a great pleasure it is to see you in the chair, Madam Deputy Speaker. Madam Deputy Speaker, for many of my constituents, rightly or wrongly, the success of this particular bill is whether it stops or clearly limits 3 persistent and frustrating problems with our immigration and border controls. Number 1, that it stops or clearly limits the use of the channel crossing by boat or truck to make a claim for asylum. 2, that it stops or clearly limits the filing over many years of speculative further asylum claims, frequently on specious grounds, that clog up our system and crowd out legitimate claims and generally make a mockery of our legal processes. And 3, that it stops or clearly limits the opportunity for cherry picking that leads those people to make an asylum claim in the UK rather than the one or many other safe countries that they have travelled through. And for my right honourable friend and the Minister, it is those bases upon which my constituents would judge the success or failure of this measure, not the rhetoric that accompanies it. But for me, and I would say for someone on this side of the House, there are other aspects that are important. And I would pick up the challenge from the SNP spokesperson about the views on this side, because there are aspects of nuance and detail that I think it's important to bring out. First of all, that if the assessment system is to be quicker, then it's important the government ensures that claimants have much better access to legal advice. Secondly, to have a system that works effectively, there needs to be greater availability of counselling, of psychiatric and other medical assessments. Thirdly, that we should once and for all have a culture of getting to the truth rather than a culture of disbelief that has for too many years permeated the Home Office asylum system. Yes.
I'm very grateful to my honourable friend. And the reason I intervene is for this reason, because, of course, what's actually happening is the truth being obscured by repeated claims, which many of the people he describes are encouraged to lodge by unscrupulous lawyers that were given such a plaudit by the members of Streatham.
My honourable friend speaks with very wise words, and if I may just address this to honourable members opposite, there is no monopoly in compassion in just saying that it must apply to everyone in a particular process. Compassion applies to an individual claim. The importance of our system is we get to that individual and do not lose sight of him or her. And I have stood in a previous life as a Member of Parliament on this side of the House, or on a previous immigration bill, and bemoaned the lack of compassion in our immigration system. And it was so encouraging to hear the Home Secretary use the word compassion so often in what she was saying, and on this side, to hear the stories of compassion, whether it's about how a council looks after the people who are claiming asylum, or about people who feel about the system. So there is no monopoly of compassion here, and I look forward to working with the honourable gentleman opposite on finding ways that we can make that work more deeply in this bill. And I will take an intervention if he wishes to come in. Yes.
Honourable Member, and I have a lot of respect for him, particularly in his stance in relation to immigration detention and the time limits that he has campaigned to put on that. The Home Secretary might talk about compassion, though, but at the end of the day, this bill, as I've said a few times, and people don't seem to even acknowledge this fact, would criminalise people who the bill recognises are refugees, strip some of them of their family union rights, strip them of recourse to public funds, limit the amount of leave they're allowed here, and never let them even apply for settlement. That is not remotely compassionate, and we are talking about refugees.
Well, I look forward to talking about some specifics there, because again, there's a bit more broad generalisation. But one thing I will say for the SNP is at least they have some ideas. I listened to the Shadow Home Secretary, who said 10 minutes into his speech, "Let me tell you what the Labour Party will do." And he came up with one idea in the rest of his speech, with which he was going to make set a legal target for how quickly asylum system claims get processed. Is that it? Is that all the Labour Party has to offer? I see that it is. So let's work with the SNP, and I will. And let me tell the honourable gentleman from the SNP where I think we can work together. Let's have some compassion on victims of slavery. There's plenty of support on this side for that. Let's have compassion in this bill about how we treat children. There's lots of support on all sides of this House for that. Let's have some compassion about how the particular issues of women will be affected by this separation of regular and irregular routes. And let's have some compassion, Minister, for once and for all ending indefinite detention.
And by video link to Grant Davies.
Madam Deputy Speaker, last week Swansea celebrated 10 years as a city of sanctuary. We offer a hand of friendship, not a fist of resistance. We are a community of communities moving forward together in an uncertain world. But this Nationality and Borders Bill is not a helping hand from the fleeing and from war and persecution, nor a worthy successor for Britain to the 1951 Refugee Convention we helped to produce. Instead, it is a mean-spirited act of national populism to provide more hostile environment for those in genuine need, having savagely cut overseas aid by 4.4 billion, which of course will increase the refugee demand. Last year, we had 27,000 asylum seekers in Britain, the 17th highest in Europe by head of the population, the 5th overall. So there isn't this sort of massive problem of refugees and asylum seekers. This debate has been whipped up as a cynical political exaggeration. And it is the case that there are millions of people who've been displaced from Syria, from Afghanistan, from Iraq, where we have been engaged in war. And we need to take our responsibility in due accord. The 1951 Refugee Convention recognises that fleeing from war and persecution, people do arrive irregularly. Obviously, they're escaping, but this bill reduces the rights of those people arriving irregularly by boat or by lorry, which is a natural way to escape. The plan is to put them into temporary isolated camps so they don't settle into a magnet for protesters and fascists and the like. They need rehabilitation and settling, not isolation and persecution. People who are travelling, not travelling directly or delaying, will get second-class treatment, Group 2 refugees, so-called. So they'll have to wait 30 months at a time. They'll have to wait 10 years before they've got any sort of permanency. And what's more, this bill criminalises people. They could face up to 4 years in prison if they don't don't arrive in a sort of regular way. Well, you wouldn't if you were escaping a war or persecution. And what we should be doing, like the United States at last, and Canada and Norway is increasing the number of refugees settled. Ours went down from 5,000 to 3,000. We should be nearer to 10,000. And the cut in overseas aid is going to hit the people in Yemen, Afghanistan and Syria the hardest and produce even more problems. And all we can do is create a hostile environment. We're better than this.
And by video, Dr. Kieran Mullen.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Chair. Listening to this debate, not for the first time, there's been a real effort to talk down our record, to talk down the generosity of the British taxpayer. Take our Syrian refugee resettlement scheme. It's protected 25,000 people in the last 6 years, more than any other European country. That's worth restating. Conservative governments have done that. Conservative governments have resettled 25,000 people ahead of the rest of Europe. I want to take head on the shallow arguments being made against reform. We need to face a reality. Right now, estimates are that there are 426 million children living in conflict zones. There's absolutely no way that any country can provide a home and refuge to even a substantial proportion of these children. There are millions more people living in conditions all over the world that would qualify them for humanitarian relief, and there are tens of millions of refugees. And importantly, there are many, many more people who live in similar circumstances to those already seeking to come here as economic migrants. Cannot help everyone. Labour want to pretend that there are no choices to make, and whatever choices we make, they'll find some way of saying that the Labour Party are heroes and we are villains because they would have helped just a few more people. Same old Labour. There are millions of people that if they could get here would make a contribution, they would become positive members of our society. A policy is not a failure because you can find an example of that. If Labour got their way entirely, they'd still find refugees in camps that would be better off in the UK. It's a vacuous way to attack government policy in this issue. The question is, are we playing our part? And I want us to see getting the most out of the money we spend. For every person who gets here because criminal gangs took their money to get them across the channel, there is someone amongst the hundreds, thousands, millions of people who've not done that we could offer asylum to instead. And for every penny we spend on housing someone here, could help many more people in conflict zones. Who is it we want to help? We always have to make a choice. Instead of helping the primarily fit young men of working age who make the channel crossing, we should help the children, the elderly, the destitute who can't. I welcome that we will make it absolutely clear coming here in a boat across the channel is not acceptable. And there's only one way to do that, and that's to create a system that takes that into account. Sorting these issues out is actually what we need to do to secure long-term public support for taking in refugees. That isn't populism, that's democracy. The public are not stupid. They know there is a difference between economic migrants and refugees, and they know that boat crossings are a route that favours economic migrants. The public need confidence that the people we help are genuine refugees. I think it's important that we don't let our record turn into one we can't be proud of. We should keep our decent record, but by using the new system to rebalance the system to those that are the most vulnerable. This shift is a good one, and I'm someone who cares about vulnerable people, and I'm proud of our record, and I support these changes.
And by video to Florence Ashalome.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Chair Speaker. Our asylum system has saved countless lives from persecution, discrimination and conflict. It plays a key role in enabling us to honour our international, legal and humanitarian responsibilities. And I'm proud that our country, my home, is a place that people in crisis come to for safety. There can be no doubt that our asylum system is in disarray. This bill was a chance to fix this. Instead, it will enable the government to turn its back on some of the most vulnerable people in this world. The number of people waiting more than 12 months for initial decision was over 33,000 last year. That's 10 times the number in 2010. This bill does nothing to address this shocking backlog, nor the discrimination and destitution faced by asylum seekers today. And instead, it will make their lives harder when they seek the safety they desperately need. This includes one of my constituents here in Vauxhall, an Eritrean national. Since he arrived in the UK over 18 months ago, he has been moved to 4 different hotels while waiting for an initial decision from the Home Office. And during this time, he and a friend were subject to a shocking violent crime,
an acid attack that led to his friend losing his vision at just 18 years old. How much longer does my constituent have to wait to know whether he's finally free to start to rebuild his life here in the UK? Unfortunately, this bill doesn't answer his question. This bill creates no commitment to reopen safe routes or resettlement for family reunion. As many honourable and right honourable members have already highlighted, this is after the UK's new resettlement scheme resettled just 25 refugees in March. This bill proposes to build on the government's hostile environment agenda by criminalising some of the most vulnerable migrants, locking them up in an overseas accommodation centre. This is immoral and should shame us. Our asylum system should not be a soulless, bureaucratic administrative process or a tick box exercise. It's about people's lives, and it must therefore impassion compassion and understanding. This bill will make it harder for vulnerable refugees to build their lives, and that is why I will be supporting the reasoned amendment put forward by the Leader of the Opposition.
And again by video link, Marco Longe.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Immigration is one of the biggest issues of concern for my constituents in Dudley North, but I'd like to spend a few moments just talking about how we actually got to the point of where we are now. The Labour government of '97 changed everything. Blair's overhaul of Britain's immigration policies took average net entry into the country from 10 to 20,000 a year to 2 to 300,000 a year. From then onwards, the mere claim of asylum was sufficient to be allowed to stay in the country. This was when Labour and the media created a toxic atmosphere in which merely mentioning the word immigration branded a person as racist, and so any expression of fact about immigration was made impossible. From '97, Labour legally weaved into the very fabric of society something akin to a culture war against the British people and their mainstream values. The same people who value fairness, generosity and compassion towards true asylum seekers who want a fair immigration system. These people have been bullied and abused by the toxic atmosphere created by Labour and by much of the media. Tragically, all politicians have since then failed them until now. And yes, true asylum seekers have equally been failed. Labour's legacy is clear if just by the numbers. Immigration estimates have consistently shown no resemblance to actual numbers. The recent resettlement applications have shown some 3 million additional applicants to the numbers forecast, almost 2/3 more than the forecast made by the same quangos who estimate housing need and advise government. This has been a failure of Labour policy and of civil service of gargantuan proportions, and my voters in Dudley have made that very clear to me. People smugglers have benefited by the UK magnet, and the system has helped migrants become prey to them and has put their lives in danger. Our councils haven't got enough houses, but we are asking them to develop Greenbelt. We don't have enough doctors, dentists or school places, but we need more interpreters for them. This colossal failure is what Labour designed and delivered when in power, thinking they would change society to keep them in power. In some places, this has worked, but the British people said enough in 2019, and they will hold every Labour MP in contempt for wanting to rejoin the EU and bring back freedom of movement. Madam Deputy Speaker, this government is making solid progress. We want to be able to protect our poorest, weakest and most vulnerable. This bill will deliver on our people's priorities.
And by video link, Claudia Webb.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The Nationality and Borders Bill is anti-refugee to its core, and I will fight it every step of the way. It lacks basic humanity and represents an acceleration in the government's deeply damaging demonisation of migrants and asylum seekers. The bill will enable the UK government to block visas for overseas visitors if the Home Secretary believes that their country of origin is refusing to cooperate in taking back those they want to deport. Asylum seekers will be able to be removed from the UK while their asylum claim or appeal is pending, which opens the door to offshore asylum processing. Those who have fled war, famine, persecution, or violence will be blocked at the border. This is based on the false premise that a refugee who has sought to escape persecution and danger through what the government calls an irregular route to the UK, not to receive protection, creating a two-tier system regardless of need, criminalising those seeking protection whilst failing to end indefinite detention. This is cruel, deeply unjust and unworkable, and this from a government mostly comprised of individuals who have led lives of extraordinary privilege. The bill itself is illegal, breaching commitments under the Refugee Convention of 1951. Like many places in the UK, my home city of Leicester is forged from a proud history of welcoming refugees and asylum seekers. We are better for our diversity. The legislation shows that far from learning from the appalling treatment of the Windrush generation, the government is intent on expanding the damaging hostile environment. Asylum seekers arriving in Britain are often from countries where the UK has contributed to their disruption, either by arming current conflicts or through the enduring legacy of colonialism. The UK government has persistently been warned that if they do not open safe and legal routes for people to practice their legal right to claim asylum, then deaths at sea are unavoidable. Yet they have proceeded to close the few legal avenues that exist, such as the right to family reunion. Time and again, this government has chosen to turn its back on those seeking protection from war, climate disaster, torture, or other awful acts. This bill will compound the misery of people fleeing intolerable conditions. The government must end the destructive demonisation of refugees and asylum seekers and abandon this deeply damaging nationality and borders bill. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker.
And by video, Kim Johnson.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'd like to start by thanking Liverpool Council, Health Projects and all community and voluntary organisations and Liverpool Riverside for the tireless and invaluable work they provide to the most vulnerable people who have fled unimaginable circumstances. And I'm really proud as a Scouser that Liverpool has a long history as a city of sanctuary and will continue to welcome refugees here, even though the Tories have stolen 63% of our central funding in the last 11 years. The bill is fundamentally flawed and will result in the government turning their backs on some of the most vulnerable people. And according to the UN Refugee Agency, the bill risks breaching international law. And rather than offering genuine proposals to fix the broken asylum system, the bill will make the situation even worse. And many asylum seekers are already desperately vulnerable when they reach the UK. The victims of war, persecution, humanitarian crisis, modern slavery, torture and sexual abuse. And their mental health deteriorates drastically through years of uncertainty and powerlessness. Separation of families torn apart with no family reunion rights for the years that they are stuck in the asylum system. And countless constituents have contacted my office, including one constituent waiting more than 3 years for a decision. Another, an engineering doctor who cannot work in his speciality, who submitted their citizenship claim in July last year after 15 years in the UK and still hasn't had a response. Or a Berti tribe member facing persecution in Sudan for his ethnicity, still not having had an interview after a year of application. My office has noticed the delays for asylum decisions getting longer and longer. The government's Nationality and Borders Bill not only fails to protect these and need of safety, but also treats them as criminals. All people seeking protection should be allowed to make an asylum claim, no matter how they've arrived, creating a two-tier system that grants lesser rights to those who arrive in the UK outside of so-called official routes, undermines the Refugee Convention. Madam Deputy Speaker, the bill does not address the government's failure since 2010 to competently process asylum applications. It contains no plan to reduce the backlog, and its provisions are instead likely to worsen wait times for applicants, leaving more people vulnerable, living in limbo, suffering uncertainty and anxiety. And instead of treating people fleeing war, persecution and trauma as criminals and forcing them into poverty and destitution with no prospect of escape for years, I implore to this government's humanity or what little they have to stop punishing people for seeking protection, Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker.
Jackie Doyle-Price.
Madam Deputy Speaker, it is a genuine pleasure to rise and contribute to this debate with you in the chair, and I welcome you to. I hope you enjoy your time there. I want to speak in the limited time I have in support of those clauses in the bill which are designed to give more penalties for those who facilitate illegal immigration and more enforcement penalties too. And I speak from the perspective of representing ports in my constituency of Thurrock. It's not for nothing that the motto of Thurrock is known as "From Thames to all peoples of the world." And particularly the Port of Tilbury has been very much at the heart of our island story of migration for many, many years. And from the perspective of the Windrush and people who used to arrive from around what was then the Empire to come to this country, right through to today where arrivals tend to be more of a clandestine nature. But there is one thing that unites all those people, and that is hope. People want to come to this country because, let's be frank, it's the best country in the world. Why wouldn't people want to come here? And the fact of the matter is that there are organised criminal gangs who exploit that hope. And those people who get seduced into this fantasy that if they get here, the streets are paved with gold, all they need to do is get in and everything will be fine. They are victims of crime as much as the willful criminal activity to pervade our border is. So for me, it is all about going after those organised criminal groups that exploit people who only want to have a better life for themselves. And honourable members will remember in October 2019, I was standing in this very spot to talk about the fact that Essex Police had found a container with 39 poor souls who had died en route from Vietnam on arrival in this country. And I issued the challenge then that we had to go after these people, we had to bring them to justice, and that was the way of really tackling our illegal immigration system. Well, I can advise the House that Essex Police have been truly fantastic in prosecuting that investigations. There are already 10 convictions, and there are more coming down the track. And I have to really commend the energy with which officers throughout Essex Police have really sought to prosecute that investigation around the world. And it's, let's not say this is not too difficult. We know these networks operate across many different jurisdictions, but with determination, we should go and get them. Because once we actually start to shut down these criminal gangs, they will move away from trafficking people into our country. Right now, they think that it's an opportunity-free crime. Let's make sure that instead of demonising those people who only have ambition to come here, we go after the serious criminals that are exploiting them to do so.
Neil Hanbury.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I make no apology for addressing this bill from through a Scottish prism, and with the absence of perhaps the member for North East Bedfordshire, the voices that I've heard speaking from the benches opposite have been really quite dispiriting. There's a toast from the Bard in Scotland that contains the phrase "was like us," and that toast will never be proposed to the British nationalism riven through the heart of this tawdry government. No more so in evidence than by the tenor, tone and impact of this inhumane anti-refugee bill. This government never seeks or seems to learn. Windrush, the PM's betrayal of his own Brexit promises to our EU friends, neighbours and family, a bill hostile to the world from a government hostile to Scotland, but with the temerity to claim they speak for us, that we are one nation. Well, if this bill achieves anything, it is to demonstrate how very different we are. What does it say to us in Scotland? We care not for your identity as a nation. You will fall in line. You will fail to meet the Refugee Convention. You will criminalise asylum seekers for exercising their legal right to seek asylum. You will process traumatised asylum seekers offshore. You will pile on pressure to the judicial system while reducing access to justice. You will re-traumatise victims. You will remove hope. You will decrease protection and enhance exploitation. You will do all of this, not because you want to, but because we say so. Your international welcome is not valued by this government. Your international friends are no friends of ours. Madam Deputy, or Mr. Deputy, or Mr. Speaker, my goodness, can't keep up. Nothing makes the case for independence stronger than such a murky piece of legislation. The people of Scotland will reject the UK government's divisive jingoistic nationalism and are revolted by the casual xenophobia it embodies. Successive UK governments have no qualms about hostility, invading nations, instigating conflict, supplying weapons to oppressive regimes the world over in the pursuit of wealth. And despite that profit, there's not a blush when they complain that those they help displace seek refuge on these shores. People in desperate need, victims, Mr. Speaker, recast as us and them. The response of providing needed help is not just a matter of basic humanity, it is a fundamental ethical concern. No us in humanity, no them in humanity, no humanity in this bill, and no humility in that government. Time for Scotland to face fact. We were dragged out of the EU against our will, and Scotland is being dragged through the gutter by the Tory party yet again. The people of Scotland was like us, and they certainly do not think that it is this shoddy Westminster government. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Excellent. Perfect timing. So we're now going to put the question. The question is that the debate be now adjourned. As many of that opinion say aye. Contrary, no. I think the ayes have just got it. Debate to resume what day?
Tomorrow.
Tomorrow. Right. I think we'll then put the following motions. If there's no objection... Oh. Why? Yes.
Didn't and weren't called on the list today. I think there's people left. Can I just ask a question and for your direction and help, Mr. Speaker? Will those who weren't successful today be called tomorrow? Thank you.
Well, I don't think it's quite a point of order. I think what you want is some clarification for tomorrow. And Jim, I presume you must be looking for yourself and not others when you ask that question. What I would say is, I think those members who didn't get in today will be automatically put on the list. Yeah. And those who don't want to be on the list, hopefully they'll withdraw. Right. I don't think there's any objections to putting the motions together. Motions 2 to 4. With leave of the House, Minister to move.
I beg to move.
The question is, as on the order paper, as many of that opinion say aye.
Aye.
The contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it.
I beg to move that this House do now adjourn.
The question is, this House do now adjourn. And we have Alicia Kearns online. Alicia, lovely to see you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Nowhere in the country could offer a better home to the DEFRA than Melton Mowbray. Now, I could finish my speech there, but I suspect the Minister would like me to make my case in a little more detail. My debate this evening is a straightforward one. I am proud that our government is levelling up our country, but rural areas need levelling up too. And if the Department for the Environment, Food and Rural Affairs won't take up a rural home, then I ask the Minister, who will? To make my case, I'd like to start by inviting you to learn more about the wonderful town of Melton Mowbray. We are located in the very heart of the country. Our market town is surrounded by the Vale of Belvoir and the welcoming villages of Melton. And when one thinks of England's green and pleasant lands, one must surely be thinking of our wonderful area, and not perhaps Lancashire, as the Speaker might prefer. Our history is long and fascinating, and I'll share some of the stories of our town with you today, because they make the case that not only is food the food of our nation in our blood, we are no ordinary market town. Our livestock market, of which I will speak much today, is mentioned in the Doomsday Book dating back to 1085. A millennium on, throughout the week, farmers come from as far as Cornwall and Scotland to do trade at Melton Mowbray Market. And visitors enjoying great hospitality in Melton is nothing new. Because since the Middle Ages, it is Melton where royalty have come to play and to relax. Indeed, in the last 850 years, 16 kings and 2 queens have visited Melton. Even the most infamous of kings has a link to our town. For in 1540, as part of his annulment agreement with Anne of Cleves, King Henry VIII gave his former wife a stunning house in the centre of our town, which had previously been owned by Thomas Cromwell and the church before that. Now, Mr. Speaker, that house is now a phenomenal pub, and you and the Minister be most welcome to come enjoy a phenomenal food and drink there one day. Now, there's also no question that we are famous for two things in particular: the one and only Melton Mowbray pork pie and Stilton cheese, which was invented in Little Dalby and Wymondham villages in Melton Borough in 1710. But until recently, I didn't know that we can lay claim to perhaps the most English of all pastimes, that great thing, the afternoon tea. In 1842, the 7th Duchess of Bedford was staying with the Duke and Duchess of Rutland at Belvoir Castle. Bored between lunch and dinner, she ordered tea, sandwiches, buns and cakes at 5 o'clock. When she returned to London from her visit, she took the custom with her, and so afternoon tea was born. Keeping on the aristocratic theme, Melton Mowbray is also where the phrase "paint the town red" originates. In 1837, an eccentric aristocrat by the name of Henry de la Peur Beresford turned up the toll gate at Thorpe End and, in his extreme state of inebriation, refused to pay the toll to enter the town. Having been challenged over his refusal, he came across a pot of red paint and proceeded to paint the toll keeper, a local constable, and a good deal of the town red. Now, as these wonderful stories show, the two constants in our history are our agricultural and culinary way of life and the extraordinary people that make up our town and borough. Now, Mr. Speaker, Melton Mowbray is a uniquely wonderful, welcoming and generous place. It is a place alive with British history, traditions and values, and a people proud to feed our country. And I will speak much of our farming heritage this evening. But Meltonians, Mr. Speaker, are honest and fair people, full of common sense and deeply passionate about our communities and caring for our neighbours. I bring forward this debate today because on my election, I promised to give the people of Melton peace of mind, to create opportunity for us and to give our town every chance to succeed, to deliver an economy locally that raises the standards of living for everybody, a fair economy which guarantees that everyone matters and no one is left behind. But Melton Mowbray has been left behind, like much of the East Midlands. And through today's debate and by working with the government, I hope to change that. And therefore tonight, I will make the case that DEFRA should open an office in Melton Mowbray, because Melton deserves the chance to succeed. Our town has been identified by the government as a town ready for levelling up and investment. We're a two-tier priority area in the Levelling Up Fund. And even though we have a strong manufacturing base, our average wages are lower than national average and not in line with house prices. We are the key centre for regeneration growth in the whole of Leicester and Leicestershire, and yet too often we lose out. Because the East Midlands has the lowest levels of public investment of any region in the United Kingdom. Because of the way the local government funding formula is calculated, both Leicestershire and Rutland suffer from underinvestment as rural areas, despite the fact that it costs so much more to deliver those services in rural areas. For example, if Leicestershire County Council funded the same as Surrey, for example, it would have an additional 104 million to support the people of Leicestershire. The East Midlands also hosts only 5% of the civil service. That is the lowest in the country apart from Northern Ireland. And only 1% of those are at the senior civil service level, again the lowest outside of Northern Ireland. Now, too often policy is detached from our communities and from the industries and people that our civil service regulates and make policy for. It's quite clear that the East Midlands does not have a loud enough voice in policy making. And it's against this backdrop that I'm pushing for a DEFRA office in the borough of Melton. Because on every score, this project is right for the Places for Growth programme, right for the country, and it goes without saying right for East Midlands and right for Melton. But I would argue, Mr. Speaker, that DEFRA needs Melton Mowbray too. Because we need to make rural policy in our agricultural heartlands, not just on Marsham Street surrounded by the white buildings of Westminster. We shouldn't be reliant on policy official field visits to see our incredible countryside and meet with farmers and environmentalists. Surely we want DEFRA officials working from offices where when they look out their window, they see a thriving breeding sheep auction as they reflect on sheep welfare or biodiversity or environmental management, where they can pick up their lunch in the farmers market or town food stalls and meet workers from food factories and local cafes and shops where green fields abound. Now, I've heard it said that 2 cities are in contention for DEFRA's office outside of London. And I would urge the Minister to consider the message it sends when even our rural policy is set from cities. Now, DEFRA plays a huge role in setting our agricultural and food policy for the entirety of the UK. So surely there's nowhere better to call home than the rural capital of food. This government believes that putting policymakers closer to the experience of farmers, food makers and land stewards will create a more joined up farm to fork environment for policy development and its real world impact. And I agree. So let me set out our offer. We are an agricultural powerhouse and major food production economy. Our countryside in Rutland and Melton alone has over 100 farms of every type: arable, sheep, pig, poultry, beef, and even bison. Nearby Rutland is a major centre for bird life and hosts the annual Glastonbury of birdlife festivals. Melton is home to one of the oldest and largest town centre livestock markets in the country, with everything from sale from alpacas to sheep to cows to peacocks to horses, depending on the market that day. And we also host the National Traditional and Native Breed Show. Now, in Melton, we have a significantly higher than national average food and drink related manufacturing employment. About 3,000 people are employed in the sector in 2017. So that's 2/3 of our manufacturing is food related. And Melton was also one of the first food enterprise zones in the UK. Now, you'll need to forgive me for attempting to strike awe in the minutes with my exhaustive list, but here are some of the home to household brands and outstanding food producers that Melton is home to. Samworth Brothers, which owns and produces Ginkster's Pasties, Saureen, Melton Mowbray Pork Pies. It owns the West Cornwall Pasty Companies and was one of the largest sandwich providers for supermarkets in the UK. And I refer members to my register of interest. Mars Pet Food, which owns Pedigree, Whiskers, Royal Canine, and its Waltham Pet Care Science Institute, which is the UK's leading scientific authority on pet nutrition. Viva Fruit Farms, which makes the best elderflower press in the world and would be happy to stock Parliament at any time. The famous Long Clawson Dairy, which makes outstanding cheeses like Stilton and Rutland Red and many more. And Arla Factor, making even more standout cheeses. Round Corner Brewing, a brewery that's won more global gold medals for its beer than any other brewery in the world over the last 3 years, including Best Lager in 2019. I think perhaps that might pique the speaker's attention. We also have Brentby Gin, which is an incredible distillery making outstanding award-winning gins and who stepped up during the pandemic and rolled out sanitizer for free for care homes across Melton. Nice Pies, Brockleby Pies, the first Gloucester Dentro Cider House. We're even the leading producers of paneer cheese and tofu for the Japanese restaurant market. Food is in our blood and food heritage is who we are. Melton is the rural capital of food, and our town hosts the National Pie Awards, the largest cheese fair in England, which has concluded this week, a chocolate festival, the East Midlands Food Festival. Civil servants would find themselves never short of the highest quality food celebrations. But our offer also extends beyond our existing farming economy. If DEFRA were to open an office in Melton, we could offer the educational opportunities to support civil servants. Brooksby Melton College in Melton is an exceptional specialist land-based college with an agri-tech centre, commercial farm, rural catering centre, and even a quarry. It is an outstanding college. Nearby, we have Loughborough University, which could offer agriculture and related science courses for policy officials to undertake. And we have Nottingham University not that far away with Sutton Bollington campus for veterinary sciences, one of the leading centres of veterinary medicine in the UK. But not only does Melton Mowbray have a vibrant food manufacturing and agriculture economy and educational offer, we also have the Vale of Belvoir, which was raised in the Landscapes Review as a potential area of outstanding natural beauty. We are a leading light for diversification of farming and environmental stewardship. We've one of the largest abattoirs in the country. We have an area rich in environmental leadership. And it is little known that it is in my constituency that Sir David Attenborough developed his love of fossils. So there is much to be explored, and we cover many of DEFRA's policy areas. But it's not just policy terms where Melton excels. Let me get down to brass tacks, the practicalities of our offer. We do offer an unbeatable location because Melton lies in the centre of the country and meets the connectivity, space and logistical needs that the government has outlined to me. And I'd also like to thank in particular the Chancellor of the Duchy of Lancaster, Lord Agnew and the Secretary of State for DEFRA for the wise words and words of encouragement they've given me on this subject. Now, by car, Melton is within 2.5 hours of 80% of the country. It's just off the A1, within easy access to the M1. It's 20 minutes to Loughborough, 25 minutes to Leicester, 40 minutes to Nottingham and 40 to Peterborough. By train, London's only an hour and a half away. Birmingham, an hour. Cambridge, an hour and a half. We have East Midlands Airport, 30 minutes away, and Stansted in Birmingham. So you can go anywhere you need to get to. But not only that, but Melton offers an ideal place to work for people across 6 different counties. I find it hard to believe that anywhere else in the country could offer employment to people from that many counties. Leicestershire, Nottinghamshire, Lincolnshire, Rutland, Northamptonshire, Cambridgeshire are all within striking distance. Some would even argue Derbyshire if I can extend to 7 counties. This is an opportunity to create rural jobs for rural people. And there are many hundreds of rural villages within a 30-minute drive of Melton Mowbray across Leicestershire, Nottinghamshire, Rutland and Lincolnshire. Indeed, I represent almost 160 villages in Rutland and Melton alone, all of whom are looking for high-quality rural jobs close to home. And there is also a semicircle of nearby cities which already host civil service offices, so the perfect opportunity for civil servants to go between different departments and gain skills. So we are ideally located, but we even have office space ready to go and be occupied. Both Melton Borough Council and Para Business Park could home between 500 and 2,500 civil servants almost immediately. Pira has 129,000 square feet already ready, and they will design the office space around the civil service needs. Both these sites are in the centre of our town. They overlook the livestock market, the town market and the train station. I also think it's important that the home of DEFRA's new office offers an outstanding quality of life to civil servants and policymakers. Now in 2020, the Sunday Times announced that Melton Mowbray was one of the best places to live in the whole of the UK. So you'll have to forgive me if I take up the challenge of listing as many of those as I can, as quickly as I can. So in Melton, we have hundreds of outstanding pubs, including the Anne of Cleves, the Stag and Hounds in Borough on the Hill, and nearby in Rutland, we have this year's best pub in the entire country, the Olive Branch in Clipsham. We have Twin Lakes, a wonderful children's theme park that my son adores, excellent state and independent schools, a thriving local market in our town, and amazing independent shops like Luna Rain. We have the vintage classic car nights from Fridays, the award-winning Kettleby Lakes, Ragdale Hall, one of the best spas in the country, and at some point I will make it there, Mr. Speaker, an Iron Age hill fort in Borough on the Hill, Belvoir Castle, where The Crown is filmed, which has an incredible diary of events from fireworks competitions to reenactments of the Civil War, and a fabulous shopping and dining offer at the engine rooms. We have 140 acres of lakes and trails and children's play areas right in the centre of Melton Country Park. The standout Fernley's Farm ice cream, which people travel for miles to enjoy. Vine Farm Dairy's milkshake, which is secretly stocked with amazing cakes that I'm sure have no calories in them at all. Phenomenal garden centres like Gates, because we all know the British people love a good garden centre. Melton Theatre with incredible panto, which when it reopens, and fantastic sports facilities for all the family, from flying across the sky through to the 2 new 3G football pitches being built. And don't worry, Mr. Speaker, I'm confident that the Pork Pie Army at Melton Town Football Club is always looking for more fans and would welcome civil servants heartily. And of course, we have nearby Rutland offering incredible outdoor sports on the famous Rutland Water. Now, these are just some of the things that saw Melton voted the happiest place to live in Leicestershire, with life satisfaction levels at an all-time high. And there are so many more amazing businesses and people that I wish I could mention. But as you can see, Melton would be delighted and well equipped to keep the DEFRA team filled and fueled with cheese, pork pies, beer, gin, outstanding food and drink, alongside the most beautiful countryside in our country, and outstanding quality of life and some of the warmest people in our country. Now, Mr. Speaker, when I proposed a potential move to Melton, I could never have expected the extraordinary support and outpouring from the community and every corner of the community. Institutions and people from every walk of life, from our borough council to farmers to businesses to local religious leaders, all of them stepped forward and said, yes, this is the opportunity for Melton. This is the right one. We would not ask for any other government department to come to Melton, but DEFRA is in our blood. It is the right thing to come to us. I also want to pay tribute to all those MPs who would have come to the Chamber this evening if I'd been able to join you in person, but unfortunately I was pinged by that pesky app. In particular, my honourable friends, the members for Loughborough, Rushcliffe, Bosworth, Charnwood, Grantham and Stamford, who have all stood behind this proposal and agree that it would bring jobs for their residents. They recognise that the East Midlands would benefit from DEFRA coming to Melton. They want those jobs, they know it makes sense, and it would offer opportunities for their areas too. Now, for too long, Mr. Speaker, government departments have been detached from those they seek to represent, support and regulate, and that is what our government has set out to change. By opening an office in Melton, DEFRA will have the chance to be closer than ever before to every aspect of their work. I will recognise perhaps not fishing. The Secretary of State for DEFRA can make a pitch to open an office down in Cornwall or in Scotland. I will fully accept that, alongside Melton Mowbray being the core hub outside of London. Policymakers will be able to work in the most beautiful part of the country in a wonderful town with the Vale of Belvoir and Rutland on their doorstep. And they will do so with the full backing of their local community behind them. If we're trying to connect parts of the country and government in ways that augment government's ability to develop policy while boosting local economic growth, there is simply nowhere better for DEFRA to find a new home than Melton Borough. Because the people of Melton need these jobs. They need policy roles. We are experts in agriculture, but we don't have the sort of policy roles this job would bring in our community. We have the senior people who want to find senior roles, but they just don't exist, and this could provide that. The people of Melton are welcoming and generous people, and I know they're waiting with open arms to offer a new home for the hardworking members of our civil service. The people of Melton are waiting to do their part in this programme of national renewal. They are waiting to offer DEFRA a new home. They are waiting to take up the employment opportunities it would bring. They are waiting for this to transform our town. And they are waiting to see rural policy made from the rural heart of our nation. And they are waiting for the government to say yes. I very much hope the Minister will visit. Mr. Speaker, I hope that you will visit and you'll see what amazing our potential our wonderful town holds and the home it could offer to the department and employees alike. The people of Melton are offering an open hand, and I hope the government will step forward and in taking their hand, revolutionise rural policy making in our country and prove that this government will not just level up cities, but our rural communities as well. And that starts at Melton Mowbray. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Can I just say, a very passionate speech, and how could I not take up that offer to visit? Just to say Hanley's, Bowen's and Old Pies in Chorley might just give you a little run for the money, and I certainly know Cuckoo Gin and Rivington Beers will be there with it. But I want to hear from the Minister. I think the case has been very well put. Minister.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. I feel a trip coming on, perhaps a joint, perhaps a duo, don't you? Anyway, and I must congratulate my honourable friend from Rutland and Melton on securing this debate and making such an impressive case for her constituency and indeed speaking up for her constituents. She's such a champion. She's a great voice in this place. I'm actually genuinely sorry that she's not here in person tonight, Mr. Speaker, but we know the reasoning for that. But she's no less passionate for being on the screen. And I do welcome this suggestion of Melton Mowbray being a possible location for DEFRA, and I'm very grateful for her proposals. And what a rosy picture she paints of Melton Mowbray, rivalling, I might say, Mr. Speaker, even Chorley in Lancashire and even Taunton Dean in Somerset. And there's no doubting that Melton Mowbray is a hub for both agriculture and food production. I mean, she lists a huge range of products. Of course, the famous pork pies and Stilton, and I must say I'm rather partial to a bit of Stilton myself, Mr. Speaker. And I didn't realise, though, that this is where afternoon tea was conceived. Similarly, there's such a list of mouth-watering food businesses there. I might say I'm slightly fearful for the waistlines of any future DEFRA staff. So I think we'd have to think carefully about that, bring in some exercise regimes alongside. But I do know that this is something my honourable friend has already raised with the Secretary of State. So she's leaving no stone or pork pie unturned. And anyway, the government has committed to moving 22,000 civil servants out of London by 2030. It's under our Places for Growth programme, as I'm sure she knows. And this is an important part of our plans to level up all parts of the country. And she's touched on levelling up quite clearly. And now, the DEFRA group itself has a clear purpose to safeguard and enhance our natural environment, support our food, farming, fisheries and forestry industries, sustain rural communities and protect against flooding, animal and plant diseases and other natural threats. So this means our work is truly nationwide, maintaining flood defences, for example, from Skegness to Totnes, visiting farms from Malvern to Melton, protecting our critical national infrastructure and improving our rural and urban environments in all quarters of the country. Now, DEFRA is actually already highly geographically dispersed due to our operating model, and our UK-wide footprint enables close proximity of our customers and stakeholders and underpins our emergency response role. And the DEFRA Group has 200 locations across the country, so I think she'll agree that is a significant number. and 85% of DEFRA staff are already based outside of London. And all of our arm's length bodies are headquartered outside of London and are deliberately rooted in places where they are close to the communities we serve and accessible to local labour markets with the skills we need. I'm sure she'll be aware that the new Office for Environmental Protection has just been located in Worcester, and which is exactly the sort of rural place I believe my honourable friend is raising the case for, and the proximity to the correct and most useful kind of skilled labour force was one of the key things that made that a suitable place. Obviously there were others, had to tick all the right boxes, but that was one of the issues, and she does mention that. We have an opportunity now to further strengthen our connection with communities across the country supporting the Levelling Up agenda by having more staff outside of London. Now, the East Midlands is an important area for DEFRA and our delivery bodies. We currently have over 1,200 staff in the region representing the Environment Agency, Natural England, the Rural Payments Agency and the Animal and Plant Health Agency. And at present, there are 6 DEFRA sites within 30 miles of Melton Mowbray, namely in Leicester, Derby, Rothley, Sutton Bonington and 2 in Nottingham, together accommodating over 400 staff from our core department and delivery bodies. This provides a sound foundation on which to grow our presence in the area and potentially consider Melton Mowbray itself as a future location for expansion. Now, looking slightly further east, we have an even greater footprint across East Anglia, and this includes a cluster of key offices in Peterborough, soon to consolidate into the new government hub in Peterborough, and 2 of our delivery bodies, the Centre for Environment, Fisheries and Aquaculture Science and the Joint Nature Conservation Committee, are both headquartered in the east of England. DEFRA is committed to maintaining a strong presence in the East Midlands, and we're keen to explore opportunities to connect with our customers and communities in this region. Melton Mowbray is a key part of our rural economy and agricultural supply chain, as has been highlighted by my honourable friend, with assets including the Melton Agricultural College, numerous major food producers and the Food Enterprise Zone. And I'd also like to commend the work done by my right honourable friend with the APPG on GIs, of which, of course, Melton Mowbray is home to those 2 that have already been referenced, the world-famous pork pies and Stilton. And the people and businesses of Melton Mowbray are exactly the customers that DEFRA serves on a daily basis. So it is right to consider if there is more that could be done to bring more of DEFRA's public servants closer to communities that serve Melton Mowbray, or indeed places like Melton Mowbray. But of course, we must weigh up the value for money of office space available, local labour markets, proximity to stakeholders, along with the many other factors. The Government is committed to making sure that all departments are looking beyond London, and DEFRA will play a leading role in their effort, and this particular effort, ensuring that we do our part to level up all parts of the country. I do believe she makes a very sound point, meaning that levelling up really does need to include rural towns as well. I come from an area not dissimilar, and I think that is a very important point that she makes. She also makes that attractive proposition of how lovely for staff to wander out in that amazing market town and see the livestock market in action. I've spent a great deal of time in livestock markets myself. My husband was an agricultural auctioneer, and there's something very unique about those places. So I was quite captivated by the picture she painted there about her livestock auction and the myriad things it sells. So I have asked my officials to include Melton Mowbray as a potential location for a new DEFRA office. It will be considered with all other options and subject to all the rural, the usual disciplines in securing value for money and all the criteria that would have to fit the DEFRA operating model. But I think on that note, Mr Speaker, I should conclude. I really do want to thank my honourable friend for her stellar performance up there on Zoom and her work to identify viable options for DEFRA in Melton Mowbray. And I really do look forward to discussing this further.
We look forward to our joint visit. The question is this House to now adjourn. As many of that opinion say aye. I think the ayes have it, the ayes have it. Order, order.